Chapter 12. Douglas Maguire looked more like a con than a screw. Cropped hair, tattooed forearms, a stench of golden Virginia roll-ups followed the prison officer everywhere. But there the similarity ended. Maguire had never met an inmate he trusted. These two, Hunter and Mansfield, the nonce and the soldier who'd done his missus, were no exception. "Strip." Maguire stood by the door while Sowden gave the instruction. It was 6 p.m, dinner time. Out in the corridor there was the bustle of inmates making their way to the dining hall. Sowden was showing Maguire the ropes, or, as he'd put it, clue you up as to how we do things around here. It was only his first day in Barfield. "You gone deaf, action man? I said strip." The soldier looked unwilling, but he did as he was told and started slowly unbuttoning his top. "No need to grin, Hunter," said Sowden. "You're next." He looked back at Maguire. "So, what made you transfer from Whitemore?" he asked. Like Maguire was going to tell anybody that. Like he was going to talk in front of a couple of inmates about the piece of scum he'd found smearing a shiv made from a shard of mirror, the thick end wrapped in black electrical tape to form a handle, with his own shit, in the hope that his victim would get infected with AIDS. Like he was going to mention that one of his bitches who served up in the canteen had melted down a Mars bar and spattered the burning caramel over his face. "Change the scene," he said. "Mrs. wanted to move to the smoke." "Oh, I don't know why you'd want to come and work in this dump." Sowden stopped. The soldier had removed his trousers without saying a word. He was now naked in front of them. "What do you think we are?" Sowden whispered in near disbelief. "Fucking idiots?" Maguire wasn't surprised to see what this surly con had been hiding beneath his trousers. A length of electrical flex was wound several times around his shin. The screw could see at once it had been ripped from the small television on the table. A good weapon in the right hands. "Take it off, Mansfield, and give it to me," Sowden instructed. The soldier gave him a baleful stare, but still he didn't open his mouth as he bent down, unwound the flex, and plonked it into the screw's waiting hands. Sowden looked over his shoulder at Maguire again. "They'll try anything," he said. His nose wrinkled as he turned back to the soldier. "Jesus," he said. "You stink. You need to get your arse down to the shower block, Mansfield. And speaking of arses, crouch and cough." Maguire didn't like the look the prisoner gave them as he crouched down, fully naked, opened his lips just a fraction and cleared his throat. "Stand up and pass me your clothes." Mansfield did as he was told, and Sowden started going through them minutely, checking all the pockets and seams for anything he might have hidden there. "I'll give you the pleasure of doing Hunter," he muttered as he worked. "All right," he said. "You're clean. Get dressed. Get the fuck out of here." Maguire opened the door and watched Mansfield leave. There was something about him that he really didn't like, really didn't trust. He prided himself on being able to spot the rotten apples. That soldier was a bad 'un through and through. Left alone with Hunter, Maguire felt ill. The dumpy little nonce stripped off in front of him, rolls of pasty fat wobbling as he crouched and coughed. He sent him to the dining hall as quickly as possible. Maguire didn't suppose he was long for this world. Most sex cases like him were segregated from the rest of the prison population for obvious reasons. Someone had decided that this guy should have a bit of freedom, and that could only end one way. Besides, he wanted a few minutes alone in this room. The bedclothes on the bottom bunk were neatly squared away, unlike Hunter's bunk at the top, which was a mess of blankets. Maguire stripped them both back and stared at the mattresses below. He didn't quite know what he was expecting, but whatever it was, he didn't see it. He cursed, turned and walked towards the door. But then he stopped. Something had caught his eye. A small thing, but it screamed at him. There were two posters on the wall. They showed pictures of two young pop stars, a boy and a girl, whom Maguire couldn't have identified himself, but he wasn't really looking at the images. He was looking at the bottom right-hand corner of the nearest poster. The blue tack had come away from the wall. He stepped towards it and lifted up the loose corner. His tiny eyes narrowed. Stuck to the back of the poster were 2 pieces of masking tape. One of them was sticking a razor blade to the paper. The second had been peeled back. Whatever had once been there was there no longer. "Bastard!" Maguire said under his breath. "That flex round his ankle had been a decoy. The cunt had a blade on him." The new prison officer left the cell and stormed down the corridor towards the dining hall. The razor blade Joe had secreted under his tongue nicked the soft flesh inside his mouth. He could taste his own blood, but kept his lips tightly closed as he entered the dining hall. He sensed the mood immediately. Atmospherics, like going into an enemy village when the enemy know you're coming. The buzz of conversation was quieter, the dull tapping of plastic cutlery against steel trays louder. More than usual, Joe saw inmates cast furtive glances in his direction as he walked slowly up the gangway towards the serving area. Even a couple of the screws standing along the side walls looked anxious.
Disc 6.
Joe had covered a third of the gangway when he spotted Finch. He was sitting 10 metres ahead and to his right, at the table closest to the serving area and with his back to it. His eyes were fixed on Joe, and he was chewing very slowly. Joe walked on, the blade still needling at the underside of his tongue. He recognised 2 members of Finch's crew sitting to the left of the gangway, also with their backs to the serving area, also watching him. His every sense was heightened as he walked. He felt he could hear every chink of cutlery. Now he was next to Finch. The guy was 2 metres to his right and had laid his fork across his half-eaten tray of food. He followed Joe with his gaze as he passed, but he didn't stand up. 2 metres from the serving area, Joe stopped. He could feel something dripping from the left corner of his mouth. 3 cons were waiting behind the hot plate, dressed in grease-spotted aprons and white paper hats. They were staring at the crimson trickle on his chin. Joe saw himself distorted in the tea urn, like in a funfair. And there were 4 men behind him. They were not Finch's. He recognised the Middle Eastern men who'd been sitting cross-legged in the exercise yard that morning. He couldn't tell how close they were because the distance was warped by the urn. 5 metres? Less? But they were definitely gaining on him quickly. Joe spun round. So many things happened at once. Maguire had appeared at the far end of the gangway. He was shouting something, but Joe didn't register what it was. He was too busy with the Middle Eastern guys. The closest of them was 3 metres away, the other 3 a metre behind that. They were all carrying something. 2 of them had bootlaces. One had the plastic tube of a ballpoint pen, its end sanded sharp. The leader had a broken bathroom tile, fashioned into a jagged blade. He was holding it like a dagger. The whole room had fallen silent. There wasn't a single inmate in the dining hall who didn't have his eyes on the violence they knew was about to happen. But Joe's focus wasn't on the audience. It was on the enemy, 2 metres away. He opened his mouth, pulled out the razor blade, and spat a gobful of blood into the face of the fucker with the bathroom tile. He knocked the tile away with his left hand and slashed with the razor in his right. It was exquisitely sharp and cut a gash into the left side of his assailant's throat as if the flesh wasn't there. Blood spurted from the wound. There was pressure behind it, so much that the dark liquid sprayed over one of Finch's men's food, until the guy fell to his knees, a horrific gurgling coming from the back of his mouth. It was the only noise in the suddenly silenced room. Joe felt several hundred eyes on him, not least those of Finch and his crew. Even the screws had momentarily frozen, clearly shocked by the sudden violence. But Joe's own attention was already on his other attackers. They'd stopped in their tracks as their leader went down, but their eyes still shone, and Joe could tell they didn't intend to back off. He stepped over the puddle that was leaching from the dying man and grabbed the one carrying the sharpened plastic tube. He sliced his hand, causing him automatically to drop the makeshift weapon. Suddenly the silence erupted into a storm of chaos. Finch and one other man Joe hadn't seen before jumped from their seats and started laying into the two remaining attackers. Within seconds they brought them to the floor and were kicking and pummeling them. The gangway filled with inmates, some pressing towards them to see what was happening, others struggling to get away as if they were afraid to be linked with or affected by the violence. The hall was filled with roars of encouragement or shrieks at other inmates to get out of the way. Joe was deaf to it all. He muscled his man to the floor 1/2 metre from the twitching body of his comrade, grabbed his hair with his left hand, and positioned the bloody razor blade millimetres from his pumping jugular. "Okay, you piece of shit," he hissed. "Time for some fucking answers." The back of the guy's head was soaked with the blood oozing from his friend, but he looked neither disgusted nor frightened. He simply grinned. "Who put you up to it?" Joe slammed the guy's head against the floor. "Who fucking put you up to it?" The man spat in his face. "I'll die before I tell you." Joe thumped the fucker's head down again, and this time there was a cracking sound. "How much pain can you manage, you piece of shit?" "Pain is nothing to me," the man whispered. "I will be welcomed into paradise." The shouting all around was getting louder. A bell started ringing, and Joe heard the sound of whistles being blown. Rage surged through him. Suddenly he didn't even care about questioning this man. He just wanted to hurt the cunt. He slashed the blade across the right side of his face, ripping a deep seam in his cheek. The pain made the guy take a sharp breath in, and as a curtain of blood drew itself across the lower part of his face, Joe heard himself spitting words at him. "Be my fucking guest, and say hi to your bum chum Osama while you're at it. He's had a few days there, he can show you the ropes." The man's eyes grew brighter. "Sheikh al-Mujahid?" He made a dismissive, hissing sound. "He's not dead." Joe blinked. Again, the noise all around seemed to dissolve, even though he knew the chaos was increasing. "What do you mean?" he whispered, and then when the man didn't reply, he roared, "What the fuck do you mean?" Joe felt hands grab him from behind as the noise of the dining hall burst into his head again. The screws had him. They were shouting, and now they were pounding him with their truncheons. A blow to his stomach winded him. A second one, then a third to the hand gripping the razor. He dropped his only weapon and covered his head as the screws started beating his already bruised and damaged body in an orgy of unrestrained brute force. The next few minutes were a blur. His mouth still bled profusely. Sharp pain splintered through him. He felt himself being pulled up to his feet and realised his clothes were sopping with the blood of the man whose throat he'd just cut. Maguire and Sowden were on the ground next to the Middle Eastern guy, covered in his blood and attempting to give him CPR, but Joe knew they were trying to resuscitate a stiff. The crowd parted as he was pulled along the gangway, surrounded by 6 screws screaming at everybody to get back. He just killed a man in front of hundreds of witnesses. It wouldn't matter that it was done in self-defence. In everyone else's eyes, he was not only a murderer, but a double murderer. He might be incarcerated in the most secure prison in the country, but it hadn't stopped his enemy getting to him. And there were only so many attacks he could survive. The cell Joe had shared with Hunter had been a dump, but the segregation wing made it look luxurious. Joe didn't care. One cell was the same as another, and it was better to be alone than with scum like Hunter. The moment they threw him into this tiny, stinking space, where the toilet was 10 times more rancid and the single mattress covered in disgusting stains, he collapsed to the floor, his back to the wall. He felt like he was saturated in blood. His own, his enemies', Caitlin's. He could taste it, see it. It was everywhere. Time passed. Joe didn't know how long. Hours. The door opened and the screw he didn't even look at placed a tray of food inside. Breakfast. It went untouched. All he could think about was what the Middle Eastern guy in the dining hall had said. Sheikh al-Mujahid? He's not dead. Would some banged-up minor terror suspect really know something like that? Or was this just another mad theory? Mark my words, a double agent working for the Americans. Joe shook his head. He'd seen the SEALs go in. He'd seen them remove the body bag containing their target. While it was true that the Yanks had been in bed with the Mujahideen back in the 70s, hell, even the SAS had trained up the AQ in making, the idea that they were working hand-in-hand with the leader of their sworn enemies was ridiculous. Wasn't it? And it had been Arabs who had just tried to kill him. What was it, revenge? Or had it just leaked out that he was army and they wanted to have a crack at him, like Finch and the rest of the fucking mix? The thoughts were so all-consuming that he barely noticed the door of his cell open for the second time. He looked up. His food tray was still there on the floor. The door was only slightly ajar. Nobody else was in the cell. Joe scrambled to his feet, eyes screwed up, fists clenched, ready to defend himself. The door opened a little wider. Joe saw the narrow end of an old-fashioned wooden crutch appear in the gap, followed by a limping foot. Hennessy stared at him. There was a silence, long, threatening. "How did you get in here?" Joe demanded. Hennessy didn't immediately reply. He limped into the centre of the cell and started rolling a cigarette with a heavily tattooed hand as he leant on his crutch. "I'll be straight with you, son," Hennessy said. His voice was a cold, wheezy whisper, South London through and through. "I don't have much time for wife-beaters. If you hadn't done me a service in the yard, we'd be having a different chat right now." He lit the cigarette and inhaled. Joe remembered Hunter's words. "You think the screws are in charge here? That's bullshit. Hennessy's in charge." And as he had just acknowledged, Hennessy owed him one. "I have to get out," he said. Hennessy finished his cigarette with a second long drag and dropped the butt to the floor. "Missing Hunter, are you?" "Not the Segwing. The prison." "You and every other fucker in this place," Hennessy said dryly. "I mean it." A humourless smile played across Hennessy's lips. "Well, let's see now," he said. "How to break our new boy out of here. Double murder, is it? Usual procedure is to make a shiv and cut your wrists. That way they take you out in a box. Leaves a little mess for the screws to clean up, but you won't have to worry about that." He waved one arm about the room. "My advice, lad, is get used to your new home. And make sure you stay in with the right people." "Not good enough, Hennessy." "Is that right, son? Oh, well, we all have to live with these little disappointments." Hennessy wasn't giving much away. What had Hunter said about him? A clever bastard? Joe sensed he was right. But what did he, Joe, have on Hennessy? What weapons were left in his arsenal? "Word is you've got half the screws in your pocket," he said. "How'd you do it? Blackmail? Threaten their families?" "Ways and means, son. Ways and means." He sounded and looked wary. "Let's just say I call in a favour now and then. Leave it at that." "Like the tart they smuggle in to service you every month? That's quite a favour. Someone must really like you." "What is it, son?" Hennessy's voice was very quiet now, but with an edge that hadn't been there before. "On heat, are you? She's coming in at 5 tonight, you know, but I'm afraid she'll have her hands full. If you want someone to help you lose your load, I can always have a word with Hunter. Be a shame, wouldn't it? Joe cut in, keeping his voice casual. If word got round that the screws cut you slack in return for you grassing up the other inmates. A pause. Hennessy blinked at him, then suddenly gave a short, humourless bark of a laugh. That a threat, son? More than that, Hennessy. I'm Army, remember? I've got contacts. Trust me, there's plenty of bank coppers in my little black book who'd deposit a few quid in one of your family's bank accounts if I asked them. And I guess some of the animals in this place might get funny ideas if they thought you were on a police payroll. Hennessy stared impassively at him, trying to judge if Joe was serious or not. You'll have to do better than that, he said finally, before giving Joe a contemptuous look, turning his back on him and hobbling towards the door. The window of opportunity was closing. You think you're the big man, Hennessy? He called after him. You think you scare me like you scare the other shitheads in this place? Trust me, son. I can fucking break you. The best way for you to stay king of the hill is to get me the hell out of here. Hennessy halted. For 10 seconds he stood still, his back to Joe. When he finally turned, his expression was cold. He stumped back towards Joe, stopping when they were just a metre apart. And how do you work that out? He barely whispered, derision dripping from his voice. Joe moved quickly. He grabbed the food tray by the door. Its contents went flying, then smashed the plastic over his knee so that it broke, with lethally jagged corners on each half. He swiped the crutch from under Hennis's arm. It didn't appear to make the prisoner any less steady, until Joe used it to push him violently up against the wall before pressing a sharp corner of the shattered tray against his jugular. Listen to me, you piece of shit. You think I don't have friends who wouldn't think twice about taking a smack at your whore if I asked them to? You think they wouldn't break her legs just for fun? It wasn't true, but Hennessy didn't know that. You think I care? Hennessy whispered. She's just a pair of lips to me. Of course you don't care. But just think about it. Big, bad Hennessy, stuck in the seg wing, and not even able to stop his bit of skirt getting done over on the outside, even when he's in the police's pockets. Not to mention that as long as I'm here, I'll break a different bone in your fucking body every time I see you. You'll need more than a wooden crutch. To emphasize his point, he pressed the plastic harder into Hennis's throat. The guy broke into a sweat, before throwing it along with the crutch to the floor. He knew better than to turn his back on a man like this, so he stepped away while Hennessy caught his breath and bent down to pick up the crutch. You're a brave man, Army boy, Hennessy said hoarsely, rubbing at his throat with one hand. Talking to me like that. Joe ignored him. Course, he added. Pulls some strings for me. It wouldn't do your reputation much harm. What wouldn't? You really are as stupid as you look. Think about it. The inmate who does Hennessy a favour gets out. They'll know your name on every landing in the country after that. They'll be falling over themselves to help you out. Hennessy fixed him with a dead-eyed stare. He made no attempt to hide his loathing of Joe, but he was clearly deciding what call to make. Joe feigned indifference. You're in the seg wing of a Cat A prison, Hennessy said finally. People don't just walk out of this place. Except your bird. Hennessy's eyes tightened. What do you mean? How does she get in? I'm guessing she doesn't just bang on the front gates. The inmate inclined his head but didn't answer. Joe took a step towards him and was pleased to notice Hennessy flinch. You think I'm playing 20 fucking questions, Hennessy, he hissed. You think I'm playing around? I'll ask you one more time. How does she get in? He was watching Hennessy carefully, examining his expression. He saw the way the eyes narrowed just a millimetre. Hennessy had made a decision. There's a delivery of medical supplies. Once a month. The screws make a point of not checking too closely what's in the back of the van when it arrives. And when it leaves? That too. Joe started pacing. Where do you meet her? He demanded. Does she come to you? Nah, Hennessy replied. The wariness had returned to his voice. It was as if they were tiptoeing around each other. I go to her when they've finished unloading. How long for? Hennessy's eyes narrowed. How long for? Half an hour. Where does the van park? Delivery bay, behind the kitchens. Who takes you there? One of the screws, Hennessy said evasively, and then he added quickly, a bit too quickly, Hobson, ginger moustache. Joe remembered the screw he'd attacked the night he arrived. He'd hardly be queuing up to do Joe a favour. But that didn't matter, not if Joe worked it properly. There's a route from the back of the seg wing, Hennessy said. Joe noted that he was volunteering information without being pressed. Winds round past the bins to the delivery bay. No cameras. That's the way Hobson takes me. What time does the delivery arrive? 5 p.m. Sometimes a bit later, never earlier. Joe absorbed that information for a few seconds. Okay, here's what's going to happen. Hobson's going to take me instead of you. You can tell him that if he doesn't play ball, I'll grass him up. If I'm still in this cell at 5:30, you'll both wish you never even heard my name. There was a hostile silence. Hennessy stuck his chin out at Joe. I'm beginning to wish that already, he said. 5 o'clock. Be ready. He started limping out of the room. Joe wasn't fooled. He knew Hennessy had given in too easily, that he couldn't be trusted. Joe wanted him to think that he, Hennessy, had the upper hand, that Joe was so desperate to escape that he'd do anything, believe anything. He strode after him, grabbed him by the back of the shirt and spun him round. Listen to me, he hissed. Hunter told me you've got a habit of knocking off your cellmates because you know you're never seeing the outside again. If I'm still in here at 5:30, I'll know I'm never seeing the outside either. And I guess then it'll come down to which of us can fuck the other up best. Is that a game you really want to play? Is it? He let go of Hennessy, who said nothing. He just smoothed down his shirt, gave Joe a look of utter contempt, then limped out of the cell. Joe heard the key turn in the lock. His mouth, he realized, was unbearably dry, the nape of his neck soaked with sweat. He played his only card. All he could do now was wait. Chapter 13. It was impossible to keep track of time in that cramped, windowless cell. All Joe knew was that one mealtime and several hours had passed. That meant it had to be approaching 5 p.m. Hennessy hadn't returned. The only person he'd seen was the screw who dumped his meal tray in the cell and collected it 30 minutes later. No words, no eye contact. If Hennessy had this man in his pocket, there was no way of telling. He half expected a police officer or another lawyer to walk through the door at any moment. Nobody did. They knew, he supposed, that he wasn't going anywhere. He sat by the door, listening. Occasionally there were voices in the corridors outside, but they were muffled. He couldn't tell who they belonged to or what they were saying. But that didn't stop him trying. Hennessy was his only hope, but also the last person on earth that he could trust. But Joe's eavesdropping yielded nothing. It was during one of the frequent moments of silence, while he was pacing the room to keep warm, that the door suddenly clicked open. Nobody appeared. He approached it with care, half expecting an attack, which didn't come, and slowly opened it wider. The corridor was brightly lit with strip lights. The walls were beige, paint applied directly to breeze blocks, and the smell was antiseptic. The corridor extended about 20 metres. To his left there was a locked metal door. To his right the corridor turned a corner. 2 men were standing opposite his cell, Hennessy and Hobson, the screw with the ginger moustache, whom Joe had lamped during his first minutes at Barfield. His upper lip was swollen, and he had steri strips across the bridge of his nose. Hennessy was leaning heavily on his crutch and rolling a cigarette. Both men looked at Joe with cool hostility. "Time?" Joe asked. Hobson stepped forward and held up a pair of handcuffs. "Put these on," he instructed. "No." Hobson glanced back to an alert-looking Hennessy. "If anyone finds me taking a segregated prisoner unrestrained to the loading bay," Hobson whispered, "I'm fucked." "Then you better make sure nobody finds us," Joe said. Hobson shook his head in disgust. "Forget it," he said. He was looking at Joe but clearly talking to Hennessy. "Just forget the whole fucking thing." He turned and stomped off down the corridor. "You got kids, Hobson?" Joe called after him. Hobson stopped but didn't turn. "Think they'll fancy visiting their dad in prison? Mine was banged up. I didn't bother with him after he went inside, and helping this piece of crap smuggle some tart onto prison property has to be worth a couple of years, hasn't it?" Hobson turned, his swollen face carved with even more hatred than before. "No one will believe you," he said. "If you really thought that, you wouldn't have just opened my cell door. But it's your call." He gave a shrug and stepped backwards towards his cell. "Do it, Hobson." The instruction came from Hennessy, and Joe immediately noted there was something calculating in his expression. Was he just eager to get Joe out of his hair? Joe didn't think so. Hobson was pacing back to them. He was sweating. "If I can't cuff you—" "Hand them over," Joe said. He took the cuffs from Hobson and placed them round his wrists without locking them. It wouldn't pass a close inspection, but at a glance he would appear to be restrained. He turned to Hennessy. "Give Hobson your crutch." The skin tightened around Hennessy's eyes, and for a moment he looked like he was going to argue. But he clearly thought better of it, and handed his crutch to the screw. He was evidently not nearly so lame as he pretended, because he was able to stand quite well without it. "When you get to the van," he said, "knock 5 times and she'll let you in." Joe nodded. "Let's go," he told Hobson. Hennessy said nothing. He just lit his cigarette, blew smoke into Joe's face, then turned and limped, without much difficulty, back down the corridor and round the corner. Before he disappeared from sight, however, he looked over his shoulder. He seemed neither nervous nor angry, more pleased with himself. Then he was gone. He had something planned, Joe was sure of it. The medical vans arrived. They're unloading now. Hobson wouldn't look at Joe as he spoke. "You need to walk in front of me." He indicated the opposite direction to the one Hennessy had taken, towards the locked metal door at the end of the corridor. Joe held his wrists against his stomach to stop the cuffs from slipping, and walked. When he reached the door, he stepped aside to let Hobson open it. The door led onto an alleyway about 2 meters wide, and the facing wall was at least 10 meters high. Joe deduced that this was the exterior wall of the prison. Dried leaves had blown into the alleyway, along with old crisp packets and other bits of rubbish. This was evidently a little visited part of the prison. It was raining quite heavily, but they were protected from the worst of it by the high wall. It could rain all it wanted as far as Joe was concerned. The more the better. It would keep people inside. Hobson locked the door behind them, then nodded at Joe to walk down the narrow passageway. He didn't like having the screw behind him, but he understood that it would look suspicious if Hobson didn't have eyes on him at all times. They continued for 20 meters, Joe scanning ahead, though all he could see was a right-hand turn at the end of the alleyway, and all he could hear was the rain. At the end, they turned right. The corridor extended for just a couple of meters, then opened up into a tarmacked yard about 15 meters square. 5 metal catering bins, each a couple of meters high, were lined up on the far side of the yard, outside a set of closed double doors that Joe assumed led to the kitchens. The rain drummed noisily on the metal lids. Parked in the middle of the yard 10 meters away was a white transit van. Mediquick was written in blue lettering on the side, and the rear doors were open. Hanging back in the protection of the alleyway, Joe could see the legs of 3 individuals hidden by the open doors of the transit. Then 2 inmates emerged from the protection of the doors, each carrying a cardboard box that Joe took to be part of the delivery, their faces sour on account of the driving rain. And following them, after they'd slammed the van door shut, he saw Sowden. Unlike the inmates, he wore a black raincoat with the hood up. "Stay there," Hobson said. Joe saw that he'd leaned the wooden crutch against the wall before stepping forward a few paces. Sowden clearly saw this, and Joe felt himself tensing up. What the hell was Hobson doing? His question was answered by a brief nod of acknowledgement from Sowden. Clearly the fucker was in on Hennessey's little treat too. Sowden barked an indecipherable instruction at the 2 prisoners. They carried the boxes through the double doors, followed by the screw, who closed them, and Joe assumed locked them behind him. But had Sowden seen him? Joe didn't think so. The courtyard was empty now, and the rain coming down even harder. Joe slipped his hands out of the cuffs and indicated to Hobson that he should retreat into the cover of the alleyway. Hobson obeyed. He looked like shit. Bedraggled hair, rain running down his face. "Who's the driver?" Joe asked. "Always the same guy. Stays in the cab." "Does he know what's going on? Does he know it's me?" Hobson nodded. His eyes flickered anxiously to the left, almost as though he was expecting something to happen. Joe acted on impulse. He grabbed Hobson and thrust him up against the wall, pressing his right forearm into the screw's neck. He didn't say anything for a full 20 seconds, by which time both Hobson's arms had gone into spasm, and his rasping breath was noisier than the rain on the metal bins. "What's Hennessey got waiting for me in there?" he finally demanded. At first Hobson said nothing. He just tried to shake his head. But another 20 seconds and his eyes were rolling up. He was as close to passing out as it was possible to be, and his wheezing and struggling told Joe he was trying to speak. Joe relaxed his arm, but only slightly. "What's he got waiting for me?" he repeated. "There's no girl," Hobson managed to say. But as he spoke, his eyes rolled again. Joe swore as the screw crumpled to the ground. 2 fingers to the jugular confirmed he was still alive, just unconscious. But Joe had enough information to know that whatever was waiting for him in the back of the transit, it wasn't some chick expecting to give Hennessey a blowjob. He dragged Hobson by his feet back down the alleyway out of sight. It was impossible to know how long he'd be out for, so he took the precaution of cuffing him to the bracket of a hefty metal drain pipe and removing his keys from his belt. Even if he awoke, he'd have to scream over the rain to raise the alarm. Back at the end of the alleyway, Joe took Hennessey's crutch and checked out his path to the van. Apart from the driver, the courtyard was deserted, though he didn't know how long it would remain so. Joe couldn't see the guy, but he knew that he'd be visible in the passenger side wing mirror as he approached the rear of the van. He looked at the angle of the mirror. About 70 degrees. Joe estimated that the driver's field of view had a radius of approximately 5 meters. Did it matter if he saw Joe? Perhaps. If someone else was waiting for him in the back of the van, they might be communicating with each other. Much better to keep out of the driver's field of view until he was directly behind the transit, at which point he would be able to walk directly up to the rear doors, unexpected. A crack of thunder ripped through the sky. A fresh torrent of rain hammered down. Soaked through, Joe stepped out into the courtyard. He kept close to the perimeter wall, moving quickly while he had the advantage of an empty yard. It took no more than 5 seconds to get to the point where he was directly behind the transit, at a distance of about 7 meters. He suppressed a grim smile at a sign on the back of the van, which read, "Remember, if you can't see my mirrors, I can't see you." He checked the doors leading into the kitchen. No movement. He checked back in the direction of the alleyway. No movement. He removed the crutch from under his arm and advanced. His mind was calculating with every step he took towards the van. Hennessy and Hobson's game was clear. They didn't want him in the prison, and they didn't want him grassing them up. That meant that whoever was waiting for him in the van would have strict instructions. Get Joe beyond the prison walls, then make sure he never speaks again. It would cause a fucking stink and spark a massive investigation, but Hobson and Sowden would be hoping nothing could be pinned on them. Better than have their cosy relationship with Hennessy revealed. So whoever was waiting there in the van would attack immediately, and his eyes would be used to the gloom inside, putting him or them at a distinct advantage. Joe had Hennessy's crutch, a sturdy bit of timber, but hardly his weapon of choice. He did have the element of surprise, though. Whoever was there wouldn't expect him to go in fighting. "Knock 5 times, Hennessy had said, like hell he would." He gripped the crutch firmly, then yanked open one of the rear doors and jumped inside the van. As Joe expected, it was pretty dark inside, even with the door open. He turned his head to one side to take advantage of his peripheral vision, more attuned to low light, and spun Hennessy's crutch 90 degrees, so it was horizontal in front of him. At once 2 figures rushed at him, definitely male. Joe surged forward, throwing all his weight behind the crutch, which thumped brutally against both the silhouetted figures. His attackers dropped, their fall broken and muffled by a bank of cardboard boxes, like the ones Joe had seen being removed from the van minutes earlier. One of them cursed in what sounded like Arabic. Joe's eyes were adjusting to the darkness. He recognized the men ahead of him, the 2 unharmed Middle Eastern guys from the dining hall. Hunter had been right. Hennessy was smart. He'd relied on the 2 men in this shithole who most wanted to kill him. Joe didn't give them even a second to recover. He threw down the crutch then, with all his strength, smashed his fist into the face of the nearer of the men. He heard the nose crack, but was already delivering the next blow. And another. And another. He kept pounding the man's bleeding face, splintering the already broken nasal bone. As the fucker collapsed, his mate got to his feet again. Joe seized his throat and dragged him down too. Grabbing a clump of his greasy black hair, he slammed his face as hard as he could against the metal floor. The guy went limp. Silence. Joe stepped back and closed the door. He was breathless and sweating, but thankful for the rain pounding down on the transit, because it would have masked the sound of the struggle. Although the driver would have heard the rumpus, Joe was sure he would have assumed it was he who'd been overpowered. He stood still for 20 seconds, waiting for his eyes to readjust to the increased darkness. He found himself imagining Hennessy's sordid little encounters in the bleak darkness of this vehicle. He couldn't help thinking they were as much to do with keeping up his reputation as the sex itself. He edged forward. There was a wall of cardboard boxes in front of him, but with a gap to their right that led to another space behind them, less than a metre wide. Perhaps it was where Hennessy was accustomed to losing his load. His assailants were bony to look at, but heavy to drag. Joe manoeuvred their limp frames to the hiding place behind the boxes with difficulty, before retrieving Hennessy's crutch and joining them. It crossed his mind to try and revive them, to squeeze every last bit of information out of them, not about Hennessy, but about whoever had ordered them to take him out in the first place. He quickly rejected that idea. His focus had to be on escaping. Better these 2 remained out cold. The darkness sharpened his senses. The pungent stench of his assailant's body odour, the taste of blood in his mouth where the razor blade had nicked the flesh, the pounding of the rain on the roof. The driver would be waiting for a signal, so he thumped the metal wall dividing the rear section of the van from the cab. 3 solid blows. The engine coughed immediately into life, and the transit moved forward. Joe felt the van swing to the right, then slow down. He wished he had the geography of the place clear in his mind, so he knew when they were approaching the prison exit. But he didn't. The van came to a halt, but the engine continued to turn over. A minute passed. It felt like much longer. What was happening outside? What was the hold-up? Had someone found Hobson? Were they locking the place down? But then they were moving again, slowly at first, then accelerating. Too fast, surely, to be within the confines of the prison. He felt a surge of grim satisfaction. Was he out? Had he done it? Joe moved quickly. One of his attackers was wearing an overcoat. Hardly prison issue, he thought. Were they being rewarded for killing him by a well-planned escape of their own? He pulled the coat off, slipped it on, then pushed himself to his feet. He had to fight a sudden leaden exhaustion that threatened to knock him back down again. He didn't know where he was being driven to, nor did he want to find out. In the gloom, he ripped open one of the cardboard boxes and rummaged inside. Perhaps there would be something useful. His fingertips identified a pencil-length scalpel, tightly sealed inside sterile packaging. A roll of bandage? Some surgical tape? He stuffed all these in the deep pockets of his overcoat, then lurched to the back of the transit. They were now doing some 40 miles an hour, he reckoned. He could hardly just open the door and jump out. He'd kill himself. He had to wait an excruciating couple of minutes before the van slowed down. It ground to a halt. Joe seized his opportunity, opened one of the rear doors, and debussed. The rain was still pissing down, and he was instantly blinded by the headlights of the vehicle behind him. It took a moment for him to realize that it was a bus, which had stopped no more than a meter behind the transit. Joe closed the door gently so as not to alert the driver, covered his eyes with one hand, and staggered across the road to the pavement. The traffic moved on. The transit disappeared. Joe blinked heavily in the rain and tried to get his bearings. He was in a high street, standing outside a McDonald's. Boots on one side, Coffee Republic on the other. A road sign 30 metres to his right indicated that he was a mile from both Brixton and Wandsworth, and 2 from Clapham. He turned on his mental GPS and continued to look around. The weather had forced most people off the streets, a blessing given Joe's appearance, but one woman passed, huddled under an umbrella, dragging an unimpressed cocker spaniel on a lead. She gave him a look of distaste and hurried on. Joe half considered entering the McDonald's and cleaning himself up in the bathroom, but he quickly dropped that idea. There were about 20 people in the restaurant, and he couldn't risk one of them recognizing his face from the papers. Instead, he pulled up the collar of his overcoat, lowered his head, and started to walk. He had only 2 things in mind. First, he needed to get as far off the transit's route as possible. It wouldn't be long before his disappearance from the prison was noticed, and it wouldn't take a genius to work out how he'd done it, at which point every police officer in the capital would be looking for him. And second, the world thought he was a murderer. The people he loved were dead or in danger, and someone was hell-bent on killing him. He needed money, shelter, help. He needed someone he could trust. The rain fell harder, soaking through his coat and running into his eyes. But his mind's eye, for the first time in days, was clear. It focused on the pale, frightened face of a woman who, once upon a time, he had trusted without question. The trouble was, in a world turned upside down, how did he know he could trust her now? Chapter 14. I still live in the same place. Dawson Street, if you need anything. When he'd heard those words in prison, Joe hadn't expected to act on them. He'd been wrong. Number 132 Dawson Street, Hounslow, was a small terraced house, 2 up, 2 down. The curtains were shut both downstairs and upstairs, and he could see no chinks of light. He lingered outside for a few minutes. He felt he had A fucking spotlight following him, like everybody he passed on his way here had stared at him, recognized him, like they could see through his overcoat to the beige prison uniform underneath. And with dried blood on his fingers, he kept his right hand hidden inside the sleeve. He noted that he was under a Heathrow flight path. Aircraft flew overhead at a rate of 1 every 3 or 4 minutes. He could use that. A black van drove down the street, registration KT04CDE. If he saw it a second time, he knew he'd have to disappear. If any of the occasional passers-by paid him too much attention, same deal. And his senses were alert for any other sign that this place was being watched. That was the trouble with surveillance. You often didn't know what you were looking for until you saw it. The rain had stopped, but his clothes were still uncomfortably wet, and he had to suppress the occasional shiver as he walked 50 metres along Dawson Street before coming to the end of the terrace. The final house had a 2-metre-high wooden gate to its side, clearly giving access to the back garden. Joe checked once more that he wasn't being watched. The gate was bolted, so he climbed over it and squeezed past 2 wheelie bins to the back of the house. It was a postage stamp of a garden, mostly taken up with a kid's trampoline. The shared fence was only 1 metre high. He clambered over it, then crossed the intervening gardens with little difficulty, until, counting carefully, he reached number 132. A tiny water feature tinkled gently in one corner of the garden. The rest of the space was paved and covered with 20 or 30 plants in pots. He examined the rear of the house. On the left was a door. No cat flap, 2 mortise locks, and a bolt at top and bottom. Impenetrable without proper equipment. He could see through the window next to the door into a small kitchen. To the right were French windows, each with 2 panels. It was a moonlit night, but he couldn't make out much inside, except that it was a sitting room. His eyes scanned the darkness for the glow or blink of a burglar alarm sensor. There was nothing. From the pocket of the overcoat, he removed the scalpel and the surgical tape. As long as he was silent, he could use these to gain entry. The glass of the French windows was wet. Joe removed his overcoat and used the sleeve of his prison jacket to dry the lower right-hand pane. Taking the scalpel, he slowly, precisely, scored around the edge of the glass, loosening the putty that held it to the frame and easing it out. It was slow work. It took about 10 minutes, and he had to be quiet. If the neighbours heard a constant scratching sound, they'd be out to investigate. Once he'd removed as much putty as he could, he unrolled the tape and stuck strips across the pane until it was entirely covered. These 2 jobs done, he returned to the water feature and selected a smooth grey pebble no bigger than an orange, and carried it back to the French windows. He stood very still, brandishing the pebble, waiting for another plane to pass overhead, and when the air was filled with the thunder of jet engines again, he struck. The pebble made a flat thud as it hit the tape window. There was a slight indentation at the point of impact, but the glass itself remained fixed. He struck another 3 times, while there was still enough noise from the aircraft to mask the sound. As it faded away, he stopped and waited another 3 minutes for a second plane to pass. It took 2 more strikes with the pebble for the glass to slip from its frame, but it remained in one unshattered piece on account of the tape. Joe cautiously removed the glass before crawling through the opening and gently laying it on the carpet inside. He listened hard for any sound of movement in the house. Nothing. He needed to make sure this was the right place, so he stepped towards the mantelpiece where he could see the silhouettes of 3 framed pictures. At random, he selected the middle one. It was too dark to make out the details, so he stepped back to the French windows to take advantage of the moon. Now that he could see the photograph properly, he inhaled sharply. It was of him. He looked so much younger. No frown lines on his forehead, no scars on his face. His skin looked less leathery, his frame less bulky. In his eyes, there shone a quiet enthusiasm that he had not felt for years. Joe was not alone in this picture. She was standing next to him, looking like she'd always done in his mind. The girl next door, his best friend for so many years. Only he could see now what he'd never seen then. The way she'd brushed up against him. The way she had leaned her head on his shoulder, the way friends seldom did. Joe felt a pang of something like guilt, and the sickening image of Caitlin, bleeding and begging and dying, flashed across his eyes. He returned the picture to its place before creeping towards the door of the sitting room, then along the hallway and up the stairs. He found her sleeping in a bedroom where the curtains were open a few inches. She stirred the moment he opened the door, rolling in her bed and muttering something under her breath. He recognized the voice. It was definitely her, definitely Eva. Joe stood in the doorway waiting for her to settle, but she didn't. You could hear her teeth grinding, and remembered the way she used to do that whenever she was on edge. Whatever dream was troubling her continued to do so. It gave Joe no pleasure to realize that he now had to drag her into a waking nightmare. He clutched his scalpel once more and walked a few paces from the door to the bedhead. His eyes were used to the darkness now, and in any case there was a thin shard of moonlight. He could make out the hair streaked sweatily across her face and could see her lips moving silently. And he saw her eyes suddenly open wide to stare up at him. Her mouth opened to scream. Joe moved like lightning. He slapped his left hand over her open mouth, just in time to turn her scream into a mumble. He held the scalpel 3 inches from her eyes. "You see this?" he whispered. She nodded frantically, her eyes huge with terror. "It's sharp enough to slit your throat with one cut, and that's what's going to happen if you make a sound. And unless you tell me who sent you to visit me in prison. Understood?" Eva nodded again. Slowly, Joe loosened the grip on her mouth, but he kept his hand 2 inches above it, and the scalpel just where it was. "Talk," he said. "How did you—" "Who sent you?" Her eyes were brimming with tears. That told Joe nothing. People cry when they're falsely accused, but they also cry when they're scared. "Nobody sent me. I told you." "Joe, how did you get out?" "I'm asking the questions, Eva." "I know you're not going to hurt me, Joe," she was whispering. "And I know you didn't hurt Caitlin. Let me sit up. Let me talk to you." Joe didn't move. There was 10 seconds of silence, and then, "I swear to God, Eva, you make a fucking sound. You'll regret it." She swallowed hard but nodded. Joe moved his hands back, and she shuffled up to a sitting position. "Can we turn the lights on?" "Absolutely not." "Why?" "Because I don't know who's watching." "How did you get out?" Eva pressed. "Did they give you bail?" "Not exactly." "But you're all wet. You smell like—" "Joe, I'm scared. What's going on?" She was scared, he could tell. But was she scared of him, or scared of someone else? And Joe had interrogated enough people to realize that if they didn't want to tell you the truth, there was only one way to make them. Eva might not be lying to him, but equally, she might. Moving fast, he put the scalpel on her bedside table, grabbed her body and spun her round onto her front. He pressed her face down into the pillow and yanked her right arm up behind her back until he could feel the tendons reach straining point. He kept her in that position for a full 10 seconds before speaking. "Who sent you? You got 5 seconds to tell me before I break your arm." He yanked her head up by her hair, and she gasped. "1, said Joe. She inhaled again, half breath, half sob. 2. "Oh, God, please." 3. "Nobody sent me." 4. "What's happened to you, Joe?" Her voice was weak, almost inaudible. "It's me. It's me." He didn't reach 5. Suddenly, he saw himself, as though from outside his own body, torturing his oldest friend. Was this really him? "Joe, Please. Slowly he released the pressure on her arm. She scrambled away from him to the other side of the bed, and the way she looked at him was like a knife twisting inside him. He felt himself screwing up his face as the agony in his mind became acute. Looking away, he caught sight of himself in a full-length mirror on a wardrobe beside the bed. The knife twisted further. He looked fucking demented. No wonder Eva was terrified. Her breath was coming in short, shaky gasps, like a child unable to stop sobbing. How did you get into my house? We can't stay here, Joe interrupted. They'll know you visited me. It won't take them long to come knocking. Who? Who's they? It was a good question. Joe couldn't answer it. Joe, if you're in trouble, maybe I can help. Her voice was very small. Maybe. He stood up and walked to the other side of the room, where he peered out into the back garden between the gap in the curtains. A cat was drinking at the edge of the water feature. Other than that, nothing. He turned back to look at her. A thought had crystallized in his mind. What mattered now wasn't whether he trusted Eva. It was whether she trusted him. Get dressed, he said, quickly. Is there any money in the house? Next door, in the cash box on the table. It's open. Do you have a weapon? She blinked in the darkness. Of course not. Joe nodded and quickly left her to get dressed. He found the money, 4 £50 notes. Next to the box was a copy of the Times. It was the same one the lawyer had shown him in prison, open at the article about him. Something else caught his attention. Through the thin curtains, he could see the headlights of a vehicle parked outside. He pulled the curtains a centimetre apart, just enough to scope it out. A black van. Registration KT04CDE. They were here. He sprinted back to Eva's room. We've got company, he said. Who? She was dressed, jeans, jumper, and had just pulled on her trainers. She picked up a small bag from the table beside the bed. Just move, Joe hissed. He grabbed her arm and pulled her down the stairs. No time for stealth. Their footsteps seemed to shake the whole house. The van's lights were illuminating the frosted glass in the front door, and he could see silhouettes approaching. Who is it? Eva shrieked. This time of night it's not the fucking milkman. Get out the back. Eva groaned as she saw the glass missing from her French windows, but she clambered through the hole with Joe following close behind. He helped her over the low fence into the neighbour's property. They sprinted across the half-dozen gardens, giving no thought to secrecy or silence. Joe saw the upstairs lights come on in 2 of the houses. Clearly they were disturbing people with their noise. They reached the end of the terrace in a little under a minute. From the last garden, they could open the gate over which Joe had had to scramble. The moment they were on the street, he grabbed Eva's hand and pulled her in the opposite direction to her own house. He looked over his shoulder. 2 figures were running towards them, unrecognisable in the pale yellow lamplight, but Joe instantly spotted the handguns they were clutching. The 2 men were 30 metres away and closing. Run! Joe hissed. They turned out of Dawson Street and into Halfway Parade. On the other side of the street, the Hand and Flower, where Joe and Eva used to drink when they were teenagers, was turfing out its customers. The road was busy. Buses, minicabs, even a couple of cyclists with flashing head torches and high-vis jackets. 20 metres ahead, 2 passengers were stepping into a bus. Still clutching Eva's hand, Joe ran towards it, just managing to jump on board before the doors hissed shut. It pulled away almost immediately as Eva, breathless, waved her police ID at the driver. Joe's attention was elsewhere. He was staring through the window at the 2 figures that had just arrived alongside the moving bus. They both wore jeans, trainers, and hoodies. The face of one of them was obscured, but Joe just caught a glimpse of the other. Dark skin, yellow teeth, the same kid who'd been loitering outside his house in what seemed like another lifetime. Weapon or no weapon, he wanted to burst out and get his hands on the fucker. Eva would be safe on the bus. Now it was accelerating and the kid had disappeared. All 20 or so other passengers were staring at the 2 of them with suspicion. Joe turned to Eva. "We can't stay on here," he breathed. "Too many people. Where can we talk?" Her face was deathly white. She looked almost too petrified to respond. "Next stop," she whispered. A minute later they stepped off the bus. Eva walked briskly with Joe following. She turned left, off the high street, and into a long residential road that Joe remembered from his youth. It extended 1/2 mile, becoming gradually more shabby the further they walked. It started to rain again. In the distance, Joe saw the twinkling lights of 3 tower blocks, and it was only then that he realized where Eva was taking him. The bandstand. That crumbling old relic, by the swings and slides in the recreation area, a stone's throw from Lady Margaret Road, was their place. It had always been deserted in bad weather, and it was deserted tonight. Joe only gave up his heavy overcoat, putting it round Eva's shoulders, when they reached the recreation area, and he'd established that nobody would see his prison uniform. Eva gave him a grateful look, but then he noticed her eyes lingering on the blood on his hand and the uniform. She wasn't at ease, and Joe didn't blame her. Stepping onto that empty bandstand was like stepping back in time. The white paint on the wrought iron railings was still peeling. There was the familiar smell of rotten wood from the damp decking. The park around them was bleak and neglected, with high rises twinkling all around. An old tramp was sleeping on a bench by the adjacent playground, using his coat as a tarp against the downpour. But apart from him, there were only Joe and Eva in the vicinity. They sat down side by side with their backs against the railings, looking towards the middle of the bandstand. They remained silent for a full minute, listening only to each other's exhausted, shaking breath and the patter of rain on the roof of the bandstand. When Joe finally spoke, his voice sounded monotone. "I was in Pakistan when they went in for Osama bin Laden." He could sense Eva holding her breath. "I saw something I shouldn't have seen. My mate who was with me died the next day. I got sent home, and someone tried to do me in a hit and run. He felt a shadow cross his mind. I took Caitlin and Connor away, somewhere I thought was safe. They found us. I don't know how. They killed Caitlin and tried to make it look as if I'd committed suicide. But then they were disturbed." He heard his voice waver. "Connor saw his mum's body. He saw the knife in my hands." Eva put her hand on his knee. "What did you see?" she whispered. "In Pakistan, I mean." Joe shook his head. "I don't know. Only that they removed 2 bodies from bin Laden's compound." 2? But I saw it on the news. They all said—" "I know what they said." He sensed Eva tensing up at his aggressive tone and immediately regretted it. He took a deep breath and continued. "In Barfield, 4 Arab guys tried to kill me." Another silence. "Joe," Eva said timidly, "are you sure about all this? Well, it sounds like—" Joe snorted. "Like I'm cracking up. That's what they all think. My OC, even Caitlin thought I was imagining things." He turned towards Eva. "And they're right." It was the first time he'd admitted it, even to himself. Somehow it made him feel lighter. "I have flashbacks, blackouts. But they did kill Caitlin, Eva. They did try to cut me up in Barfield. Someone's turning your house upside down right now, and I'm not making that up either." "Wait," Eva breathed. On a reflex, Joe looked over his shoulder to check nobody was approaching, but the rain was falling heavily again. Apart from the sleeping tramp, they were alone. "The men who attacked you in prison, they were Middle Eastern?" Joe nodded. "Were they in the visiting room the day I came?" Joe thought back. He could see 2 of them in his mind, sitting 10 meters to his left. Yeah. There was a man, said Eva. He looked, I don't know, Arab or Asian. I know that doesn't mean anything, but he was in the visiting room with us. Joe tried to sharpen his memory. There must have been a 3rd man sitting there. The inmates wouldn't have been in the visiting room without a visitor. And the more he concentrated, the more a blurry face came into his mind. If Joe saw him again, perhaps he'd be able to make a positive ID, but without something to jog his memory. Would you recognize him? He asked Eva. She nodded. I think so. They fell silent again, then Joe said quietly, You don't have to help me. If anyone suspects you know where I am, they'll break into my house at night? I think it's safe to say somebody already suspects. Joe nodded. I'm sorry. Eva stood up, walked to the other side of the bandstand and stared out into the rain. Remember last time we were here? She asked. Joe nodded. He also remembered the photograph he'd found in her sitting room. Every male visitor to Barfield has their photograph taken and biometric information recorded, Eva continued, suddenly brisk. Barfield will be crawling with... I don't need to go to Barfield. It'll be on the system somewhere. I'll just have to locate it. She looked out at the rain again. I could go to the office first thing. I don't like it, Joe said. Better than sitting and shivering in the bandstand. I'll drop into my place first, see what state it's in, get a few things. Absolutely not, Joe cut in. They'll have eyes out for you. He still didn't know who they were. I can look after myself, Joe. You can't go home. There was an edgy silence. Fine, Eva said. She looked at her watch. It's just gone midnight. I'll wait till 6 before I go to the office. Any earlier and it'll look suspicious. Joe closed his eyes. People close to him were suffering, dying. He didn't want Eva to be next in line, but he didn't have any better ideas. It was almost as if she knew what he was thinking. I'll be careful, she said. How will I contact you? Eva gave him some paper and a ballpoint pen from her bag, and he wrote down 2 random strings of 8 letters, numbers and symbols, following them both with the suffix @hotmail.com, and by each he wrote an equally unguessable password. Then he copied them exactly onto a second piece of paper and handed it to Eva. I'll create these accounts, he said. The first one's yours, the second's mine. Check it regularly, every hour if you can, but not from your phone and never from the same location. If you don't hear from me, meet back here at 1800 hours. Eva neatly folded the piece of paper and placed it in her bag. A sudden wave of exhaustion crashed over Joe. He sat down again, his head against the edge of the bandstand. I need to sleep, he murmured. He'd had no shut-eye since his first night in prison 48 hours ago, and even that had been more a trance than a sleep. He looked down at his prison clothes. And I need to clean up, find something else to wear before it gets light, and then... He paused. Then what? They told me Connor was staying with Caitlin's dad in Epsom, he said quietly. I need to know he's safe. Eva nodded. It looked like she'd understood. Silence. Joe tried to fight his drowsiness. These attacks, are they revenge? Eva asked quietly. For Bin Laden, I mean. Sheikh al-Mujahid. He's not dead. Don't know, Joe replied. He was slurring from exhaustion. I just don't know. Doesn't make sense. Maybe something showed in his face, because Eva suddenly crouched down beside him. She put her arms round his shoulders and rested her head against his chest, much like she had been doing in the picture he'd seen in her house. I'm sorry about your friend. And I'm so sorry about Caitlin. From anyone else, the words would have been inadequate. From Eva, they were everything. Go to sleep, she said. I'll wake you if anybody comes. Joe nodded. His fatigue was overpowering everything else. He sensed Eva removing the overcoat and spreading it over him. His eyelids became heavy. In seconds, he was asleep. It was midnight. A dark-haired man with stooped shoulders stood in a quiet suburban street. The rain was still falling, but that made no difference to him as he wore a heavy waxed raincoat. Its pockets were equally weighted on either side. In the left one, a small leather-bound copy of the Koran. In the right, a Browning semi-automatic pistol and 2 cable ties. The house opposite which he stood had, as a focal point of the front garden, a magnificent magnolia tree in the early stages of budding. It also had, the man noticed, a flashing burglar alarm and 1 window open on the first floor. People only opened windows at night to give themselves ventilation as they slept. It meant someone was home. He crossed the road, opened the front gate, passed under the magnolia branches, and rang the front doorbell. He heard no chime, but a red light by the button indicated that it was working. 20 seconds later, through the glass of the front door, he saw a landing light come on and the silhouette of a figure descending the stairs rather slowly, apparently tying a dressing gown, called as he went. The figure stopped on the other side of the front door. "Who's that?" The male voice sounded elderly and tired. "Police," the man replied. "I need to speak to you about Connor. I know it's late, but this is urgent. We think you might be in some danger." A short pause. Then the click as the door opened to reveal a man in his late 60s, a pair of half-moon spectacles propped on his hook-like nose, the remnants of his hair in 2 dishevelled tufts on either side of his head, and wearing a navy blue kimono-style dressing gown. "You'd better cut—" The man stopped short, perhaps realizing that his guest was not uniformed, nor did he have the demeanour of a policeman. Then his eyes darted down, and he saw the Browning in the man's left hand. On an instinct he tried to slam the door shut, but the man already had 1 foot over the threshold, enough to keep it open. "Be so good, Mr. O'Donnell," said the man, "as to keep utterly quiet as you step back from the door." Mr. O'Donnell did as he was told. Within seconds the man was inside, and the door was shut. The first thing he noticed was the smell of flowers. The wide hallway was lined with bouquets of lilies and roses, all of them still in their plastic wrappers, with notes of condolence tucked into the foliage. As the old man staggered back, he knocked over one of the bouquets. "The boy?" Mr. O'Donnell shook his head, as if to say that he wasn't going to answer, but the newcomer noticed the way his eyes glanced momentarily up the carpeted staircase at the end of the hallway. He flicked the gun in that direction, and O'Donnell backed nervously up the stairs, unable to keep his eyes off the weapon. He stumbled into a sitting position a quarter of the way up the stairs, making a heavy thump that seemed to echo round the whole house. "Get up. Turn around. Keep walking," said the man. O'Donnell had no choice but to agree. There were 3 doors on the landing. 2 were open. 1 led into a small bathroom, the other into a bedroom where the light was on and the head end of a double bed was visible. It meant that the 3rd door was the one he wanted. "Open it," he told O'Donnell. "Wake him." "Please," the old man croaked. "He hasn't spoken since. You don't know what he's been through." But that wasn't true. The intruder knew just what he'd been through. He knew the boy would be traumatized. That would make him easier to handle. "Wake him," he repeated. The terrified old man staggered into the bedroom. "Connor," he said hoarsely. "Connor, you must wake up." As the intruder followed him into the little bedroom, he switched on the light. The boy was drowsily sitting up in a single bed against the far wall, clutching a small grey soft toy in the shape of an elephant. Next to him stood a white bedside table, on which were a glass of water, a framed photograph of a woman, and a horrid Henry book. At the other end of the bed was a matching chest of drawers. There was no indication that this was ordinarily a child's bedroom, no toys or pictures, just a figurine of the Virgin Mary on a melamine shelf along the left-hand wall, and a wooden chair with some neatly folded clothes. It took a few seconds for the boy to realize what was happening, by which time the intruder had raised a gloved finger to his lips. "Shh," he hissed gently, before turning back to the old man. "On your knees," he whispered. The old man sank to the ground. "My name is Mr. Ash," said the man to the boy. "You must do exactly what I say. Do you understand?" Connor nodded mutely. "Go to your drawer, remove 2 pairs of socks, and give them to me." Like his grandfather, the boy could not take his eyes from the gun. He crawled the length of his bed and fumbled in the top drawer before removing the socks as he'd been told. 1 pair was plain black, the second had a Spider-Man logo. He handed them to Mr. Ash, then quickly retreated to the pillow end of his bed. Mr. Ash stepped up to O'Donnell. "Open your mouth," he instructed. And when the old man had done so, he stuffed the Spider-Man socks inside, pressing down so that they reached the back of his throat before filling the remaining cavity with the second pair. The old man gagged, and his eyes bulged, but he remained immobile in the kneeling position Mr. Ash had forced him to adopt. Mr. Ash removed one of the cable ties from his coat and tied the old man's hands behind his back, speaking as he worked in a quiet, unflustered voice. "I want you to watch your grandfather very carefully," he said. "I want you to understand and to remember how much this will hurt him." The old man made a panic sound and tried to stand up, but Mr. Ash was too fast for him. He wrapped the second cable tie around his victim's neck and yanked it tight. The noise was disgusting. A feeble croak accompanied by the unmistakable sound of the old man pissing himself in fear. His neck bulged outward and became red, blue, and blotchy. He fell to his side, flailing like a landed fish, growing weaker and weaker as the seconds passed. He had, Mr. Ash estimated, no longer than 30 seconds of consciousness left. It was important to make the most of them. He stepped round the old man and approached the bed. The boy cringed away from him, backing into the corner, pulling his duvet with him. His lower lip was trembling, and tears had appeared in his eyes. Mr. Ash held the gun up to the boy's head. He made a sudden small movement with the weapon. The child started and closed his eyes, before opening them again 5 seconds later, apparently surprised that he was still alive. "You understand, Connor," whispered Mr. Ash, "what will happen if you do not do exactly as I tell you?" The boy's terrified nod was barely visible, but it was enough. Mr. Ash tucked his weapon back into his coat. "If you make a sound," he said, "I will kill you. If you try to run, I will kill you. If you fail to do what I say, I will kill you. Are you sure you understand, Connor?" The little boy nodded. "Good," said Mr. Ash. "Then get dressed. Now." Chapter 15. 0600 hours. Eva walked through the main entrance into Scotland Yard. As a plainclothes officer, it was normal for her to be wearing civvies, but ordinarily that meant something smart. This morning, having thrown on jeans and a sweater when she fled her house, and then spent the remainder of the night shivering in the shelter of the bandstand, watching Joe muttering feverishly as he slept, she looked a mess. Her clothes were still damp, and she was in no doubt that she smelled none too fresh. She kept a change of clothes in her office, but until she got there, she'd stick out horribly. These offices never slept. There was always a selection of mostly male officers, thick-set and burly, wearing cheap suits, and with physiques that suggested they'd spent a lot more time behind desks writing reports and drinking sweetened coffee than was good for them. But this was the yard's quietest hour. The main shifts wouldn't change over till 8 a.m., and that was when Eva was officially due in. But the bulk of the night's work was done, and the corridors were largely empty. The security guard at the desk gave her a friendly nod, with perhaps a hint of surprise that she'd arrived at this unusual hour looking so bedraggled. But she was a familiar enough face to walk straight past him, and along the corridor that led to the lifts. Eva knew, of course, that there was CCTV all over the yard, but she'd never registered just how many cameras there were. She counted 3 on the short walk to the lifts, and as she ascended to the 3rd floor, she pictured herself as a monochrome fisheye image on a screen somewhere in the bowels of this place. Never before had she felt so watched. It occurred to her that she'd been infected with paranoia, and she put from her mind the obvious truth, that the source of the infection was on the run from the police, wanted for the murder of his girlfriend, and by his own admission, messed up in his head. The lift doors hissed open. Eva turned left. Her office was 20 meters along this corridor on the right, and once she was in there, she figured she would not be disturbed for an hour at least. "Eva?" The voice, male, had come from behind. Eva stopped and turned slowly. On the other side of the lifts from which she'd just emerged was her colleague, Frank. She felt sick. They shared an office, but their rotas were normally in sync. She hadn't expected him to be here. Frank caught up with her. Unlike most of the men who worked out of the yard, he was lithe and fit. He looked tired, but had a big smile on his face. 24 hours? Then I'm easy jetting it out of here. He started to whistle Viva España. What? Eva asked, confused. Annual leave, he said. Flying at midday. He gave her a broad grin. Heard about Daniels? She shook her head as they continued to walk down the corridor. Daniels, the sleazy colleague whose PNC login Eva had stolen. What about him? Some lag broke out of Barfield. Turns out Daniels made an unauthorized PNC search on this bloke a few days ago. Commissioner's spitting feathers. Looks like a suspension. And he's got one of Jacobson's murder investigation teams knocking on his door. Still, couldn't happen to a nicer fella, eh? He stopped and looked at Eva as though for the first time, noticing her crumpled, casual clothes, and that she looked rough. You all right? He asked. Why the MIT? She asked. What? You said the murder investigation team were banging on Daniel's door. Why? I thought it was just an escaped convict. Frank shrugged. It looks like he killed another inmate before he got out. Sounds like a right fucking psycho. Him and Daniels deserve each other. Tell you what, I'll get us some coffee. Black? Eva gave him a weak smile. Great. Frank wandered off and she hurried into her room. She felt sick. Joe had said nothing about another inmate. Nothing about... She drew a deep breath and remembered what he'd supposedly done to Caitlin. The scalpel he'd held in front of her face, the threats he'd made. Had he been lying to her after all? She closed her eyes and saw him, and the look of confused anger on his face when he told her all that stuff last night. Bin Laden, assassination attempts. Did she really believe him, or was she just trying to? No, she muttered to herself. She reminded herself of the figure approaching her house just moments before they'd escaped it. It was a chilling memory, and it told her that something weird was going on, even if she didn't know what. Eva turned and headed back to the door just as Frank entered carrying 2 polystyrene cups. They collided and coffee sloshed over Frank's suit. Oh my God. Sorry. But she didn't stop to help him. She just wished he would go, so that she could change her own clothes. But it was clear he wasn't going to, and she gave up on that idea. A few seconds later, she was back out in the corridor and running back towards the lift. The offices of Scotland Yard's Homicide Command Unit were on the first floor. Ordinarily, they just had a skeleton staff during the night, but it was immediately clear to Eva as she walked along the corridors that at least one MIT was active. She counted about 15 people in the first incident room she passed, all of them looking busy. Eva stepped inside the room. It was 10 meters square, and its tinted glass windows looked down on the yard's main entrance. There was the constant noise of muted telephone rings, the tapping of keyboards, the chuntering of a photocopy machine. The room smelled of warm printers and coffee. Eva was a familiar enough face here, but nobody even acknowledged her arrival. A woman approached from the far side of the room. She was wearing a two-piece suit, and her grey hair was very short. For a moment, as the woman looked her shabby clothes up and down, Eva thought she was going to challenge her, but she swerved to Eva's left and pinned a photograph to a corkboard on the wall adjacent to the door. Eva looked at it and felt her skin prickle. It was an old photo, but it was clearly Joe. She scanned the room. Frank had mentioned DCI Jacobson, head of one of the MITs. She knew him well, chubby, with brown hair, always a bit crumpled. Jacobson was one of the few people in this place who didn't have time for the constant interdepartmental sniping. A good man. She couldn't make him out in the room. She swallowed hard, then followed the grey-haired woman back to her desk on the far side of the office. Yes? The woman sounded impatient and didn't look up from her screen to talk to Eva. It was clear she felt her personal space was being invaded. Jacobson sent me, Eva said as briskly as she could. I need to cross-check visitors to Barfield over the last week. First I've heard of it. Eva gave a half-smile and decided it was better not to volunteer anything. The woman sighed but rummaged through a pile of papers on her desk until she found a plastic sleeve with a single data stick on it. Without looking at her, she handed it to Eva. Good. Thanks. I'll, Eva jerked her thumb over her shoulder, stepping backwards and smiled. It wasn't returned. She walked as casually as possible back to the door, holding her breath, positive that she was going to be called back at any moment. But she wasn't. Out in the corridor again, she did her best not to run, looking for an empty room with a spare terminal. She found one 3 doors along, and within seconds she was sitting in front of the screen, plugging in the data stick. The information was divided into folders, one for each day over the past 2 weeks. She opened a file marked 080511 to be presented with a list of 20 thumbnail images. Her own photograph was third in the list. For a moment she considered deleting it, but she knew that would be stupid, and she hurried on. The image she was looking for was 2 places from the bottom. She double-clicked on it, and a larger window appeared with the grainy but familiar face of a man of Middle Eastern appearance staring out at her. Dark skin, hooked nose, and underneath the picture a scan of his handprint, the time he checked in, and the time he checked out. His name, Samed Ash. Her heart was thumping. She closed the window on the screen and removed the data stick, then went to the door. She was about to step into the corridor when she saw the portly frame of DCI Jacobson walk past. She cursed under her breath and moved to the side of the door, pressing her back against the wall. How long had it taken her to get here from the incident room? 15 seconds? She hadn't exactly been paying attention. She counted to 20 before taking another deep breath, opening the door and leaving the room. There was no one in sight. She walked briskly, but not so fast as to attract attention. As she passed the incident room, her eyes darted through the interior window. Jacobson was talking to the woman with the short grey hair. Impossible to tell what she was saying. but easy to guess. 10 meters to the lift. She picked up her pace, feeling like she had half the Met following her. On reaching the lift, she pressed the down button and waited. Movement further down the corridor. The door to the incident room opened. 3 seconds later, the lift hissed open. Eva glanced to her right. Jacobson had emerged into the corridor and was staring in her direction. Was she paranoid, or did he look suspicious? She saw him mouthing the word, "Eva?" just as she stepped into the lift and slammed the button for the basement. Safely inside, she found herself almost hyperventilating and felt trickles of sweat all over her body. This wasn't just a sacking offence. It was a prosecution offence. And all to help a man accused of murder. The basement was the lair of the forensic teams. Like nearly everywhere else in the building, it was pretty much empty at this hour. She passed a pale-faced young man in his early 20s who barely seemed to notice her, but apart from that she met no one, until she stepped into the badly lit room of the fingerprint department. 2 young men were on duty. Neither looked like he saw much daylight, and only one looked up when Eva entered. Eva forced her face into an expression of confidence and marched up to him. "D.I. Buckley," she said. "Can you run me a search?" "ID?" the young man asked. Eva casually handed over her ID, which the young man barely glanced at, and so he didn't see that her hand was trembling. "What is it?" he asked. Eva handed him the data stick. "Biometric details of prison visitors. There's a Sarmed Ash on there. I want to cross-check him with the system." The young man shrugged, as if to indicate that this was trivial for someone of his technical ability, and plugged the device into his terminal. Eva helped him navigate to the correct file. As the young man's fingers flew over the keyboard, she felt her heart hammering in his chest, and her eyes kept flickering to the door. She expected Jacobson to step inside any second. "Gotcha!" the young man said finally. "What do you have?" "Well," said the fingerprint technician, relaxing a little, clearly enjoying his moment in the sun. "You're lucky we've got him, to be honest. It's only because he had a break-in back in 2008. Soko's dusted him off just to eliminate his prints from the crime scene. Clean as a whistle otherwise. But what did he say his name was?" "Sarmed Ash," Eva breathed. Tutted the technician, nodding. "Giving false ID to a prison officer. Naughty boy. Afraid that's not his real name." "What is?" "Well, he's actually called Hussein al-Samara. Let's have a look. Iraqi-born. Granted political asylum 9th of November 2001. That's like nearly 2 months of the day after 9/11, right?" "Right," Eva breathed. "Naturalised 15th of December 2006. I suppose you want his address?" Eva tried to keep her voice steady. "Yes," she said quietly. "Print it out for me, would you?" 10 minutes later, and clutching a single piece of paper, she was once more nodding at the security guy at ground floor reception before striding out of the yard and wondering to herself whether she would ever set foot in that place again. 0700 hours. Joe was wearing black jeans, a tight grey polo neck, a black woolen hat, and a thick, checked lumberjack shirt. It had taken him 2 hours to find a charity shop where someone had left a black plastic bag of donated clothes in the doorway. These were the best fitting and warmest items he could find. But anything was better than the dirty prison uniform that he'd rolled into a bundle and chucked into a big metal catering dustbin at the back of an Indian restaurant on Tooting High Street. With one of the £50 notes he'd taken from Eva's place, he bought himself hot sweet tea and 2 platefuls of shepherd's pie from an all-night cafe. It tasted disgusting. Even the food in Barfield had been better than this. But he needed fuel, and he wolfed it down. Just to get hot food inside him felt fantastic. On the other side of the road was another all-night establishment. Posters in the window advertised the ability to wire money to any country in minutes, cheap phone calls to Nigeria and Delhi, and internet access at £1 for 20 minutes. 3 men, Turkish, he wondered, loitered by a counter, smoking cigarettes and drinking coffee from tiny cups. A 4th man, slightly older, stood behind it. They'd gone silent as Joe entered and given him an unfriendly stare. He just pointed at one of the computer screens, received a nod from the man behind the counter, and taken a seat. It took him 5 minutes to set up the Hotmail accounts, using a false name and address. As soon as he was done, he'd walked up to the counter and handed over a £50 note. The proprietor had taken it into a back room to get change, while the 3 men moved over to a nearby table to continue their conversation in their own language, leaving their cigarette packets, keys, and smartphones in plain view. Joe's plan was executed almost as quickly as it was formulated. He'd surreptitiously removed the smartphone from the middle pile as he leaned over it, depositing it in the left-hand pocket of his lumberjack shirt. Seconds later, the man had reappeared with his change. Joe had grunted a word of thanks, left the shop, and hurried down the road before his act was discovered. Once he turned off the main road, he'd switched off the phone and removed the battery. A mobile, he knew, was as good as a tracking device. But if anyone was going to track him, it needed to be on his terms. The first tube to Waterloo had left Tooting Broadway at 5:53 a.m. He bought himself a tin of Tennant's Super from a local spa, poured half of it away, and sat at the end of the Northern Line carriage, head bowed, eyes half closed but still alert, the beer can that instantly marked him out as a wino, to be avoided, held lightly between his knees. As he'd hoped, the few bleary-eyed commuters on the carriage kept their distance and avoided eye contact. There were ways of being invisible, Joe understood. This was one. Joe's carriage on the train from Waterloo to Epsom was almost empty. Few people travelled out of London at this hour. He stared through the window, watching the suburban gardens whiz past. Allotments, high streets, churches, so much normality. It felt alien to him. A copy of the Metro free sheet was on the floor by his feet. He picked it up and opened a page at random. He stared blankly at the drawing that took up half a page for a good 5 seconds before he realised what he was looking at. An artist's impression of the compound in Abbottabad, with images of crashed helicopters and arrows representing troop movements. In a sudden fit of anger, he screwed the paper up and threw it back onto the floor. He figured that the world would suddenly be full of experts on what had happened that night. He stepped out of the train at Epsom, just as the tannoy announced the arrival of the 8:32 to Waterloo. The platform was busy, but Joe's can of lager did the trick, as the harried commuters walking in the opposite direction separated to let him pass. Minutes later, he was walking south through the residential area of Epsom. He knew his route. He'd walked it often enough with Caitlin and Connor. His father-in-law, or whatever you wanted to call him, lived alone in a quiet road 10 minutes' walk from the station. But he knew something was wrong before he'd even walked for half that time. These streets were always lined with parked cars, but they were seldom busy. This morning they were gridlocked. Drivers were performing tight 3-point turns to get out of the solid, unmoving traffic, which only made matters worse. Several had got out of their cars and were looking ahead, trying to see the cause of the blockage. Joe, though, realised what it was the moment he turned left into Mr. O'Donnell's street. There were no sirens, just the ominous blue and white flashing of 4 emergency vehicles, 1 ambulance, 3 police, stationed in the middle of the road. They were 30 metres from Joe's position. Midway between them and him was a police cordon, delineated by a strip of fluorescent tape, and with 3 uniformed officers on duty. 10 metres from the cordon, a 4-man TV crew had set up a camera in the road and was standing beside it, 2 smoking, 2 drinking coffee, looking bored and clearly waiting for something newsworthy to happen. The cordon, the camera crew, the blocked-off street. These were the cause of the traffic jam. They were also the cause of Joe's sudden nausea. He didn't even need to check that the emergency vehicles were positioned outside Caitlin's father's house. It was all he could do to resist the urge simply to barge through the cordon. What the fuck had happened? Connor, was he... Suddenly his pulse was racing, his breath short. If he'd lost Connor, he'd lost everything. He ran towards the camera crew. Before he knew what had happened, the camera itself was lying smashed on the ground, and he grabbed one of the team by the front of his coat and was bellowing, "What's happened here? What the fuck's going on?" He felt arms behind him. The rest of the crew were pulling him away. He made short work of them, jabbing one in the chest with the heel of his right hand, swiping another away with his arm like he was barely there. It didn't matter that they'd done nothing. Rage was burning inside him like he'd never known it. From the edge of his vision, he was aware of 2 police officers, one male, one female, sprinting towards him from the cordon. The male officer was shouting something. In his confused state he couldn't tell what, and the woman was talking into the radio attached to her uniform. He stared at them for a second, breathless, teeth clenched. And then he ran. There was more shouting behind him. Someone was making chase. Joe hurtled round the corner of the street, running blindly but with all the speed he could muster. Sweat poured from him. His muscles burned. He didn't know where he was heading. He just had to get away, out of sight. He had no thought for himself, but only for Connor. He had to know what had happened. He had to speak to Eva. She would be able to find out. He was in an alleyway behind a terrace of Victorian houses. He didn't know how he got there. It was quiet. A bold, urban fox stared at him from 10 meters away. But apart from that, he was alone, standing by 3 green wheelie bins overflowing with stinking rubbish bags. He crouched down between 2 of them, making sure he was fully out of sight in case anyone should appear at either end of the alley. With trembling, fumbling hands, he removed the stolen phone from his lumberjack shirt, replaced the battery, and switched it on. 10 seconds passed. The screen lit up with an animated Nokia logo. The service bars were half full, the data coverage good. He quickly opened the browser and directed it to the Hotmail homepage. After pulling out the scrap of paper with the email addresses he created, his calloused fingers tapped in the details on the touch screen. In an instant he was staring at 2 emails in his inbox, one welcoming him to Hotmail, the other from the second address he created, from Eva. He tapped it and read the message that appeared. The visitor's name is Hussein Al-Samara. Address Flat B, 23 Wimborne Road, Dagenham. There's a cafe directly opposite. I'm there now. E. Joe could feel the return of the anger that had just made him lose control. He didn't know who this Hussein Al-Samara was, but he knew he wanted to fuck the guy up, and if he knew anything about Connor. Joe acted with sudden clarity. He'd stolen this phone for a reason. If someone was searching for him, someone with resources, there was a chance they were monitoring access to his regular email account. If he accessed it from this phone, they could start tracing it. But it would be a moment's work to leave the handset under the seat of a bus and set his pursuers on a wild goose chase. He didn't hesitate. Logging out of his new account, he typed in the username and password of his old one. 10 seconds passed while the connection was made. His inbox appeared. There was a long list of unread emails. The usual shit, loan offers, porn sites and Viagra. Joe paid no attention to any of them. At the top of the list was an email from an address he did not recognize, but with a subject heading that he certainly did. Connor. He felt, as he lightly tapped the screen, that the world had slowed down. It seemed to take an age for the email to display. When it did, and he tapped on the link that formed its only contents, the delay was excruciating. 10 seconds passed. 20. A YouTube video appeared on the phone screen. No title. Number of views, 0. Joe tapped the screen to play it. He saw dark, juddery camera work. A time code read 0603. There were clunking noises, and then perhaps very faintly, a whimpering sound. A child's voice full of fear. The camera swung round. There was a window. Beyond it, he thought he could make out the sea. The sky was growing light, but there was no sign of the rising sun. It continued to move. He saw a bed. On the wall behind it, there was a picture of a sailing ship in stormy seas. And sitting on the bed was his son. Connor's face was beaten and bruised. There was a cut on his lower lip and a daub of blood just below it. His eyes were raw and swollen. His hands were tied behind his back. He tried to speak, but couldn't. All that came from his mouth was a weak, shuddering sound. But then he looked up, clearly paying attention to whoever was holding the video camera. Whatever sign that person made, it seemed to fill Connor with more horror. Finally he spoke. Each word was an effort. He stuttered and stumbled, and it sounded more like weeping than speaking. This message, though, was sufficiently clear. "Daddy, I don't know where I am. Mr. Ash, he killed Grandad. He says he's going to kill me." The very second he'd forced these feeble words from his terrified throat, the screen went black. The video was over. With dread creeping through every cell of his body, Joe stared at the empty screen. And when he tried to replay the scene, he was unable. Instead of his beaten, terrorized son, he saw a brief message. A message that chilled him almost as much as what he'd just seen. "Video unavailable," it said. "The owner has removed this content." The full cup of coffee on the table in front of Eva was cold, the toast uneaten, the Daily Mirror unread. She had no stomach for either food or news. She'd chosen a seat by the front window. It looked directly onto the pavement and the busy street just off Dagenham Heath Way. And on the other side of the road, the black door of number 23. Her eyes were stuck on it. If a lorry or a bus passed, which they did frequently, she had to suppress brief surges of panic. If the mysterious Hussein al-Samara, or Mr. Ash, or whatever he wanted to call himself, came in or out of the premises, she needed to know about it. Joe would ask her what she'd seen when, if he arrived, and she wanted his approval. Given the events of the last 12 hours, there wasn't much else that seemed important. She checked her watch, 9:48. Had Joe read her email? How long should she wait for him to arrive? All day? The cafe was full, and the middle-aged Greek woman who'd supplied her coffee and toast was eyeing her from behind the counter, obviously peeved that she was taking up a table that other customers might want. Her eyes panned up to the first-floor window. Flat B. Was that Al-Samara's place? The wooden frame looked rotten. The pane was covered with a net curtain. A faint glow suggested that a light was on inside. "You're finished?" Eva looked up. The woman from behind the counter was looking down at the uneaten food like it was a personal slight. "Yeah," she muttered, "thanks." Her eyes wandered back to number 23. Maybe I'll have another." She'd seen movement in the first-floor window. The net curtain fluttered slightly. She thought maybe she'd seen a shadow passing it. "Coffee," she breathed. The woman cleared her table. Eva's phone rang. She answered it immediately. "Joe," she said, before remembering that he didn't even have her number. "D.I. Buckley?" A voice she half recognized. "Who's this?" There was a tremor in her voice. "Jason Riley, Scotland Yard." She didn't answer. "You came to see me this morning, in the basement? It's about the fingerprint ID I gave you. What about it? She breathed. Well, I was just logging the query and something came up. There were 2 other male visitors on the day in question, and their fingerprint records are all the same. What do you mean? Identical prints, all of them. Same bloke, this Hussein al-Samara. Don't know how they did it, but it looks to me like someone's been tampering with the records. I'll need to refer this upwards, but I thought I'd just give you the nod. Shit! Eva let the phone drop from her ear. The fingerprint technician's words were bad enough, but her view of the first-floor window of number 23 was even worse. The shadow had suddenly reappeared, but this time it had slammed against both the net curtain and the window pane, and a crack had suddenly appeared in the glass. "Joe," she whispered. "Oh, my God, Joe, what are you doing?" She stood up immediately, pushing past the waitress. "You haven't paid," the woman shouted. Eva threw a note on the table without even checking what it was, before running out onto the street and straight across the busy road. Within seconds she was at the black door, pressing desperately, repeatedly on the buzzer for flat B. It made no sound, but she pressed and pressed, thumping on the wooden door with her other hand. 2 minutes passed. 3. There was no response from flat B. With a howl of frustration, Eva stepped back onto the pavement and cursed, before stepping up to the door once more and pressing the button for flat A. It was answered within seconds. "Police!" she bellowed into the intercom. "Open up!" There was a clicking sound. Eva pushed the door open and hurtled inside. She found herself in a square lobby with grey ceramic floor tiles, and on one side a row of pigeonholes for mail. There was a door to her left, which opened to reveal a frightened-looking old lady in a dressing gown and hairnet. "Flat B?" Eva demanded. "Upstairs." The old lady nodded at the staircase with a wrought-iron banister. Eva ran towards it, but then stopped and looked back. "Is there a rear entrance to these flats?" The old lady nodded, but then frowned. "Do you have any identification?" Eva didn't answer. She ran to the old lady's door and pushed past her into the ground-floor flat. Ignoring the feeble shouts of protest, she ran along the dark hallway and into the tiny kitchen at the end, where a door looked out onto an alleyway from which an external iron staircase zigzagged up. She yanked the door open. A wailing sound reached her ears from above and flew up the staircase to the first floor. It was no surprise to see that the back door of flat B was swinging open. The bigger surprise was the baby, no more than 3 months old, lying in a Moses basket on the kitchen table, screaming its lungs out. Eva ran past it, heading for the room at the front. She could hear more shouting from in there. Then she saw why. There were 3 people in the room. One of them was a woman, short, dumpy, Middle Eastern-looking, wearing a tightly wrapped green headscarf. She was kneeling in the far left corner of the room, just beyond a tatty sofa, her hands clutched in front of her, her face stained with tears, her eyes full of terror. The second person was Joe. Eva could never have imagined that a familiar face could look so unfamiliar. His eyes were insane, his lips curled with anger. In his hand was the same scalpel with which he threatened Eva. The third person was another man, tall and thin, with dark hair. Like the woman, he was on his knees, and he was sucking in deep breaths, 2 a second. Eva could not see his face because it was covered by his hands. What she could see, though, was the blood seeping from behind his fingers. "Joe!" "Back off, Eva!" Joe growled, without even turning to look at her. He stepped forward, eating up the 2 meters that separated him and the man on his knees, then grabbed a clump of his dark hair with one hand, and with the other placed the scalpel against his neck. "You think I won't kill you?" he hissed. "I'll fucking enjoy it. The only way you've got any chance at all is to tell me." He yanked the man by his hair to his feet, and now he was shouting, "Tell me, where's my son?" "I do not know," the man groaned. As he spoke, his hands fell away from his face. Eva gasped. It was not the blood that shocked her. flowing from his nose like a torrent, nor the ugly welts that Joe had inflicted on both sides of the man's face with his fists, nor was it his helpless expression of panic. It was something else. "Joe!" she whispered. "Back off, I said." He yanked the man's head to one side and pressed the edge of blade against the soft flesh of his trembling neck. "Joe, no!" "You've got 3 seconds. 1, 2. Let him go! That's not the man I saw. We've got the wrong person. That's not him." And as she screamed at Joe, she ran forward and pulled him away, placing herself between her violent friend and the terrified, bleeding, messed-up man he was on the point of butchering. Chapter 16. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia, USA. 0700 hours EST. "Chocolate bourbon?" Mason Delaney indicated a plate of biscuits on the coffee table. The man sitting at the other end of the comfortable sofa gave a barely perceptible shake of his head. "You don't mind if I do?" "Please." Delaney helped himself to a biscuit, placed it on the bone china saucer that held his cup of tea, lifted the cup, took the tiniest of sips. Then he held the chocolate bourbon up in the air and examined it as if it were a precious stone. "I became very fond of these when I was stationed in the UK, he said. "The British have given the world many things, but for me their greatest achievement will always be tea and biscuits." To emphasize his point, he dunked the chocolate bourbon in his tea before biting off a third of it and chewing it slowly and with emphasis. He did not take his eyes off his guest. "I'm sure Her Majesty would be delighted to know that you approve." Delaney's guest had one of those British accents that ordinarily made him shiver with joy, so clipped, so restrained, so white. Now Delaney ignored the hint of diplomatically repressed sarcasm and leaned forward, his eyes sparkling behind his horn-rimmed glasses, his lips trembling with amusement. "There are people in this very building who will try to tell you that the donut is a superior—" "Mason, I wonder if we might move the subject on?" Delaney smiled, dunked the remainder of his biscuit, and waited for his guest to continue. "First, on behalf of the service, I'd like to congratulate you on Operation Geronimo." "Come, Peter, MI6 played its part. Your people were very helpful." Peter Schlesinger, like Delaney himself, had no official title within the British Secret Service, at least none that Delaney was aware of. The Brit continued in a business-like fashion. "We have, of course, seen increased terrorist activity in the past few days. That's only to be expected. Our services are liaising, naturally, but I'm not sure how much of the day-to-day stuff reaches you." Schlesinger bent down, picked up a leather briefcase, opened it, and removed a sheaf of papers. "Most of it's low-level, of course, but not all. 3 men arrested at our East Midlands airport, one of whom was trying to smuggle ammonium nitrate in a colostomy bag onto a flight to Newark." "Delightful," Delaney murmured. "We have 3 individual cells, planning to plant explosive devices in the foundations of the Olympic Village in East London at some point during the next 2 months. "A year ahead of schedule," Delaney observed. "I didn't know they had it in them to be so well prepared." "Nobody wants another 9/11, Mason," Schlesinger said, perhaps a little piously. "We've had our people watching the site ever since the games were announced. A single watch battery could power a hidden detonator for several years. But that's by the by. All 3 cells are compromised. Frankly, they won't be laying so much as a turd without us knowing about it." Delaney's eyes widened in surprise at the director's language. "There won't be another Munich. Our combined intelligence is too good. We can guarantee the safety of any American athletes in 2012. Delaney returned his cup to the table, then sat back on the sofa and pressed his fingertips together. Do I sense the word but peeking over the hill, Peter? For a moment Schlesinger didn't reply. He returned the papers to his briefcase and clicked it shut before replying to his American counterpart. 50% of our intelligence comes from sources outside the UK or the US, Mason. You don't need me to tell you that. Delaney inclined his head in acknowledgement. We will be withdrawing from Iraq in the next few months, and the President's rhetoric with regard to Afghanistan has not gone unnoticed. Your point, Peter? My point, Mason, is that the fewer people we have in the region, the more difficult our job of collecting information, yours and mine. Does the President really believe that just because Osama bin Laden's at the bottom of the Indian Ocean with rocks in his shoes, the terror threat level is going to reduce? We confiscated several hard drives. Oh, come on, Mason. You know as well as I do that there are 100 bin Laden replacements out there as we speak, just waiting for the chance to light up the sky. Don't tell me you disagree. A pause. Delaney removed his glasses, scrutinized the lenses from a distance, then replaced them. I do not disagree. Then why? Delaney held up one chubby finger. I do not disagree, but this agency does not dictate American policy, no matter what some people would like to believe. We are a tool of the federal government, nothing more. In many ways, you British have more influence in this matter than the entire agency. Schlesinger looked confused. Let me explain, Peter. Some presidents establish their popularity by sending their soldiers to war. Others establish it by bringing them back home. Both approaches have their supporters among the little people. The little people? The public, Peter. The naive, uninformed public. If their opinion sways, then mark my words. The President's opinion will sway in a similar direction. Does the CIA have the ability to sway public opinion? Alas, no. There was a knock on the door. It opened immediately. Delaney looked up with sudden annoyance that fell away when he saw Scott Stroman. His assistant's handsome young face was serious, yet not without a gleam of triumph. He turned back to Schlesinger. I do enjoy our little chats, Peter. Schlesinger looked confused. Mason, we have a lot to discuss. I've flown in especially to... Well, we'll do it again soon. No? The British man blinked, clearly angry, but then stood up. Delaney smiled blandly at him, but remained seated. So long, Peter, he said in a sing-song voice, and his eyes followed his guest to the door. Neither Delaney nor Stroman spoke until it was shut. Tell me, Scott, Delaney demanded in a bored tone, what do the British put in their tea that makes them all such fucking idiots? They're so passive-aggressive, you just want to give them a slap. And when Stroman failed to respond, he asked quietly, You have something? The triumph in Stroman's face grew more pronounced. He stepped over to where Delaney was sitting and handed him a single sheet of paper. Delaney's eyes scanned it, a list of 10 alphanumeric strings. Flight numbers. How? He asked quietly. Shampoo, Stroman replied. They have people working in a factory in Delaware that supplies pretty much every drugstore in the country, including outlets past security at JFK, LAX, you name it. Delaney smiled. Would you be so good, Scott, as to tell Herb Sagan that I would like a word in his exquisitely crafted ear? Stroman nodded. Anything else, sir? Yes. I'd like to speak to Ashkani. I want to thank him personally. Stroman nodded, but instead of turning and leaving the room, he lingered awkwardly. Come, Scott. We'll have time to play when this is over. Delaney approached his assistant and brushed one finger against his perfectly formed right cheekbone. He is a greater patriot than you know, he breathed. Scott gave him one of those nervous, handsome smiles he so adored. Yes, sir, he said, then left the room quietly. 3,000 miles away, in a solitary house by the sea, an old lady was frowning. What in heaven's name is that noise, Dandelion? Bethan Jones asked her cat. Dandelion seemed more interested in Jeremy Kyle and didn't respond. It had started at about 10 o'clock, 2 hours ago, the monotonous, regular knocking. It was coming from upstairs. She was used to the pipes banging in this old house. Her Gethin had been able to fix it when he was alive, but there was no way she could tackle the plumbing at her time of life. She supposed that she could call out a plumber to look at it, but from what she read in the papers, they would probably be immigrants, and she wouldn't even be able to understand them. No, she'd ask Mr. Ash to take a look. He wouldn't mind. She wondered where he was, and why he hadn't come in to say hello. She had heard him return in the early hours. She knew it had to be him, because Dandelion would have yowled and mewed and stuck her claws into the blankets of Bethan's bed if a stranger had entered the house before dawn, or indeed at any time. Besides, she had heard him moving around upstairs as she lay there dozing. He'd been noisier than usual, but she couldn't complain. He was normally so quiet that she wouldn't know he was there. Such a nice man, so thoughtful. Thump, thump, thump. The sound was suddenly louder than before, and the old lady grew agitated. It didn't, on reflection, really sound like the pipes. Oh dear, she muttered. What should we do, Dandelion? Go and look. Oh dear. She heaved herself up from the sofa. Dandelion jumped off her lap and gave her a reproachful meow as she hit the floor. Bethan was too preoccupied with the stiffness in her joints to notice. Once she was on her feet, she fumbled for her stick and, leaning heavily on it, struggled to the door. Thump, thump, thump. It was even louder now. Did it sound like it was coming from Mr. Ash's room? Her hearing really wasn't what it once was. Bethan didn't like using her stair lift. Oh, it was better than the alternative, but it made her rather giddy, and at her age it could take the best part of a day to recover. With her frail, trembling hands, she strapped herself in securely, brought down the arms so that she had something solid to hold on to, and pressed the button that would take her upstairs. The motor hummed noisily as the chair started its slow ascent. Thump, thump, thump. It was definitely coming from the room at the top of the stairs. Mr. Ash, she called weakly. Mr. Ash, is everything all right? What on earth could it be? The stair lift stopped. It was only halfway up. Bethan pressed the button again, but there was no movement. Oh dear, she was getting agitated again. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Jones, said a quiet voice from the bottom of the stairs. Bethan started and looked down to her left. Oh, Mr. Ash, she said, patting her chest lightly to demonstrate her relief that it was him. I didn't hear you. My hearing's not what it... She looked from the bedroom door back down to her lodger. Mr. Ash smiled and continued to gaze up at her from the bottom of the stairs. There's a dreadful knocking sound, Mr. Ash. I didn't know what it was. I thought perhaps you were... It's nothing, Mrs. Jones. Come back downstairs. I'll deal with it. Bethan found herself frowning slightly. She glanced up at the door of Mr. Ash's room again. Of course, she said finally. Thank you. You're so kind. Mr. Ash smiled again, and after he reset the power switch, the stair lift descended. Bethan unstrapped herself and accepted his arm as he helped her back into the sitting room. The knocking sound returned as they entered. Probably just the pipes, Mr. Ash, she said. My Gethin used to see to all that, you know. Mr. Ash helped her onto the sofa. Dandelion jumped back onto her lap. I wonder, Mr. Ash, if you'd mind having a look? Of course. He inclined his head towards her, then walked towards the door. Oh, Mr. Ash. Yes, Mrs. Jones? It is good to have you back again. Isn't it, Dandelion? But Jeremy Kyle was in full flow, and yet again Dandelion failed to reply. Mr. Ash checked that the sitting-room door was firmly closed behind him. As he crossed the musty hallway, he heard the sound again. He calmly climbed the stairs, inserted his key into the door of his bedroom, and opened it. Standing in the doorway, he observed the source of the knocking. The boy was where he'd left him, his body and legs tied to a ladder-back chair, his hands bound behind his back, and with packing tape stuck over his mouth. The bruises on his face were substantially worse than when Mr. Ash had inflicted them, great purple welts, some of them weeping a colourless liquid like tears. The chair was tied to the ancient yellow radiator on the far wall. At first, his abductor couldn't work out how the boy was making this noise. He closed the door behind him and stepped into the room, past the single bed on the left with its patchwork quilt, past the round table bearing his laptop and satellite phone, along with piles of books and documents. Only when he was a few paces away from his prisoner did he see what had happened. The boy had managed to wriggle his left foot out of the rope that had previously bound his ankle. Now, knowing that it was his last chance, he started banging his free foot repeatedly and more rapidly on the floor. Within 20 seconds, Mr. Ash had silenced it, retying the rope so tightly around the boy's ankle and the chair leg that he whimpered with the pain. Standing back, he examined the child's face. Although he could see the fear in his eyes, he felt a measure of respect that he had tried to raise the alarm. Maybe he was, after all, his father's son. With a sudden swipe, he slapped the back of his hand across the boy's face, making sure to hit an existing welt. Pulling a chair up to the round table, he sat down and removed his leather-bound copy of the Koran from his coat pocket. He then rearranged some of the books on the table to access a small radio, boxy and bright orange, which he switched on. The radio emitted crackly white noise. He fully extended the aerial, then minutely adjusted the wheel on the side until the white noise subsided somewhat and a male voice became audible. It said a single word, 3, before the white noise returned. Mr. Ash laid the radio on his laptop and looked back at the boy. The petrified child was staring at him, shaking with fear and pain. Mr. Ash raised one finger to his lips, but otherwise remained expressionless. 2 minutes passed. The male voice returned to the radio. 55. 7. 3. Mr. Ash picked up his Koran. He turned to page 55, then carefully counted down 7 lines before reading the third word. It was sabr. That made him smile. It meant patience. He opened the laptop, concentrating hard, deaf now to the white noise of the radio, and switched it on. He did the same to the satellite phone to which it was connected. Even if there had been ordinary internet connectivity in this out-of-the-way location, he would not have used it. The encrypted satellite connection was many times more secure, and without the decryption key, the online conversation he was about to have would be quite meaningless. A window appeared on the screen, and at the top a blank text entry box with a flashing black cursor. Below it, a virtual keypad displayed the Arabic alphabet. He used the trackpad to fill in the word sabr, then pressed Enter. The screen went black. And then, after 10 seconds, a line of white text appeared at the top. Confirm UK strike to proceed. Mr. Ash stared at the screen. Very slowly he looked over his left shoulder. The boy was watching him, staring with what was perhaps a foolish lack of understanding. It didn't matter either way. He wouldn't have the opportunity to tell anybody. Repeat. Confirm UK strike to proceed. The words appeared for a second time, and he sensed his correspondent's impatience coming down the line. He turned his attention to the keyboard. Using his 2 forefingers, he typed slowly but deliberately, C, O, N, F, I, R, M, E, D. He pressed enter. 2 seconds later the screen went black again. The connection had been broken remotely. It was the meowing of a cat that warned him. Dandelion on the other side of the door. He glanced up and saw the handle opening slowly. He was still calculating whether he could get to the door quickly enough when it became academic anyway. It swung open. Dandelion was there, so was Mrs. Jones. She was leaning on her stick, and the stairlift was visible just behind her. 55, 7, 3... Mr. Ash's eyes shot towards the radio, and he silently berated himself for not having turned it off, and so not hearing the stairlift ascend. He stood up, just as the boy, who was in full view of the old lady at the door, started to make desperate, inarticulate sounds from beneath the tape that covered his lips. "Mr. Ash," stammered Bethan. Her watery eyes darted between the boy and her lodger. I don't understand." Mr. Ash remained calm. There was, he knew, nothing to be gained from panicking. Ignoring the boy's helpless noises, he stepped towards the doorway, put his hands on Bethan's shoulders, and encouraged her to turn round. "But, Mr. Ash, that poor boy." "There is no boy, Mrs. Jones. You're getting confused." He closed the door behind them. "But I saw—" "Sit down, Mrs. Jones. I'm sure you'd like a nice cup of hot Ribena." "The knocking, Mr. Ash, was that—" she asked as she eased herself onto the stairlift. "You don't need to worry about the knocking any more, Mrs. Jones. Let me help you down." He pressed the control, and the stairlift started to descend. Then he followed. "Mr. Ash," cried Bethan, "I'm not strapped in. Mr. Ash, please stop the chair." He did as he was asked. The old lady was flustered. She looked back up at the open door of the bedroom, from which the boy's muted cries were still audible, but her hands were fumbling for the strap, without which she clearly felt so nervous. "Let me help you," Mr. Ash said. Perhaps it was something in his voice that startled her. She stared as though she was looking at him through new eyes. "There is a boy in your room," she whispered. "You think I'm confused, but I'm not. I can still hear him." He bent down and seized her around the waist. She started to whimper and shake her head. She was tiresome, he thought to himself, but not a complete fool, because she seemed to know what was coming. Mr. Ash spoke very softly, his lips just a couple of inches from her ear. This time, however, his precise English had fallen away, to be replaced by the harsh, guttural accent of his native Arabic. "You should never forget, old lady," he whispered, cruelty dripping from his lips, "to strap yourself in." He did it in one movement. A sudden, brutal tug that lifted her up from her seat and knocked her down the stairs. She made a feeble attempt to grab hold of him as she fell, but there was not enough strength in those frail, knotted hands. She tumbled backwards and slid to the bottom of the stairs, her decrepit spine sledging over the edge of the treads. There was a sickening crack as she hit the hallway floor, and Mr. Ash could tell from the 30-degree angle at which her head was pointing from her body that her neck had broken with the impact. There was silence. Even the boy had stopped his pathetic noise. Perhaps he had guessed what had just happened. Perhaps he thought the same fate awaited him. Mr. Ashe left her body where it was. He didn't know how long it would be before anybody found it, but he did know how few visitors Mrs. Jones had. She would probably be putrid and maggoty by the time she was discovered, but by then Mr. Ashe would be long gone. His tasks would be complete. It was a relief to know that soon he would never have to visit this remote, disgusting house again. It would just be a fading memory to him, much as Mrs. Jones, crooked and broken at the bottom of the stairs, was already. What do you mean it's not there anymore? Which bit don't you understand? I watched it once, I tried to watch it a second time, it had been taken down. Are you sure? She said. I mean, I know what you mean, Eva. You mean, was it really there in the first place? Did I dream it up? The answer's no. Joe was staring out of the grimy second-floor window of a tacky bed and breakfast place on Dagenham Heathway. An ambulance had screamed by 3 minutes earlier, and now 2 police cars, in quick succession, were heading towards Hussein al-Samara's flat. Eva had protested at the idea of lying low so close to the terrified family of their now defunct lead, but Joe had overruled her. The owners of places like this, with their damp-ridden walls and cash transactions, were unlikely to ask too many questions of their guests. Besides, Joe hadn't known where else to go. There was a faint drizzle, but not enough to clear the pavements of pedestrians or to encourage the busker who had set up shop by the post office across the road and had been singing Yesterday to pack up his guitar and go home. A bus trundled past with an advertisement for package holidays in Sharm el-Sheikh plastered to the side. Eva, who was sitting on the edge of the lumpy double bed, looked terrible. Her mousy hair was tangled and greasy, her brown eyes sunken and shady, her lips cracked. Joe was well aware of the haunted expression with which she was looking at him. It wasn't just the violence he'd inflicted on Al-Samara, or the cold, ruthless way he'd stormed out of there without even a word of apology. It was more than that. He could tell she was wondering if the boy she thought she'd known so well when they were young really was a killer after all. He hadn't denied, when she confronted him, that he'd taken out the Arab in Barfield. But he'd refused to answer the questions that followed. How had he done it? Why had he done it? How many other men had he killed in his life? These were questions he would never willingly respond to, no matter who was asking. And in any case, he knew Eva wasn't equipped to deal with the answer. If they've got Connor, she said, you have to go to the police. Joe threw her a dark look over his shoulder and went back to checking out the street below. Eva didn't pursue that line any further. How did he tamper with the fingerprint record, she asked, her voice wavering. Joe didn't answer, but the question had already occurred to him. Breaking into the prison service system was hard. Whoever he was dealing with had resources, the kind of resources that were hard to come by, unless you worked with or for one of the authorities. He knew he'd be hearing from Ashe again, and when that happened, he would do whatever it took to get Connor back and avenge Caitlin's murder. And if that meant adding another body to his unspoken tally of the dead, so be it. Maybe it's got nothing to do with what you saw, Eva said. Maybe. I mean, it's not so strange, is it? 2 body bags? Perhaps they shot someone by mistake. If they do, Joe interrupted, they don't airlift them out unless they've been told to in advance. He said it with a note of finality. The truth was, he didn't give a shit about compounds or body bags or US Special Forces. All he cared about was finding his son. Eva took the hint. Almost half an hour passed in silence. There were no more sirens outside. Then Joe turned to look at Eva. You don't have to stay with me, he said. She stared at him. I wish that was true, she whispered. and she looked down at the brown carpet. Joe nodded, more to himself than to her. "I need to check my email again," he said. "Let's go." Eva stood up, attempted a smile, and made for the door. "Eva." She looked back. "Thank you," he said. She smiled awkwardly and left the room. If the owner of the B&B, a sweaty Greek Cypriot with a forest of hair sprouting from the top of his shirt, thought it was odd that they'd only stayed there an hour, he didn't let on. It was that kind of place. Once outside, Joe scanned the immediate vicinity. The busker was now singing Streets of London, but his voice was mostly drowned out by the busy traffic. Joe examined the man's face. Late 40s? Greying beard? He didn't think anybody could be following him, but busking was a good cover, and he mentally recorded that face in case he saw it again. He checked for police vehicles. Nothing. Then scanned left and right for any sign of surveillance. All he saw was mums with prams and old ladies with headscarves and shopping trolleys. And 20 metres to his right, a group of 3 charity muggers accosting people as they passed. "Let's go," he breathed. He took Eva by the hand. If anyone was looking for him personally, he would be more unobtrusive as one half of a couple. As they walked north up Dagenham Heathway, he thought he sensed Eva squeezing his hand ever so slightly. He didn't return the gesture. He didn't want her to get the wrong idea. The busker's voice faded away, to be replaced by the sound of a drunk couple arguing. The male, mid-20s, pock-marked, ruddy face, the female hollow-cheeked and with a shaved head. Noted. 50 metres from the B&B, they passed a Curry's. The shop was devoid of customers, and 3 assistants were hanging around the till. Along the far wall was a bank of televisions, and the 3 aisles between that back wall and the entrance were filled with laptops and other electronics. "In here," Joe said. He let go of Eva's hand and headed for the laptop closest to the entrance. It didn't take more than about 10 seconds for one of the assistants to swoop, a young man with wispy facial hair that needed its first shave. "You okay, boss?" Joe jabbed a finger at the laptop. Listen, mate, do you mind if I have a quick go on this? I'm thinking of getting one." "Good deal on that one, boss. Ends today." "Is it online?" "Course it is, boss." He lingered. "I'll give you a shout if I need anything, mate." The assistant took a couple of steps backwards. "Course, boss. You just, do, whatever." But Joe was already navigating towards his Hotmail page. He logged on. He felt his heart stop. A new email was waiting for him. The world around him dissolved into a fog. He clicked it open. There was no link this time, no movie to watch, no images to horrify him. Just 3 sequences of numbers. 110511, 0600, 51.84612-5.1223.103. He stared at it, vaguely aware that Eva had joined him at the screen. "What is it?" she whispered. He didn't immediately answer. "Joe, what is it?" "Instructions," he said quietly. "I don't understand." He pointed at the first sequence. "Tomorrow's date," he said. "May the 11th. Time 0600 hours. "But what about the last numbers?" "Coordinates," he said. "Latitude and longitude." "But where?" Joe navigated to Google Maps, but even as he did so, he was thinking out loud, remembering the details of the YouTube video that was no more. The sea, and the darkness of the sky despite the fact that it had been taken after sunrise. "The West Coast," he said. "Somewhere remote." As he spoke, he tapped in the grid reference. 5 seconds later, he'd zoomed in to a beach on the Pembrokeshire coast. The satellite image was indistinct. "Joe?" "That's where he is," he murmured. Eva tugged on his sleeve. "Joe!" Look! He dragged his attention from the laptop. Eva was pointing at the TVs along the back wall. There were about 20 of them, of different sizes and quality, but they all showed the same image. Him. Joe's eyes flickered towards the three assistants. They convened around the till again and did not appear to have noticed what was on television. The image changed to be replaced by a female news reporter standing outside the front gates of Barfield. Calmly but quickly, Joe examined the map in front of him, scanning the surrounding area. The beach, a cliff behind, a single road leading there, and a solitary house about a click inland. His eyes narrowed as he examined that house. "Joe!" Eva sounded desperate. "The nearest village, Thornbridge." "Joe!" He logged out of his account, then ushered her quickly out of the shop before any of the assistants tried to accost them. "West Wales," he said. "But we need to get there." Eva stopped walking, and as Joe turned to look at her, she grabbed his hands and held them tightly. Fiercely, Joe glanced at her watch. Midday. He had 18 hours. "Listen to me, Joe," she said. "We can't do this alone. We've got to tell someone what's happening. We need to get help. I know people. I can speak to them." An old lady trundled along the pavement in an electric mobility vehicle. Her head turned as she passed. Had she recognized him, or was it just that they were arguing? "No," he hissed. "We have to." "Eva, even you're not sure this isn't in my head. Even you're wondering if I made it all up. Hey, I could have done. Abbottabad, Caitlin, the whole fucking thing. What if I really am out of my mind? What if I really am a psycho?" Eva frowned and shook her head. "You know me," Joe insisted. "But who the hell else could I go to that won't just shove me back in a cell and throw away the key?" Eva had no answer. She just bit her bottom lip. "What if it's a trap?" "He killed my wife. He took my son," Joe replied. Pulling himself away from her grasp, he continued walking along the pavement. He could feel her tearful eyes burning into his back, and he'd only gone 10 meters when he heard her footsteps running along behind him, and felt her tugging at his sleeve once more. "But what if it's a trap?" she repeated. Joe gave her a hard stare. "Of course it's a fucking trap," he said. "Come on, we've got a lot to do." Chapter 17. 1300 hours. There were easier ways than this to get your hands on a weapon, Joe thought to himself. There were contacts he could call, favours he could pull in, but they involved showing his face. This, he decided, was the better option. The tower block was the same grey colour as the sky. It was 15 stories high, and the side facing him had apartments 2 abreast, each with a balcony whose front was a dirty orange colour. A covered lobby jutted about 5 meters out from the block, and inside a bleak, dark, concrete-clad area led to stairs on the left and right. Joe stood 20 meters from the entrance, on the edge of a small playground, where 3 children clambered over a pyramid-shaped frame, while their mum sat on an adjacent bench smoking, chatting, and ignoring their kids. He was leaning against the lamppost beneath a sign indicating that this was an alcohol-restricted area. There was a car park between him and the entrance, about half full of clapped-out old vehicles, 3 of which had broken windows. A red mail van was just driving away. Joe had watched the postman hurry back to it, having made his delivery, evidently keen to be somewhere else. This was one of the high-rises that had been visible the previous night from their vantage point on the bandstand. He'd been born and brought up in this area. Lady Margaret Road was just a 10-minute walk in an easterly direction, and he had a suspicion that his mother, if she was still alive, lived in one of these blocks. But he wasn't here to visit family, and he hadn't chosen this particular block at random. He'd chosen it because it was, as it always had been, the shittiest, most run-down, God-forsaken spot in the whole of West London. If you weren't a waster or a junkie or a dealer when you first moved here, you would be pretty soon. No other type of person lived here. And even if he hadn't known the reputation of this block that the locals referred to as Heroin Heights, he'd have recognised the signs anyway. Half the curtains drawn, even though it was the middle of the day, several broken windows, and all but 3 of the balconies stuffed full of debris, old mattresses, white goods, you name it. It was a real shithole, largely untouched by the police because they'd given up, and it kept all the dregs in one place. He'd spotted the 2 kids immediately and recognised them for what they were. One was black, one mixed race. Both were blinged up and wearing reversed baseball caps. They were standing on the northeastern corner of the block, about 10 metres from the entrance. Parked in front of them, 2 wheels on the pavement, was a black Range Rover with all the trimmings, tinted glass, alloys, the works. The driver's door, which was on the pavement side, was open, and it was thumping out heavy gangster rap. There had to be 60 grand's worth of car there. Joe didn't get the impression these boys had saved up their paper round money to buy it. He continued to watch them from a distance. There was something about spending time in a war zone that made cunts like this all the more repellent. Ship them from Heroin Heights to the poppy fields of Helmond, and they'd lose their attitude shortly before they lost their lives. 5 minutes passed. A thin woman with acne and piercings on her nose sidled up to them and handed the mixed-race kid what Joe assumed was a banknote. The dealer then turned his back on the woman, who shuffled off round the corner and out of sight. No doubt she'd be taking delivery of her purchase elsewhere. Joe walked across the car park in the direction of the 2 dealers. They stared coolly at him as he approached. When he reached the Range Rover and slammed the door, so the volume of the music faded by half, they stepped up, their faces instantly more aggressive. They were obviously used to people treating them with respect. Joe leaned nonchalantly against the car, it was vibrating with the music, and took in all the information he needed in a single glance. Apart from the colour of their skin, these 2 were identikit. Baggy jeans revealing their boxer shorts, puffer jackets, white trainers, chunky gold bracelets, maybe 17 years of age. They stuck out their chins, but he saw the way their eyes flashed sideways at each other. They weren't quite as confident as they'd like to make out. The mixed-race kid casually moved his right hand to his back pocket. Joe figured he had a knife. The black boy was digging his nails into his palm. "Business good, lads?" Joe asked. Neither of them answered. The mixed-race kid made a hawking sound in the back of his throat, then spat a mouthful of green phlegm in Joe's direction. It spattered against his trousers. Joe looked down at it. Then he looked at the kid. "Fancy coming a bit closer to do that?" he said. The kid snorted dismissively, his right hand still in his back pocket, but moving upward slightly. His eyes darted towards his companion again. He took 2 steps forward. Then Joe made his move. He was fully expecting the boy to pull the blade, a 3-inch flick, small but no doubt sharp. So he was ready for it. As he stepped in the kid's direction, he grabbed the wrist of his raised knife arm. With a brutal yank, he twisted the kid's arm behind his back and forced it upwards until he heard bone splinter. The knife fell to the floor as the kid let out an agonizing scream, and his friend scrambled towards the Range Rover. Joe blocked his way, shook his head, and watched with satisfaction as both dealers, the injured boy clutching his arm behind his back, howling with pain and cursing, disappeared around the other side of the block, in the same direction the junkie had headed. Spinning round, he opened the door of the car and removed the keys from the ignition. The ear-splitting music suddenly cut out. Joe slammed the door and clicked a button on the fob to lock the vehicle before retrieving the knife from the ground and running over to the entrance of the block. The lobby, which stank of piss and was littered with cigarette butts and beer cans, was deserted. The walls were plastered with graffiti, and on the left-hand side there was a broken lift whose door kept trying to click closed, but to no avail. Joe positioned himself at the corner of the entrance. From here he could see the Range Rover 20 metres away, and he also had a clear view left and right of the road in front of the block. 5 minutes, he told himself. Wouldn't take a second longer. The kids on the corner had been just that, kids. They were neither old enough, nor underneath the bluster, streetwise enough, to be in charge of their little operation. Joe knew how it worked. Stick the foot soldiers on the corner and let them do the dirty work. If the police came calling, they would have the incriminating merchandise or the money. But these enterprises had a hierarchy. Joe would have bet almost anything that the corner boy's boss man would already be on his way to defend his patch. And he wouldn't be doing that with the 3-inch flick knife. He'd be altogether better prepared. The lift clicked. Music from the flats above drifted down. Joe waited. 3 minutes passed. He heard it before he saw it, a screeching of car wheels and the roar of an engine. The vehicle that pulled up in front of the Range Rover was a BMW X5, also black, windows also tinted. And the man who emerged seconds later had murder in his eyes. Sallow-faced and thin, he had short, bleached blonde hair and wide cheekbones. There was something Eastern European about his features. He had none of the hip-hop bling that the kids wore, just a slightly oversized tracksuit that had the effect of emphasizing his skinny frame. Joe noticed at once, however, that his right hand was tucked inside the zip of his tracksuit top. He might be skinny, but then he didn't have to rely on his strength to get what he wanted. The man looked round, his eyes wary, clearly looking for whoever had dared to muscle in on his patch. Joe emerged from the shadows of the entrance, and the moment the newcomer observed him, made a clicking sound from the side of his mouth and winked. Then he stepped back into the shadows, his ambush prepared. He could hear the man's footsteps approaching. They were swift and confident, the footsteps of somebody moving without fear. And Joe knew he was moving without fear because of whatever he had tucked inside his tracksuit. He held the flick knife lightly in his right hand, ready to attack the second he saw him enter the bleak lobby. No words were spoken. There was nothing to be gained from delaying. The man was carrying a small handgun lazily by his side. Whether he meant to fire it or threaten with it didn't matter. He was armed, which meant he had to be put down. The instant Joe saw him come round the corner he attacked, swiping the knife across the width of his face. Joe felt the blade slice into the flesh at either corner of the man's mouth, and as he whipped it sideways, there was a slight, spongy resistance as it cut into his tongue. The explosion of blood was sudden and shocking. It was accompanied by the clattering sound of the weapon falling to the concrete floor. The man threw up his hands to his face, but not before he'd screamed loudly, a single word in a language Joe didn't recognize. That was the worst thing he could have done. As he opened his mouth, the cuts on each corner ripped open like a seam splitting up the side of his face. The flow of blood doubled, and his hands were not nearly equal to the task of staunching it. He staggered back, his face a scarlet mess of horror. Joe bent down to pick up his gun. It was a Smith & Wesson .38 snub nose. Nothing to write home about, but serviceable enough. It would fire a round, and that was the important thing. He opened the cylinder release to check it was loaded, then tucked the weapon into the front of his jeans and made sure it was hidden under his lumberjack shirt. Then, leaving his victim, who had sunk to his knees and had at last realized that keeping his mouth shut was a good idea, he walked back out into the open air. Nobody would be shedding a tear that a piece of shit like that had been cut up. And although Joe had hardly taken him on out of good citizenship, he couldn't help feeling grimly satisfied with what he'd just done. No doubt some other twat would grab this corner in the blink of an eye once word got out about what had happened. But that wasn't a reason not to sort the cunts out. You had to keep cutting their heads off the Hydra even when they kept on growing back. Otherwise the regiment would have given up on the Taliban months ago. The regiment. He'd hardly thought about them since he'd been back in the UK. Had they heard what had happened? Was it being discussed in the squadron hangars of Hereford, or op centres of Bagram, Bastion and Kandahar? Were his mates ready to believe the worst of him? It wouldn't be the first time one of their number had gone bad. The black corner boy had returned to his position, clearly expecting Joe to have been warned off by the moron with his .38. His eyes widened as he saw Joe emerge unscathed, and for the second time he scrambled out of sight. Joe dug the keys out of his pocket and opened the Range Rover. Should he risk taking it? He reckoned so. The people he was robbing were unlikely to go to the police, and besides they had nothing to link the vehicle to him. At the very worst it would be just another car crime to add to the stats. As he turned the ignition, the music blared out again. He silenced it, then checked his rear and side mirrors. There was no sign of the man he'd just cut up. Over in the playground, the kids were still playing on the ropes, the mums still ignoring them, with no inkling of what had just happened. He removed the handgun from his jeans and laid it carefully in the glove compartment before pulling away, his mind already working through the detailed logistics of his next move, and wondering if Eva had been successful. "What is it, love? Birthday present for the fella? Into all this stuff, is he? Tell you what, we get 'em all in here." The military clothing store, to which Joe had directed her, halfway between Mile End Station and Stepney Green, and just off the Mile End Road, was empty, apart from her and the young man in his mid-20s who broke off reading The Sun behind the counter. The wall behind him was plastered with pictures of short-haired, improbably good-looking men in camouflage gear and with paint smeared artfully on their faces. Eva was no expert, but she was sure they were more familiar with the catwalk than the battlefield. $250, that one? The young man indicated the helmet she was holding. "Real McCoy, that? Kevlar? Special Forces issue? Here." He turned his newspaper back a couple of pages to reveal a full-page spread with the headline, "Inside the Top-Secret Unit That Killed Bin Laden." It accompanied a picture of a soldier in full military gear, each item labelled. The man jabbed a finger at the soldier's head. "Same thing," he said. "Best there is. Full head and neck protection, so unless he's thinking of getting shot in the face..." The man laughed at his own joke, as Eva quietly put the helmet on the counter. "Do you sell body armour?" she asked. The shop assistant raised an eyebrow, then emerged from behind the counter and led her to an adjoining room, its walls lined with boots and berets. "Not much call for it," he said, as he showed her a rail from which 3 chunky blue vests were hanging. "Just the occasional war reporter, you know. But it's not the sort of thing you end up buying more than once. Anyway, that's why they're all blue. Identifies you as a journalist in a war zone. All good quality, though. Osprey protective." As he spoke, Eva saw his eyes wandering towards the small carrier bag she was carrying, from the top of which an Ordnance Survey map was peeking, the word Pembrokeshire just visible. "Course," said the man. "Not much call for them in Welsh Wales, eh? Not unless your bloke's thinking of SAS selection." He laughed again, and oblivious to Eva's discomfort, rapped his knuckles against one of the vests. "Good thick ceramic plates. The dog's bollocks, really, excuse my French. Got the elbow and shoulder pads to go with it too." Eva selected the largest of the 3 vests. She was surprised how heavy it was, but then she was only used to wearing a stab vest. "Do you have side plates?" she asked, just as Joe had told her. The young man looked surprised at the question. He shook his head. "Like I say, not a lot of call." "Binoculars?" "Sure." Eva paid with cash, withdrawn at Joe's instruction from a hole in the wall while she was still in Dagenham. If things went to shit, it wouldn't do her any good at all if her credit card records had shown her buying these items. But then things going to shit was something Eva didn't really want to contemplate. Had DCI Jacobson reported her little deception of that morning? Her absence from work must have been noted. Were people out looking for her? She was acting as if in a dream, against her better judgment, half of her wanting to run and hide, the other half knowing that she was too far gone for that. She just had to trust that Joe knew what he was doing. "Hope it's what he wanted," said the assistant as he handed over the goods. "Yeah," Eva murmured as she headed towards the exit. "Me too." The boot of the Range Rover was up. Joe was checking the gear Eva had acquired as he stashed it away carefully. "Joe," Eva said. He continued working and didn't even look at her. "Please listen to me. I know what I'm talking about. If this vehicle is reported stolen, the police, can track it. There's number plate recognition on every major road." "Trust me," Joe said. "Nobody's going to report it missing." "Did you get the optics?" "The what?" "Night vision goggles." Eva shook her head. "I drained my account, Joe. That was all I could—" "Forget it. You got the important stuff." He straightened up and looked round. It was 6 p.m. The light was failing. Joe and Eva had parked at the crossroads of 2 residential roads in Wandsworth. A man wearing a suit and a woolen overcoat walked past, clearly intent on getting home. 2 school kids walking their dog went by in the other direction. Joe slammed the rear door of the Range Rover shut and looked towards the crossroads. "He lives alone? No girlfriend?" "As far as I know." "Have you ever been in the flat?" "Once," Eva replied. Her skin flushed a little. "We didn't—" "There was no way of getting in through the back?" Eva gave a helpless little shrug. "It was dark, Joe, but no, I don't think so." "And he's definitely gone away?" Eva nodded. "He told me this morning. Spain, I think. Flew at midday, but I don't understand—" "You're sure he has a bike?" "Positive, but wait here." Eva nodded, but as Joe stepped away from the car, she called after him, "Frank's a nice guy. A friend of mine. Go easy on this place, okay?" Joe found the motorcycle he was looking for easily enough, parked in the paved front area of number 63 and covered with a grey tarpaulin. Next to it, upturned on its side, was a bike trailer. Other than that, the front yard was empty, save for an old pot noodle carton that had blown in. A set of raised steps to his left led up to the ground and first floor flats, but the basement flat had a separate iron staircase. Once Joe had descended this, he was out of sight of the road in a gloomy, poky little entrance area. There was no light from the front window of the basement, and the curtains were shut. He knocked on the front door. It rattled slightly in its frame. "Ill-fitting," Joe noted. "Easier to barge down." After looking up to check that he wasn't being overlooked, he took a step back, then rammed his shoulder against the door. He felt a little give. Ramming it for a second time, he heard the crack of a mortise lock splintering out of its cavity. A third barge, and he was in. He didn't enter straight away, but walked casually up the stairs to check nobody had been alerted by the noise. A woman walked past, white earphones plugged in, and didn't even seem to notice him. The flat was tiny. There was a small kitchenette in one corner, and crockery was upturned on the draining board. Clothes littered the floor. Eva's colleague, Frank, was that what she said he was called? Was a messy bloke. At first Joe thought that might make it more difficult to locate his bike keys, but then he saw a leather jacket slung over the side of an armchair. He rummaged in the pockets and found a Yamaha keyring with 2 keys attached. He stepped into the bedroom. It was even untidier. Eva had said that this bloke was about the same size as him, so Joe quickly scouted through clothes strewn over the floor and double bed. He selected a hooded top, and after poking around in a half-open drawer, a navy blue snood. He hadn't been in the flat for more than 90 seconds before he was hurrying back up the steps, clutching the keys and the clothes. Eva was sitting in the passenger seat of the Range Rover, chewing anxiously on her fingernails. "Was he there?" she asked, as Joe climbed in behind the wheel and started the engine. He shook his head. I broke in. What is he, a boyfriend? I told you. He's just a friend, Eva said quickly. They were pulling up outside the flat where the bike was parked when she spoke again. I still don't understand why we need Frank's bike. Can't we just use this thing? She hit the dashboard of the Range Rover, frustration suddenly bursting out of her. She bit her lip and looked out of the passenger window. Can't you just let me call my colleagues? If they think Connor's been abducted, they'll be all over the place like a rash. No, Joe snapped, and instantly regretted it. Eva didn't have to be here, he reminded himself. She was risking as much as he was, maybe more. But time was running out. He could explain once they were on the road. He jumped out of the Range Rover, ran up to the front of the house, pulled the bike trailer to the back of the stolen vehicle, and attached it to the rear. After pulling off the grey tarp, he wheeled the bike onto the trailer. Once he'd secured it, he got back in the Range Rover and eased out into the road, aware of the troubled stare Eva was giving him. Listen, he said as he glanced in the rear-view mirror. I don't know who this Ash guy is working for. Maybe it's Al-Qaeda, maybe the Americans. But we do know this. He doesn't care who he kills to get at me. He paused. You didn't see Caitlin's body, Eva. You didn't see the look in her eyes. He couldn't bring himself to say it, and he found himself breathing deeply just to calm his nerves. He will kill Connor if I don't stop him, he continued after 30 seconds. If we call the police, they'll go in like a bull at a fucking gate, and that's what'll happen. You don't know that. I won't risk it. He breathed deeply to calm down. We have to think like him, he said. Why has he chosen that precise location for the RV? I checked the satellite imagery when we were online. It's a remote beach with a high cliff behind it. He could hide anywhere. I'll be in plain sight. That's good for him and bad for us. But wherever he is now, right now, he has to transport Connor to the RV. That means moving him out into the open. Joe felt his jaw clenching. I saw Connor's face on the video, Eva. It's bruised and cut. He was crying. Transporting a child in that state is dangerous. Our man won't want to move him far, so I think he's already close to the RV point, somewhere nobody else is likely to see them. The video I saw was taken in a house that faced west out to sea. The mapping I checked online showed a solitary house about 1 kilometre inland from the RV. So far as I can tell, there are no other dwellings for 4 clicks in any direction. So what are you saying? Eva asked in a small voice. That if he wants to lure me to that beach, he's holding Connor in that house. I'd bet anything on it. And I need to get there before they leave for the RV. He glanced at the Range Rover's clock. 18:20 hours. I think it'll take us 5 to 6 hours to get to the coast, he said. We'll be approaching at midnight. There's only one road leading to the house, and it slopes down towards it in full view. If I was him, I'd be watching that road. That's why we need the bike. The map shows a bridle way that circles the house and approaches it from behind. It's a very long way round from where we can safely park this thing without being seen from the house, 4 or 5 miles. But the bike will cover it quickly. I can take it off-road and approach from a direction he won't be expecting, then make the final approach by foot. That way I'll catch up with him before he has time to set up an ambush. Eva was quiet for a few minutes as Joe negotiated his way onto the South Circular. Joe, she said at last, remember when your dad went to prison? He didn't answer. Nobody talked to you about it, but behind your back they hardly talked about anything else. What are you trying to say? You're in trouble. We both are. We can't run forever. When they catch up with you, maybe you can persuade them about Caitlin. Maybe you can persuade them that the guy in prison was self-defense. But can't you see what it looks like? You're leaving a trail of bodies everywhere you go. She gave him a piercing look. You can't kill him, Joe, she whispered. I won't let you. Joe felt his eyes flicker involuntarily to the glove compartment where his stolen weapon was stashed. Mr. Ash and I have a few things to discuss, he said. That's all. He looked at the Range Rover's clock again. Less than 12 hours till the RV. He fixed his eyes on the road ahead and drove. Chapter 18. It was a largely silent journey. The Range Rover's sat-nav blinked monotonously as they ate up the M4. A full moon rose. Joe wondered how much light it would give him when they reached Pembrokeshire. Around 19:30 hours, the traffic on the motorway suddenly slowed down. Glancing in the rear-view mirror, Joe saw a flashing blue light. Seconds later, there was a siren. He checked his speed, 65 mph, and pulled into the left-hand lane. Eva said nothing, but he could feel her tension. It was a relief when the car sped past. A minute later, they crawled past the scene of an accident, with 2 ambulance crews and 4 police cars parked on the hard shoulder. Joe just kept a steady speed. They've got no reason to stop us, he told Eva. She didn't reply. At 2100 hours, Joe turned on the radio and tuned into the news. He was the lead item. Following the escape of Sergeant Joseph Mansfield from Barfield Prison in London, the leader of the opposition has criticised the coalition's laissez-faire attitude to issues of public safety. Sergeant Mansfield, recently returned from Afghanistan, was being held in custody following the brutal murder of his partner. Police are advising that he is highly dangerous and possibly unstable, and that members of the public should not approach him under any circumstances. It was Eva who turned off the radio. They continued in silence. Joe used the last of the money he'd taken from Eva's cash box to buy petrol just beyond Reading and to pay the toll at the Severn Bridge. The further west they travelled, the more the traffic thinned out, but any speed a clear road might have offered them was cancelled out by the mist. It was barely noticeable at first, just a thin, wispy film in front of the windscreen. By 2200 hours, however, it felt as though they were surrounded, as though an army of ghosts was following them wherever they went. The mist swirled in the beam of the headlights like a thick barrier. A barrier between Joe and his son. It was just gone 2300 hours when they entered Pembrokeshire. The roads became smaller. The red dot on the sat-nav approached the blue of the sea. Joe looked at the time. 23:30 hours. 6.5 hours till RV. 30 metres ahead, the silhouette of an old church emerged from the mist, the clock face on its steeple glowing palely in the night like a second moon. Joe slowed down. The church was on their right. On the other side of the road was a small car park. He saw as he turned in that there were no other vehicles. It looked like the starting location for a country walk, but nobody was venturing out at this time of night and in this weather. Nobody except Joe. "You got the map?" he asked when he pulled over, positioned the car so it was facing the exit again, and killed the lights. Eva handed it over. Once he'd opened it out in front of him, it took Joe seconds to locate their position on the map with the interior light. They were 2 clicks, he estimated, from the house that was his destination. He studied the contour lines carefully. The road on which they were travelling was about to head uphill. Once they reached the brow, there was a direct line of sight from the house towards the road that led to it in the westerly direction. even if they travelled without the help of headlights, they would be completely visible to anybody watching them with the right kind of equipment. The warmth of the engine would burn brightly on any thermal imaging equipment, and NV capability would light them up like a fucking Christmas tree. The bottom line was this: they could go no further in the Range Rover. He turned to Eva. "You'll be all right here?" he asked. She looked around anxiously into the blanket of dark mist. Joe switched off the interior light. "Keep it dark," he said, "otherwise you'll be blind. Keep the doors locked and the keys in the ignition. If anyone approaches you, head back the way we came. Don't worry about me." "What if you don't come back?" "I will come back." "But what if you don't?" Joe reached over her, opened up the glove compartment and removed the weapon. "I will." Frank's bike was nothing special. A Yamaha TW, its tyres worn almost smooth by constant city driving, and it was certainly not designed to be driven off-road. He'd have to take it carefully to avoid a blowout, but he'd do that anyway, moving slowly, keeping the revs low in order to make as little noise as possible. Not easy when he wanted to get to the house as fast as possible. To get to Connor. Ash would definitely try to move him under cover of darkness. The question was, how long before the 0600 RV would he do it? Had Joe arrived in time? He reversed the bike off its trailer, then examined the OS map again. He'd be heading north across a field for 2 clicks, before coming to a bridleway that would take him through a forested area over the brow of the hill. From there, he hoped, he would be able to see the house. Or not, according to the thickness of the fog. But he would need to follow the bridleway down the hill and 3 miles in the westerly direction, past the house and up to the cliff top by the coast, before heading south for a mile. The bridleway passed approximately half a mile to the west of the house, close enough for the bike's engine to be heard if the wind was in the wrong direction. He would decide whether to cover that final stretch on the bike or by foot when he was on the ground. Eva had moved into the driver's seat. Her hands were resting on the steering wheel, as if she was intending to drive away immediately. Joe gave her what he hoped was a reassuring nod. He heard the central locking click shut and started the Yamaha. It coughed unhealthily into life, but then he heard a sound from the Range Rover. He turned to see Eva opening the door again. "Joe," she said, "I hope he's going to be fine," Joe replied grimly. He had to believe that, otherwise nothing else mattered. With the bike's headlight switched off, he increased the throttle and moved away. The field across which he needed to travel to reach the bridleway was located on the opposite side of the church. It meant manoeuvring the bike across a churchyard crowded with tombstones that seemed to jump out at him from the mist. Joe kept his attention fully fixed on the ground ahead. Within a couple of minutes, he came to the perimeter of the churchyard, where a metal gate, tied shut with a length of frayed rope, marked the edge of the field. Joe untied it, opened the gate and passed through. He left the rope untied. He might need to pass through this way again. The ground was bumpy, treacherous. It was beginning to freeze. Joe pushed the bike as hard as he dared, rebalancing himself every time it slipped. His visibility was no more than 10 meters. The moon was little help. Beyond that, he was aware of bulky forms moving in the field. Cows, he presumed, or horses. The bike's low rumble kept them away. It felt like it took longer than it should to cross the field and reach the bridleway, half his mind on Connor, the other half on the terrain. In reality, it was probably no more than the 10 minutes he'd estimated. There was a second gate on the opposite edge of the field. Joe passed through it and headed up an equally bumpy track at a steep 25% gradient. 2 minutes later, he travelled what he knew from his study of the map to be about a third of a mile, 500 metres or so, and emerged from the mist as he reached the top of the hill. He dismounted before he reached the brow itself, laying the bike on its side and crawling up to his vantage point. The ground was hard and cold. From this location, looking west towards the shore, Joe could see that the mist, although thick, was patchy and low-lying. It appeared to glow in the yellow light of the hazy full moon, almost like snow. He couldn't make out where land met sea, but he could discern the lights of a ship out on the water. The rim of the hill on which he was standing ran north to south. He couldn't see the road he and Eva had been following, but his mental snapshot told him that it forked after about 100 metres. The right fork headed to the top of the cliff, the left fork to a lone house. And it was this that he could just about make out now. The house lay, he estimated, about 3 clicks to the southwest, at approximately 10 o'clock from his current position. He used the binoculars to focus in on the house. The magnification was high, the field of view narrow. Normally that wouldn't be a problem, but tonight his hands were shaking. He had to concentrate hard on making them still before he could get a proper look. There were no lights on, not at least on the northern or eastern sides of the house. But then he remembered that the video he had watched had been shot in a room overlooking the sea. If, as he suspected, it had been taken in this house, that meant it was on the far western side, out of view from this position. He could see the front entrance, and tried to see if there were any vehicles parked outside. But the night was too dark, and the binos too weak to make out that kind of detail. After 30 seconds, the mist rolled in and obscured the whole of the ground floor from his view, leaving just the steep roof peeping out from above the white blanket. He cursed under his breath. He'd been hoping for some indication that Connor was definitely there. His boy's face swam before his eyes, cut, bruised, and terrified. With a pang it hit him that his expression in the video was not so different from the one on his face when Joe stormed into his bedroom and tore his Xbox from the TV. He felt like throwing all this stealth out of the window and storming in a direct line down to the house to rip Connor from this bastard's clutches as soon as humanly possible. But his military training told him that would be the worst thing to do. He needed to approach unseen. And he couldn't waste time. The mist would now be compromising the view of anyone watching from the house, so he took the opportunity to crest the hill and drop quickly to the west, keeping to the bridleway. Back on lower ground, the mist engulfed him again. He could see no landmarks, nothing with which to get his bearings. After 10 minutes, he estimated that he was directly north of the house. But his reckoning must have been off, because 2 minutes later he had to brake as a sheer cliff top appeared, with heart-stopping suddenness just 5 meters in front of him. He swung the bike round to the south and followed the bridleway along the cliff top, stopping after a couple of 100 meters to check the wind direction. It was on shore, blowing out to sea. He estimated he could risk another 200 meters before ditching the bike and approaching on foot. From there, it would be just half a click cross-country to where Connor was surely being held. He crawled along at less than 5 miles an hour to keep the noise of the bike's engine as low as possible. He could hear the sea crashing to his right, and a lone gull called somewhere in the darkness overhead. To the left of the bridleway, there was half-meter-high bracken. Joe used it to hide the bike on its side. He ran east, away from the cliff top, along a mud path through the bracken and into an area of rough grassland. 50 meters away, the house emerged from the mist. No lights. Was his man sleeping? Joe doubted it. His heart was thumping. He could hear his pulse as he advanced. Halfway to the house there was a picket fence, but it was collapsing in places and Joe passed through a gap. He registered a tumble-down wooden shed 5 meters to his left, and a bleak concrete garage almost adjoining the right-hand wing of the house. Most of his attention, however, was on the 2 windows on the first floor. The curtains were open, but inside all was dark. Was Connor holed up in one of those rooms? Was that where his son was being held? Joe removed the handgun from his shoulder bag. Then he approached the back door of the house, treading absolutely silently, toe first, then heel. He couldn't afford to make a single sound, a single stumble or broken twig. Even his breathing was, despite his exertion, noiseless. A sudden clattering noise in front of him. Movement! He froze, 3 meters from the door, his weapon at the ready. What the hell was happening? Then he exhaled slowly. It was a cat, bursting through a flap at the bottom of the door. Its eyes glinted in the darkness as it stared directly at him. As Joe took another step forward, the cat turned tail and headed back into the house. Joe glanced up to the first-floor window. No light, no movement, nothing. The paint on the back door was gleaming in the moonlight. He moved quietly to the door, then slowly reached out his free hand and grasped the handle. He twisted it gently, so as not to let it squeak or scrape. It opened. Did that mean someone was here? Probably. Inside, it was even darker than out. Having silently shut the door behind him, he waited a moment for his eyes to grow accustomed to the lack of moonlight. It took him 20 seconds to realize he was in a small utility room that led into a kitchen. There was a strange smell, and it wasn't just the musty aroma of neglect, it was something else. A smell he recognized, sickeningly sweet. It grew stronger as he passed through the kitchen and along a narrow corridor that led to what was clearly the front hallway. He had been expecting to see a body, so the sight of a crumpled human frame at the bottom of the steps was not a surprise. The cat was prowling around it. It meowed, and that one sound seemed to echo around the house. Joe took a couple of steps closer. The strongest smell now was of shit. The corpse's bowels had loosened after death. "Don't let it be Connor," his mind was crying out. "Don't let it be Connor." He bent down in the darkness to examine the corpse's face. It was an old lady. Her eyes were wide open, her expression terrified. A sticky mucus-like substance had oozed from her nose and ears. Joe estimated that she'd been dead for less than a day. Maybe she'd accidentally fallen down the stairs, or maybe... He noted that the stair lift was halfway up the staircase. She hadn't. He stopped, stock still, and listened. But there was nothing to listen to, other than the silence. Stepping over the body, he started to climb the stairs. His eyes were firmly fixed on the door at the top and to the left. It was slightly ajar. The cat meowed again. Joe froze. Had something disturbed it? No sound. He continued to climb. At the top of the stairs, he stopped. His finger was resting lightly on the trigger of his handgun. His breathing was shallow and silent. Slowly, he extended his right foot and gently kicked the door open. By the misty moonlight shining through the windows, Joe immediately recognized the place. The video he had seen was burned on his memory. There, against the far wall, was the bed on which Connor had been sitting. On the wall behind it, a picture, its details obscured by the darkness, but Joe knew that if he looked more closely, it would show a ship in a storm. His eyes panned round the room. There was a table in the middle, piled high with books. Boxes were piled up in corners and against the walls. The room was chaotic, and it was clear nobody was at home. Joe stepped over to the bed. Something had caught his eye. He bent down and picked it up off the blanket. A small grey elephant, patched up and the worse for wear. He flung the toy down on the ground, hissing with frustration. There was nobody here. Less than 6 hours till the RV that was only a couple of clicks away. Was it really likely that they've already set out? Joe raced through the rest of the house. 2 more bedrooms upstairs, a large sitting room and a 4th bedroom on the ground floor. He knew it was pointless. He knew the house was deserted, apart from him, an old lady's body, and a restless cat. Back in the room where Connor had been held, he was almost careless enough to switch on the light. He stopped himself at the last second. If he could observe the place from afar, anybody could. And if Connor's abductor had even an inkling that events were not unfolding as he'd planned, that could only be bad for the boy. He stalked around the room, seeking anything that might help him. It was only thanks to the moonlight streaking in through the window that he saw it. The passport was in plain view, sitting atop one of the piles of books on the round table. On the front it had the words, United States of America. Joe examined the identification page. There was no mistaking the features of the man in the photograph. Joe had seen that face once before. Until now he'd been unable to recall its features. But as it stared out of the passport at him, he was transported back to the visiting room at Barfield. This was him, Mr. Ash. But the name on the passport was Mahmoud Ashkani. Only 2 thoughts spun around Joe's head, 2 simple statements of fact. First, the Middle Eastern man who had abducted his son held an American passport. And second, if he wanted to see Connor again, the only option open to him was to turn up at the RV tomorrow at 0600 hours. At which point, Mr. Ash, or Mahmoud Ashkani, or whoever the fuck he really was, would undoubtedly try to kill him. Eva was shivering with cold. For 10 minutes after Joe had left, she kept one hand on the key in the ignition. Now she was hugging herself to keep warm. More than once she found herself glancing at the door, checking that the central locking was on. She didn't know quite what she was scared of, but she was scared. 1:17. She was dazzled by the sight of a single headlight turning at high speed into the car park. She fumbled for the keys, one arm covering her eyes to block out the brightness, but then the light disappeared and she could just make out Joe, jumping off the bike and letting it fall to one side. A fist on the driver's window, and he was shouting, "Open up!" Eva had released the lock before she registered that Joe had returned alone. She twisted round as she heard Joe opening the rear door. His face was illuminated by the small internal light, and the look on it chilled her. "What happened?" she asked. "Where's Connor? Joe, what happened?" When he didn't answer, she opened the driver's door and ran round to the back of the vehicle. Joe had pulled out the body armour and was examining the Kevlar helmet. She grabbed his right arm, but he shrugged her off. "I was too late," he spat. "They've already left." "Are you sure it was the right place?" He nodded. "Connor was there." "So what are we going to do?" "The only thing I can do," Joe said. "Turn up." He started to pull on the body armour. Eva peered nervously at him. "Joe, you can't," she said. "He'll try to—" "What do you want me to do, Eva?" he shouted. "He's got my son." "But—" Joe put one hand to his forehead and paused for a moment, clearly trying to calm himself down after his outburst. Eva noticed that his hand was shaking, and she had to fight a sudden urge to put her arms round him. "If I lose Connor," Joe said, in a low voice that was on the verge of cracking, "I lose everything. I'll have nothing left in the world." He wasn't even looking at Eva when he said it, so he could have had no idea of the effect the blunt truth of his words had on her. "Wait," she said. He turned towards her. She pointed at the body armour. "How safe is it?" Depends on the round. Distant. Trajectory, he said. He'll try to take me out from the cliff top, I reckon. It'll protect my vital organs, keep me alive to go after them, probably. Eva nodded. She remembered how, when they were younger, Joe would do anything to keep her from harm. She remembered the look on his face when he told her that Connor had been abducted. "Give it to me," she said. Chapter 19. 0330 hours. Mahmoud Ashkani, a.k.a. Mr. Ash, a.k.a. any number of other names at different times and different places around the world, would be glad to get rid of the boy. Ashkani knew that he had a gift for terror. It was not surprising the boy should be scared. He'd gone to very great lengths to ensure it. But to be encumbered by someone so silently helpless was wearisome, and his frail child's mind was so damaged by what he'd been exposed to that really he would be better off dead. The grey light of dawn was still 2 hours away. The only light came from a street lamp 10 metres to his right, and it was further dimmed by the thick layer of condensation that covered the window of his grey Peugeot, parked in the car park at Thornbridge Station. The first train would not leave here for another hour, so he knew the place would be deserted for as long as he needed it. The boy was in the back seat. Ashkani hadn't bothered to bind his hands. The child didn't seem to know where he was, or who he was. He just stared into space, never speaking, never moving. Ashkani's left hand lightly touched the laptop that lay on the passenger seat. His fingertips brushed against the satellite phone resting on top of it, and against a 4 gigabyte data stick. At 5:10 a.m., the headlights of a second car filled the rear-view mirror. It parked to the left of Ashkani. The driver exited, and Ashkani gathered up the computer, phone, and data stick so that the man could sit beside him. The newcomer looked not unlike Ashkani. He was a similar age and build, with black hair and dark skin. But he had a harsher, crueler face. The lack of lines around the side of his mouth did not make him look younger. It just made him look as though he seldom smiled. "Do you really think he's coming?" The newcomer spoke in Arabic. Ashkani sniffed, then replied in the same language. "I killed his wife. I kidnapped his son." Turning to look at the other man, he asked, "Do you really think he's not?" "I would have expected him to call the police." "I have eyes and ears among the police. He has spoken to nobody." This reassurance seemed to be good enough for the other man. "You understand what you need to do?" asked Ashkani. "It won't be a problem." Ashkani failed to stop a wave of annoyance entering his voice. "If I knew it wasn't going to be a problem," he said, "I would not have insisted upon my best marksman. This man is good at staying alive. Do not underestimate him." "The reason I am your best marksman is because I underestimate nobody." A pause. "You will be... I will be where I need to be." "It is happening, then?" "Today?" Ashkani nodded almost imperceptibly. "The British soldier and his son must not survive this morning. You would not wish to deny the lion his final roar." As he said this, he fiddled absent-mindedly with the data stick. The other man looked over his shoulder. His expression when he looked at the boy was one of contempt. "Does he never speak?" "Sometimes, when forced. He won't give you any trouble. He doesn't know what's going on." "Good. I will take him now." Ashkani nodded. "Don't let him out of your sight." "I can't have him with me when I—" "Don't let him out of your sight." "Whatever you say." Ashkani did not expect the boy to make any fuss when he was removed from the back seat and transferred to the other car, and he wasn't disappointed. The child said nothing. He still didn't even seem aware that anything was happening. Not that it mattered to Ashkani anymore. He wound down the passenger window and looked out at the other man when he'd bundled the boy into the back of his car. "I want to know when it is done," he said. The other man nodded before climbing into the car, closing the door and driving off. Ashkani waited for 5 minutes, then he too drove from the station car park. Commuters would start arriving soon, and besides, he had somewhere else to be. Ashkani's marksman drove slowly westwards towards the coast. He wanted to be there early, and if he could set up his position when the light was still dim, so much the better. As he drove, he cursed the mist that seemed to cling to this country. He'd not wanted to say so in front of Ashkani, but it made things a great deal more difficult. Still, he had done difficult jobs before, and he had never failed yet. He looked in the mirror at the kid. There was something unnatural about him, the way his pale face simply gazed into the middle distance, the way his silence seemed to fill the whole car. He considered disobeying Ashkani, gagging the kid and leaving him in the boot. He thought better of it. Ashkani was not a good man to disobey. But the sooner this morning was over, the better. The marksman had already decided that he would not park the car at the cliff-top car park, but would drive it out of sight down an old dirt road, about 1 kilometre from the coast. He and the boy would then walk to the firing point under cover of darkness. He had already chosen, too, the precise location from which he would take the shot. The beach itself was 500 metres wide, and the part of the cliff that overlooked it was covered in vigorous bracken, almost 1 metre high, and stretching back about 100 metres from the edge of the cliff. There were many channels in the bracken, made mostly by walkers, and children playing hide-and-seek, he supposed, and that was to his advantage. It meant nobody could tell what path he had taken through it to the cliff's edge. And because the bracken extended all the way to the edge, he could overlook the beach and remain completely hidden, except for the barrel of his rifle peeking out, which nobody would be able to see in poor light and at a distance. Ordinarily, he would have found some way to set up a ribbon on the beach to tell him which way the wind was blowing. On this occasion, it was not necessary. The safety flag, there to indicate how safe or dangerous the sea was on a given day, would do the job for him. Getting the boy out of the car was simple. Forcing him 1 kilometre cross-country was less so. He tripped and stumbled, falling helplessly to his knees on 3 occasions, and once flat on his face. Each time the man pulled him up by his hair, thinking that the pain would make him stand more quickly. But the boy didn't even seem to feel it. He said nothing. He didn't complain, howl, or gasp. He just pushed himself slowly up and continued at his own pace. It was 4:30 by the time they reached the cliff's edge. He pushed the boy to lie down and kicked his knee when he didn't respond. But once he was down, prostrate on the cold ground, he didn't move. He just shivered. The man eyed him suspiciously for a moment. It was all very well for Ashkani to believe that the kid was beyond causing problems, but he preferred to be sure. From his rucksack he pulled a length of rope. He tied the boy's limp hands behind his back and bound his ankles together using the other end of the same piece. The boy didn't struggle or complain. The marksman turned his attention to the other contents of his rucksack. First, a satellite phone, which he laid on the ground next to him. Then his sniper rifle, a Galil .308, with a full magazine of tuned, match-grade rounds, which was separated into 5 sections. He could have slotted them together blindfolded. Indeed, he had practiced doing so many times in the past. so the darkness was not an obstacle for him. In less than a minute, the rifle was assembled. Its magazine of 5 7.62mm rounds firmly clicked into place. He unfolded a small bipod, placed it on the edge of the bracken, and rested the barrel of the rifle on it. Lying on his front, behind the weapon, he closed his left eye and looked through the sight. It was still dark, and the mist was thick, yet he could just make out the individual waves crashing onto the beach. He estimated the distance between his firing point and the sand at about 350 meters. Close enough for a swift, clean kill. He looked over his shoulder. The boy was still lying on the ground, still shivering, still silent. It crossed his mind that he should kill him now, but Ashkani had been quite clear. The boy would only cease to be useful once his father was dead. The marksman looked at his watch. 4:56. That gave the kid just over an hour to live. 05:58 hours. The gulls that had flocked on the flat sandy beach had predicted the arrival of dawn. Their chorus had lasted for a full half hour. There hadn't been a particular moment when night had become morning. The sky had just grown almost imperceptibly lighter. The marksman lay very still, watching, waiting. There was a weak offshore wind. It blew the safety flag almost exactly in the marksman's direction. He checked the direction of the spray to make sure it matched up with the wind direction further from the ground. It did. He would wait until his target was positioned on a straight line between the rifle and the flag. It would make the shot more accurate, because he would then not have to adjust for the altered trajectory of the round. It was the gulls, too, that announced the arrival of the target. The marksman became aware of crowds of them flocking up from the sands at the northern end of the beach, shrouded by the mist and screeching loudly. The figure came into view at 0600 hours exactly. At first, he was just a vague darkening of the mist, 200 meters to the north, the shapeless form gradually developing a human frame as the gulls screeched and flew away from him. He was walking slowly, his head bowed, his hands stuck into the pockets of his hooded top. His frame was bulky, barrel-chested almost, and although the hood he was wearing obscured his features, the marksman had the impression that his gait was slow and ponderous, almost as if he knew he was walking to his death. "Do not underestimate him," Ashkani had said. The marksman didn't. He examined every facet of the man's movement. Something wasn't right. Why was he not looking around? If he was here to see his son, why was he not searching for him? Perhaps he was not so impressive as Ashkani had predicted. Or perhaps he thought that if he sacrificed himself, his son would be set free. A foolish thought. But the marksman knew that at times of stress, a person's decision-making could lose clarity. The figure continued to walk at a slow, steady pace. He was 10 meters from the line of fire. 5 meters. 3. The marksman's fingers brushed the cold metal of the trigger. 2 meters. 1. The target stopped. He turned around, peered out to sea, and stood there, immobile. Some of the gulls he had disturbed had settled on the sand again, and he was surrounded by them. The marksman experienced a moment of doubt. If this man was here to find his son, why was he not looking around? But he put that thought from his mind. Ashkani's instructions had been very clear, and adjusted his line of fire by the fraction of a degree necessary to get the target in the center of his sight. The edge of his body was slightly ill-defined because of the mist, but he placed his crosshairs over the center of the target's back. a location as deadly as the head, but broader and therefore easier to hit. He heard a whimper from the boy, the first sound that had escaped his lips since the marksman had taken possession of him. It was almost as though he knew his father was about to die, which he was. The marksman squeezed the trigger. The retort of the rifle echoed over the vast expanse of sea and air. The gulls that had congregated on the sand flocked up into the sky with a single mind and a sudden frightened squawk. And the target crumpled instantly to the ground. The gunman watched the body. He didn't know why. Something told him he should. Its head was pointing out to sea, and as the waves swelled towards the beach, the water lapped against it. A seagull settled on the body, and then another. To them the corpse was clearly as still and solid as a rock. The marksman lowered his gun. His fingers felt for the satellite phone at his side, and for the first time since arriving at the firing point, he rose to his feet. He stood a metre from the edge of the cliff, looking out to sea. Without the aid of the sight on his rifle, the body on the beach was just an indistinct lump. Further out, he could see the grey outline of an oil tanker. The breeze was a little stiffer now, and it blew his black hair away from his face as he called a number, which rang only once before it was answered. "Well?" came Ashkani's voice in Arabic. "It's done." "Good. See to the boy, and do not contact me again." "Wait." "What is it?" A pause. "Allahu Akbar," said the marksman. "Allahu Akbar," Ashkani replied. The line went dead. The marksman stared at the digital display for a brief moment. He thought of Ashkani, thought of what he was about to do. "You would not wish to deny the lion his final roar," he had said. No, indeed. The picture rose in his mind. A thin, weak old man, wrapped in a blanket as he watched television in a shabby room in a compound far away in Pakistan. That was the image his killers wanted to present of the Sheikh al-Mujahid. But his last act would strike fear into the heart of the West. Then he saw the briefest glint of something reflected in the screen. He had no way of knowing what it was. No way of recognizing the checked lumberjack shirt, or the expression of purest menace. And no way of defending himself as the figure marched relentlessly towards the edge of the cliff, his arm outstretched, a handgun in his fist, as having located the marksman, he strode close enough to ensure a single round from that weapon would serve its purpose. The marksman closed his eyes. The flicker of a smile played across the corners of his lips. He had been beaten. He did not mind. He had always known that paradise would come earlier to him than to others who did not fight the jihad. He heard the gunshot from 3 meters behind and felt the round enter the back of his neck and become lodged in the gristle at the front of his throat. He felt the sudden impact pushing him forward. He might not have toppled quite so soon if the heel of a shoe hadn't jabbed him hard in the small of his back. As it was, he experienced the sudden weightlessness of free fall less than a second after he'd been shot. As he fell, the breeze that had blown his hair back from his face slammed his body against the side of the cliff, and it was the impact of this that finally knocked the life from him. He was dead seconds before he crashed onto the rocks below. Joe watched him fall. The sound of the body's final impact did not reach him at the top of the cliffs. There was just the wind in his ears and the hissing of the waves against the sand. From the back pocket of his jeans, Joe pulled the American passport in the name of Mahmoud Ashkani and threw it after its owner. By the time it had hit the ground, he was kneeling next to his son, untying the ropes that bound him and rolling him over onto his back, "Connor?" he breathed. The boy's face, pale and bruised, stared back blankly. He checked Connor's vital signs. His pulse was weak, his breathing shallow. Every limb was trembling. There was a cut on his lip that looked like it had become infected. But it wasn't his physical state that made fear rise in the back of Joe's throat. It was his mental condition. It wasn't just that he didn't recognize his own father. He didn't seem to be aware of anything at all. Joe scrambled the 3 meters back to the cliff's edge. His eyes narrowed as he saw the motionless form of Eva down below, wrapped in Kevlar and body armor, and wearing the clothes Joe had stolen along with the bike. She wasn't moving. Joe quickly detached the sight from the dead man's sniper rifle and used it to zoom in on her. The tide was lapping around her head. 2 seagulls had settled on her body. Although it was difficult at this distance to be sure, Joe thought he could make out a dark patch, about the size of his hand, on her hooded top. And he knew what that meant. Icy dread crushed over him. He looked from his oldest friend to his son. Had he sacrificed one for the other? He shoved the sight in his shoulder bag, quickly dismantled the sniper rifle, then picked Connor up from the floor as easily as if he was a rag doll. With his son lifted over his shoulder, he started to run through the bracken. There was a steep, rocky descent to the beach, 150 meters to the north. He covered the ground in less than 20 seconds, even with Connor's extra weight, spurred on by adrenaline and a deep, horrible sense of foreboding. He descended sideways, but otherwise with no thought for his own personal safety, as he scrambled and slipped down to the beach, barely aware of the rain that had just started to fall. As he ran towards Eva, the sand felt like glue, dragging him back, holding him down. And then he was just 2 meters from her, laying Connor gently on his back and kneeling down in the cold, salty water, as he pressed his hand to the dark patch which had doubled in size, ripping the hood back from Eva's face to see it pale and waxy, her nose and half of her mouth submerged in the water. He scooped her up and moved her away from the water's edge before pressing his fingers to her neck. Her skin was icy, but there was a pulse. She was still alive. Just. Joe pulled the top over her head to reveal her torso clad in body armor, her shoulders and elbows wrapped in Kevlar pads. The blood was seeping from her left side, where the front armoured plate met its rear twin. He quickly undid the straps that held the two together. She was wearing a t-shirt underneath it, and this too was saturated with blood. Joe pulled it up to see the damage. An open wound. Massive blood loss. The rain was heavy now, but not heavy enough to wash away the blood. He quickly unstrapped the Kevlar helmet from Eva's head, ran to the sea, and filled it with water. Back at her side, he poured the salty water over the wound. As the blood washed away, he saw a gash at the side of her abdomen about 2 inches long, and found himself exhaling deeply with relief. It was a flesh wound, not an entry wound. The round must have ricocheted somehow and punctured the gap between the plates. Had the angle been only slightly different, she would have been dead. But even this wound was dangerous. The blood was flowing again. Joe had to stem it. He grabbed the top. It was covered with salt and sand now, but he couldn't do anything about that. He ripped it along one of its seams, and then wrapped it round Eva's abdomen, tying the sleeves in a tight knot, so that the material pressed firmly against the wound. It was hardly ideal, but it was the best he could do. Eva coughed. Seawater spilled from her mouth. Her eyes flickered open. At first he thought she couldn't see anything. Her pupils expanded and contracted as she tried to focus. But then her vision seemed to clear. "Joe," she whispered. "We've got to get you back to the house." Joe's voice was breathless. "You've lost a lot of blood." "Connor?" "He's... okay. He's here. Eva, do you think you can walk?" He knew he couldn't safely carry them both, not in the state they were in. Eva closed her eyes. With a great effort, she nodded, then tried to push herself up onto her elbows, before sinking back into the sand. Joe put his hands under her arms and helped her to a sitting position. Her face was creased with pain, but she gave no word of complaint. Moments later, she had one arm around Joe's shoulder as he bent to pick up Connor, who was still lying, eyes open on the sand, shivering but otherwise motionless. It was still not fully light. The beach was deserted. His son over his shoulder, his oldest friend leaning heavily on his other side. Joe staggered slowly back towards the cliff. They needed shelter. They needed care. The nearest place was 1 kilometre from the cliff top. It was a deserted house, where the body of an old woman lay rotting at the bottom of the stairs. A place where Joe was hopeful of finding something that might just tell him more about the man he'd just sent to his death. It was not in Mahmoud Ashkani's nature to smile often, but he did sometimes. It was a sign of how much Mansfield's continued refusal to die had unnerved him, that confirmation of his death had lifted a weight from his shoulders. He glanced at the passenger seat, at his laptop and satellite phone, and at the small data stick that looked so ordinary, but whose contents would, within a few hours, have been viewed by half the people on the planet. Then he glanced at the dashboard clock. 7:13. No need to increase his speed. He had plenty of time. He arrived at his destination half an hour later. It was the bleak entrance to a deserted slate mine that had long since been abandoned. He parked his car behind a 10-metre-high pile of slag, quite confident that nobody would disturb him here. He had not chosen this place for that reason, however, but simply because it was the right place to be. He plugged his satellite phone into the side of his laptop, before doing the same with the data stick. Then he turned his eyes to the sky. Not long, he thought to himself. Not long now. Chapter 20. The White House. 0200 hours EST. Herb Sagan did not like Mason Delaney. He didn't like the way he surrounded himself with pretty boys, or the way he so obviously felt superior to everyone. But he had to hand it to him. First Bin Laden, now this. The President's Chief of Staff, Jed Wallace, who was sitting with Sagan and Delaney, clearly felt the same. Wallace's face was white. How did you get this information, Mason? The glance that Sagan and Delaney shared was only momentary, but filled with meaning. Your predecessor was very fond of that question, Jed, Delaney sighed. Mason, the President's going to... The President, Jed, does not want to know where this information came from, believe me. It's a lot easier for him to deny all knowledge when he has no knowledge, wouldn't you say? And in approximately, he looked at his watch, 8 hours' time, he'll be able to tell the nation that he has just foiled a plot to blow up 5 domestic and international flights in midair, and that on top of his recent PR success in Pakistan. I don't think right-minded people will be asking too many questions about where the information came from. Am I wrong? Wallace looked uncertain. You know what his manifesto was, Mason? An end to torture. Extraordinary rendition. Delaney started to stand up. There was a new edge to his voice. Well, Jed, if the President would rather have a 9/11 of his very own... For God's sake, sit down, Mason, Wallace snapped. Delaney gave a look of mild surprise at this display of authority, before settling back once more. Wallace turned to Sagan. Herb, run it past me one more time. If I'm going to wake him, I want to have my ducks in a row. Sagan nodded. He had notes in the bag by his feet, but having worked on this since breakfast time, he didn't need them. We have evidence of a coordinated mid-air strike over American soil. 5 flights in total. Projected death toll, just over 1,000 people. Thanks to Mason's source, however, we have the precise flight numbers. We know which aircraft the terrorists are targeting. Tampa to JFK, Boston to LAX, Orlando to Montreal, Philadelphia to Seattle, Cincinnati to Newark. They all depart between 0500 and 0505 hours, so they'll be in the air simultaneously. And in time for the whole eastern seaboard to wake up to the news, Mason murmured. Sagan continued. There's a shampoo factory in Delaware. At midday yesterday, we apprehended a U.S. national who admitted receiving money from an unknown source in return for filling certain bottles of certain batches with the chemicals necessary to create binary explosives. The batches in question were earmarked for drugstores beyond the security gates at Tampa, Boston, Orlando, Philly, and Cincinnati. They left the factory 2 weeks ago, and there's no way to trace them. Wallace's face was still pale. I'm assuming we need to ground all flights in and out of the U.S. Sagan and Delaney exchanged another glance. That won't be necessary, Jed, said Sagan. We have the situation under control. How? Wallace breathed. We're going to isolate the terrorists before they get on the planes. We're already coordinating with the Transportation Security Administration, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and of course the feds. We've planted air marshals among the passengers on each flight. We'll load them onto buses from the gates, but none of them will get within sniffing distance of an actual aircraft. Once we've quarantined the passengers, we'll search them. In a few hours' time, we'll have a bunch of Al-Qaeda brains to pick, without anything approaching coercion naturally. He gave Wallace a flat look. There was a silence in the room. The President will need to give the final go-ahead for the strategy, Sagan said. He'll want to know the potential risk to the other passengers. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's risk-free, Jed. Wallace nodded. Tampa, Boston, Orlando, Philadelphia, Cincinnati. He repeated Sagan's list. You're sure that these 5 flights are the only ones that are being targeted? He had directed the question towards Delaney, who affected a look of surprise at having been consulted. I'm 93% sure, he said. He smiled at Sagan. Herb does love his statistics. Wallace ignored the barb. I'll wake the President now, he said. Wait here. I'll be back with an answer. He left the room. Sagan and Delaney sat silently, 2 enemies, joined by a common purpose. 93%, Mason? Sagan asked. Delaney raised an eyebrow. Maybe 92. The 2 men went back to their wordless waiting. Pembrokeshire, 07:15 hours. Under normal circumstances, it would have taken no more than 15 minutes for Joe to get from the beach to Ashkarni's safe house. Carrying a traumatized Connor, and with Eva limping along beside him, it took nearly an hour. By the time they approached the front door, which Joe had left unlocked, he'd given up offering Eva words of encouragement to help her push through the barrier of pain and exhaustion. He could feel her body convulsing. She badly needed medical attention. So did Connor. The hallway stank of the rotting corpse of the old woman. Eva showed no sign she even knew what she was stepping over. Her glazed eyes were as desensitized as Connor's. With difficulty, Joe maneuvered the 2 of them up the stairs. It was with an overwhelming sense of relief that he turned left at the top, into the room where he had found Ashkani's passport. He didn't know why he wanted them to stay in this room. It was just a vague sense that Ashkani, whoever he was, had been a pro, and that there was a chance of finding medical supplies in here. Plus, of course, he wanted to strip the place down for information. He helped Eva and Connor over to the bed on the far side of the room. Eva collapsed heavily onto its edge. Her lips had a bluish tinge. Her shaking hands clutched the wound on the side of her abdomen. Joe gently lowered Connor from his shoulder and sat his son next to her. "You okay, champ?" Connor's blank face looked around the room. For a few seconds he appeared not to know where he was. But then his eyes widened. He slipped off the bed, his head in his hands, and curled up into a little ball on the floor. No words escaped his throat, just a pathetic mixture of frightened sounds. Joe knelt down and put his hands awkwardly on his son's shoulders. "Hey, champ," he whispered. "It's all right. He's gone. I'm here now." His words had no effect. The boy remained huddled on the thin carpet. Joe turned his attention to Eva. Her face was racked with pain, and she winced as he removed the hooded top to look at the wound. It was a mess, no doubt about it. The skin where the bullet had clipped her was torn, and the tissue beneath it was a bloody pulp. The heavy bleeding seemed to have stopped, but Eva was very weak and in great pain. He couldn't risk moving her any further. "Ashkani?" she breathed. Her voice was fragile and cracked. Joe looked around the room. "You needn't worry about him." A pause. Speech was clearly a huge effort for Eva. "Is he dead?" "I shot him in the back of the head. That normally does the trick." Joe strode into the hallway and started checking out the other rooms on the first floor. The old lady's bedroom, a riot of floral wallpaper, floral bedding and a violet carpet, revealed nothing but clothes, photographs, and a handful of old jewellery. The spare bedroom, with its 2 single beds, was similarly empty. His search of the bathroom, which didn't give the impression of having been used very often, despite the lime-scale stains around the edge of the roll-top bath and inside the sink, was more productive. In the mirrored cabinet above the sink, he found a pile of large swabs, still in their sterile packaging, and a roll of bandage. He rushed back to Eva, ripped open the swabs, and pressed them against her wound, before tying them into position with the bandage. Eva winced, but didn't cry out. Joe was grateful for that. "You'll be okay," he told her, and she nodded as though she believed him. The cupboard in the corner was filled with grey suits. Nothing in the pockets, as well as a couple of old coats that he assumed belonged to the dead woman at the bottom of the stairs. He pulled out the coats and took them over to Connor and Eva. Eva accepted the coat over the shoulders of her trembling frame. Connor was still on the floor. Joe lifted him up again and laid him on the bed, where once more he curled fetus-like. He lay the coat over him to keep him warm. "I'll be back in a minute," he said, and hurried downstairs, stopping only to pull the old lady's body out of the hallway and into the front room. Connor was traumatized, that much was clear. The last thing he needed to see was dead bodies on the floor. In the kitchen, he looked for provisions. He found a cupboard full of cat food, a bottle of Ribena, the remains of a loaf of Hovis that was covered in a dusting of mould, and in the fridge, an unopened carton of milk. He filled 2 glasses with water, as both Eva and Connor needed rehydration, even if there was no food to give them. Back in the bedroom, he managed to get some fluid into Eva, but Connor would not or could not move. Joe stood over him, and for the briefest moment, he was back in JJ's house, lying next to Caitlin, shortly before their life had been ripped apart. "I'll be a dad," he was telling himself. "I've had enough of being a soldier." He snapped back to the present and looked around. This had been Ashkani's room, his safe house. It had all the hallmarks: remote, unexpected, easy to leave. He had no doubt that the bastard had been paying the old lady a fair whack to keep this room available for him whenever he needed it. Who did she think he was? A travelling salesman, maybe? Someone who just wanted a place to get away to? And why had she ended up dead at the bottom of the stairs? Had she started to suspect something? His thoughts turned to Ashkani himself. He remembered the man's American passport. What did that mean? Whatever it meant, Joe needed to search this room. Find out everything he could about Mahmoud Ashkani, if that really was his name. Find out who he was working for, and try to locate anything that might prove Joe's own innocence. Underneath the wardrobe, he found 4 shoe boxes. They contained nothing but shoes. On top of the wardrobe was an old leather suitcase. Empty. He swiped the pile of books off the table, all in Arabic. They were meaningless to him, but he held each one upside down anyway, in case anything had been secreted between the pages. Nothing. And so he turned his attention to the cardboard boxes. The room was littered with them. Joe counted 15 in all. 3 stood against the wall opposite the bed and window. He ripped them open. In the first he found nothing of interest, just old clothes, musty-smelling and crumpled. The second was more revealing. It contained a handgun. On examination he recognized it as a Glock 22, along with a box of .40 S&W rounds. There was also money, not sterling, but a thick wad of Eritrean nafka bound together with a rubber band. Why did Ashkani have this currency? What were his links with Eritrea, that lawless land in East Africa that Joe knew was a sanctuary for AQ? The third box contained the treasure. The box itself was the smallest in the room, a 50-centimetre cube. Its flaps were well sealed with packing tape, which meant that Joe had to rip through the cardboard to get inside. The first thing he pulled out was a newspaper. The Times. It took only a glance at the front page for Joe to see that it was the one that had his name, photo and crime plastered over the interior. He had no desire or need to read it again. In any case, he'd already pulled out 2 DVDs in clear plastic cases. Each disc had been written on in black marker pen. The lettering was Arabic. Joe couldn't understand it. And at the bottom of the box was a single sheet of A4 paper, on which was written in a neat hand a column of 10 alphanumeric strings, followed by a 3-letter code, followed by 4 digits. Joe only had to cast his eyes down the column once, before realizing what they were. Flight numbers, airport codes, takeoff times. Joe, Eva's voice was weaker than ever. Joe, I think we need to get to a hospital. Connor too. Joe nodded. She was right. He looked across the room at her, then back to the contents of the box. Give me 2 minutes, he said. Clutching the 2 DVDs, he hurried downstairs again, barely glancing at the old lady as he ran into her front room. The red standby light of her television was on. He opened the white-painted cabinet beneath it to find an ancient VHS machine and a DVD player, both covered in dust and clearly seldom used. He switched on the DVD player and inserted the first of the 2 discs. Moments later, he was staring at a black-and-white image on the screen with a sick, knotted feeling in his stomach. He recognized Lancing Way at once, and the black Discovery that had pulled up in front of his own house. And of course he recognized himself, stepping out of the car on the day he'd returned from Bagram, his scruffy black beard still intact, his North Face bag slung over his shoulder. He stared in shock at the screen, trying to work out where the image had been shot from. From the angle, he deduced that the camera must have been hidden on the first floor of the house directly opposite his, where old Mr. Thompson lived by himself. He watched himself knock on his own front door before disappearing inside. The screen went black. His hands were trembling as he ejected the disc, proof positive that he'd been under surveillance, and that Ashkani had at least had access to it, even if he hadn't organised it. What would the second DVD show? He barely dared look. JJ's house? Caitlin? Was his murdered, brutalised partner about to appear before his eyes? He started the disc, and with his heart thumping, stepped back to watch it. He did not see himself. He did not see Caitlin. He saw a dead man, talking. Thin, Middle Eastern, with a grey-streaked beard, and wearing a simple plain dish-dash and a white headdress. The nose was pronounced, the lips were slightly apart, the forefinger of his right hand was held aloft, but he was looking down, as if reading from some text that was out of shot. The last time Joe had seen this man, he'd been shrouded in a body bag carried by 2 SEALs through a compound in Pakistan towards a waiting Black Hawk. Now he lived again on this television screen. The footage was grainy and shaky, clearly taken on a handheld camera or even a mobile phone, but Osama bin Laden's voice was clear enough. He spoke in Arabic, calm and measured, but whoever had made this video had intended it for English speakers, because at the bottom of the screen were some amateurish subtitles in gaudy white letters. Rage rising in his gut, Joe read the words as the voice of bin Laden filled that quiet, dark room. People of America and Britain, I address my words to you all. I begin by telling you that although your governments spend more money on wars against the people of Allah, who built the heavens and the earth in justice, then the screen crackled and blurred for a moment, then grew sharp again. Once more, we have shown that it is not within your power to stop the brave ones whose purpose is holy jihad. It was on September 11 that 19 young men were able to bring fire and death to America. And on May 11, we will have done it once more. The sick feeling in Joe's stomach intensified. Suddenly only half his mind was on the screen. The other half was calculating today's date. The infidels will be brought from the skies in balls of flame. None of you are safe. He got it wrong. Surely he got it wrong. Know that his law is retaliation in kind. The killers will be killed. Whoever obeys him will enter the garden. Whoever disobeys him will be refused. By the will of the Prophet, my people can strike you down with ease. The screen went blank. Joe continued to stare at it for a handful of seconds. He hadn't got it wrong. The 11th of May was today. Joe was on his feet and hurtling up the stairs 3 at a time. As he burst into the bedroom, he startled Eva. Connor was still motionless on the bed. Joe strode over to the cardboard box that contained the DVDs and grabbed the A4 sheet again. He scanned down it. The first 5 flight numbers were adjacent to airport codes that he recognised: Heathrow, Gatwick, Stansted, Edinburgh, Belfast. The following 5 were American: Portland, San Diego, Minnesota, Detroit, Chicago. He checked the flight times. All the UK flights were scheduled to leave at or around 1000 hours. The US flights any time between 5 and 7 hours earlier local time because of the time differences. 10 planes, all in the air at the same time. A video of bin Laden, clearly recorded before the raid in Pakistan, gloating about a fucking spectacular to take place today. What time is it? Joe breathed, still staring at the piece of paper in a shaking fist. Eva didn't answer. What's the fucking time? He yelled. He spun round to see Eva's pale face looking warily at him. Connor had started to cry. Joe rushed over to the other side of the room, grabbed Eva's wrist and looked at her watch. 07:44 hours. 2 hours and 16 minutes. Could he get to one of the airports on the list in that time? Not a fucking chance. Joe, what's wrong? He didn't answer. Not immediately. His mind was turning over. "Where's your phone?" he said. With obvious pain, Eva pushed herself to her feet and pulled her phone from her pocket. Joe grabbed it. No service. "Fuck," he hissed. "What is it?" Eva groaned. She collapsed back down onto the bed and was holding her wound. Joe found himself clutching his hair. Everything was spinning. He didn't know what to do. "Joe, what is it?" Words started to spill out of him. "There's a terrorist plot. 10 planes, flight times 1000 hours UK time. They'll all be in the air at once. Ashkani's behind it." "How do you know?" "I just know," Joe roared. Eva looked stricken. "What about security? I mean, it's impossible, isn't it, to get explosives on board a plane nowadays? All the checks. How are they doing it?" Joe put a lid on his exploding temper. "Could be anything," he hissed. "Maybe the fucking pilots are involved. Or the baggage handlers, I don't know. If some fucker wants to blow themselves up..." He was pacing up and down, feeling like he was being ripped apart. He had to do something, warn someone, but who would listen to him? The whole fucking world thought he was unhinged and dangerous. An anonymous call would be ignored. He didn't know how the strike was going to happen, and he couldn't reach any of the airports in time. And he looked over his shoulder at Connor and Eva. He needed to be here. "You have to go," Eva said. He blinked at her. "I mean it, Joe. You have to go, now." She winced as she spoke and clutched the side again. "I'll be fine. I can look after Connor." "You're too weak." She stood up again. It was clearly an immense effort. 10 planes, Joe," she whispered. "How many lives is that? Hundreds? Thousands? How many more people are you going to let him kill?" The question hung in the air between them, and Joe knew she was right. He nodded and crossed to the other side of the room. The Glock was still in its box. Almost as a reflex, he clicked out the magazine, then loaded and locked it. "You know how to use this thing?" he asked. Eva nodded, but when she took the weapon from him, she held it tentatively, like an amateur. "You won't need it," Joe said. "We're in a safe house. I don't think anybody except Ashkani knows about this place." He looked over at Connor. "Take care of him," he said. "What are you going to do?" Joe narrowed his eyes. The answer to that question wasn't even clear in his own mind. "Anonymous tip-offs are no good," he said. "They get hundreds a day. And without knowing how they're getting their explosives on board..." He closed his eyes. "I can't turn myself in. Nobody will listen to me. And I can't get to any of those airports, which means I can't get anywhere near the target flights." Eva couldn't stop the panic rising in her face. "But if you can't persuade anyone to ground these 10 flights," she breathed, "what can you do?" Joe opened his eyes again. A sudden calm had descended on him, like in the old days before an op. Everything was clear. He knew what he had to do. "Joe?" "Give me your watch." She obliged, and he looked at it. 07:46 hours. 2 hours and 14 minutes to go. Joe put the watch on his wrist and opened his shoulder bag. The Galil .308 was there, separated into its component parts. Lurking at the bottom was the ammo he'd confiscated from the scene, the match-grade rounds that had been loaded into the weapon, but also a small box of HE incendiary rounds. Overkill, literally, for taking out an individual. But for what Joe had in mind... Joe! If he couldn't ground the planes in danger, there was only one other option open to him. To ground every plane, both sides of the Atlantic, full stop. "Don't let go of the gun. Keep an eye on Connor. I'll be back." Without another word, Joe raced from the room, down the stairs, and out of the house. The motorbike was back with the Range Rover. They were parked 2 clicks away. If he pushed himself, he could cover the distance in 5 or 6 minutes. He sprinted, spurred on by the certain knowledge that if he failed, bin Laden's curtain call would be complete. Hundreds of people would die. Time was not on his side. Chapter 21. 0800 hours. The motorbike was still lying where Joe had left it after returning to Eva, on its side by the Range Rover in the small car park opposite the church. The helmet, lying next to the vehicle, was soaked with dew. Joe's muscles were burning as he hauled it up from its hiding place. His dirty clothes were drenched with sweat. Tightening the straps of the rucksack over his back, he pulled on the helmet, started the engine, and screeched past the Range Rover into the road. As Joe roared down the deserted lanes, the speedometer topped 80, even on sharp bends, which he hugged tightly. Hedgerows and fields were nothing but blurs in the corner of his eyes. There were still patches of early morning mist compromising his visibility as he cut through them, but all his attention was on the road ahead. The wind cut through him, sticking his sweat-soaked clothes to his clammy skin, and before long he was very cold. He knew he should stop and move around. He vaguely tried to remember when he had last eaten. All he could do, though, was drive, and drive as hard and as fast as the bike would go. The jagged form of the Galil in his rucksack dug into his back. It was comforting. Although he knew that if he was pulled over, the presence of such a weapon would be enough to get him arrested, at least he had the tool he needed to deal with the police, because his word wouldn't be enough to ground so much as a paper dart. Disgraced and discredited, he was going to have to be rather more persuasive. And there weren't many things more persuasive than an incendiary .308. The miles disappeared. 10, 20, 30. The small winding roads grew wider and straighter. There was more traffic now. Time check, 0832. He pulled out to overtake a trundling Eddie Stobart lorry, and immediately his eyes and ears were filled with the sound of another truck thundering towards him from the opposite direction, 20 meters and closing, its horn blaring. Joe yanked the bike back over to the left just in time. The truck powered past him, the slipstream knocking him slightly off balance. He pulled out again. This time the road was clear. Opening the throttle, he overtook Eddie Stobart, passing under an overhead sign as he did so. Cardiff, 75 miles. He did a quick calculation. 125 miles to go. He hunkered down to reduce wind resistance and increase speed. 0900 hours. It was cold in the house, but that wasn't the only reason Eva shivered. The pain was getting worse. The wound in her side was too sore to touch, and though she wanted to take a look, the idea of removing Joe's hastily applied dressing was more than she could bear. If only she could stop herself shaking as she sat on the edge of the bed, the handgun gripped tight in her fist. She didn't know why she was still trembling. She and Connor were alone, weren't they? She looked at the door. It was open just a couple of inches. Fighting the pain, she eased herself up and moved towards it, stepping round the Arabic books that Joe had swept onto the floor. She stopped suddenly. The door was opening. Shaking even more, Eva raised the gun. A cat meowed, then appeared in the doorway. Eva dropped her hand in relief, hissed the cat away, then lurched to the door. She closed it and turned the key. It wouldn't help much, but she felt safer. With her back to the door, she surveyed the room. It was chaotic, not so much a bedroom, she thought, as a storeroom. Her eyes fell on Connor. He hadn't moved since Joe had left. How long had it been? Half an hour? An hour? She limped back to the bed and perched by the boy's small, motionless body. She found herself grinding her teeth. Complex, conflicting thoughts troubled her. She realized she'd been avoiding looking at Connor. Joe's little boy. Caitlin's little boy. She realized in a moment of honesty that she was jealous. Eva had never thought of herself as the maternal type, but maybe that was just her way of protecting herself. Whatever the truth, the kid needed her help. "Connor," she whispered. "Connor, sweetheart. Are you okay?" No answer. She stroked his lower leg gently. She winced suddenly as a stabbing pain seared out from her wound. She clenched her teeth again as she mastered it. Then very gently she pulled the coat to cover the boy properly. He was still hugging himself, and although he wasn't moving, his eyes were wide open, staring without expression. Did he know where he was or who he was with? Eva thought not. She could see Joe in him, something in the eyes, and she remembered him when he was Connor's age, quiet and serious, but stockier, less frail. But then he'd never had to go through what Connor had gone through. She stroked his calf again. He was so thin. There was barely any flesh on him. Had Ashkani given him anything to eat? She doubted it. Why would he, when he wanted to keep him compliant in the hours leading up to his death? "Are you hungry, sweetheart?" No response. Eva chewed on her lower lip. "I'm going to go downstairs, find you something to eat." Silence. Descending the stairs, clutching the banister so hard that her knuckles went white, was among the most painful things she'd ever done, and by the time she reached the ground floor she was gasping in agony. Even though it was fully light outside, it was gloomy in this shabby hallway, and just as gloomy in the kitchen. All the cupboard doors were open. Eva vaguely remembered that Joe had come downstairs to fetch water. But there was no food, just mouldy bread and tins of Whiskers, and they hadn't been reduced to that yet. A noise at the front door. She stopped dead. Her pulse thudded in her ears. But there was no other sound. She crept out of the kitchen, doing all she could to ignore the stabbing pains in her side, holding her breath, clutching the gun. The hallway was undisturbed, the door shut. She took another few paces. There were letters lying on the doormat. They hadn't been there before. With a surge of hope, she struggled to the door, fumbled desperately with the latch, and opened it. A red mail van was pulling back onto the road, 30 meters away. "Help!" Eva stumbled outside and waved her hands in the air. She tried to shout, but lacked the strength for more than a feeble croak. "Don't go," she whispered. "Please, don't." But moments later the van was gone. All was silent, and they were alone again. It was everything she could do to stop despair from overcoming her. She wanted to hammer her fists against the cold stone walls of the house. "Think of Connor," she told herself. "He needs you." She stepped back inside, closed the door, and hobbled up the stairs again. The boy hadn't moved. She had to do something for him. She couldn't just sit here, getting weaker and weaker and worrying about whether Joe had managed to raise the alarm. The wild look in his eyes as he left had lingered with her. She pushed from her mind the idea that he wasn't in control. Joe had said this was Ashkani's safe house. Surely he would have food here, something the boy could eat. She stared helplessly at the boxes on the floor. There were so many of them. Where to start? The largest boxes were the two to the right of the wardrobe. They were sealed with so much packing tape that it took her 2 or 3 minutes just to open the first one. It was only half full with toiletries, shaving gel, razors, toothbrushes, everything Ashkani might need to take care of himself. The second box was filled with a bewildering array of medicines, most of them with long names Eva didn't recognize. She emptied both of them onto the floor, hoping to find something to eat hidden among the bottles and boxes. There was nothing. She spotted the box of codeine and swallowed a couple of tablets. She didn't know if it would do any good for the splintering pain in her side, but it couldn't harm her. Which box to try next? It was a smaller one that caught her eye. The bizarre thought came to her that it looked like the box in her attic that was full of baubles for the Christmas tree she decorated every year. She limped over to it, knelt on the floor, and started picking at the packing tape with her broken nails. As she tore off the tape, the top layer of cardboard came with it. When she saw what was inside, she held her breath. The box was brim-full of ammunition. Eva had received very little firearms training, but she recognized the magazines full of rounds and the neat little packs of plastic explosive. There were wires and battery packs, and even 4 small canisters that looked like grenades. Sitting on top of all this equipment, however, was something that perplexed her. It was a small tray, about 8 inches by 4, wrapped in a cardboard sleeve that was emblazoned with the British Airways logo. Eva picked it up. It was heavier than she expected for an airline meal, but that was what it must be, food. She noticed that despite not being chilled, it had no smell. Eva stared at it, barely daring to slide the tray out of its paper sleeve. What would Ashkani be doing with an airline meal in a remote safe house? Her mouth was dry, her limbs heavy. She removed the sleeve. The food tray had a foil lid, crimped around the edges, though it was clear that even if the tray had once been factory sealed, someone had opened it. She pulled the foil off. She almost dropped it with shock. The tray was divided into compartments, one for the main meal, one for dessert, another for cheese. None of them contained food. The 2 larger compartments had been filled with a substance resembling bright orange plasticine. Each had a small metal probe attached to a red wire that snaked into the 3rd compartment, where 2 AA batteries were nestled in a battery pack. Eva swallowed hard, then laid the tray gently back on top of the ammunition. She stared at it. Then she looked up at Connor, who was still lying on his side. She heard Joe's voice. Maybe the fucking pilots are involved, or the baggage handlers. Or the catering staff. If some fucker wants to blow themselves up. Unless you know how they're going to do it. And suddenly, Eva realized, she did. 09:15 hours. The wind on the second 7 crossing buffeted Joe, but he neither reduced his speed nor looked left or right at the mist-shrouded expanse of the estuary around him. If the police stopped him, it would be a fucking disaster. But if he slowed down, it would be disastrous too. He had no choice but to push on at full throttle. The moment he'd cleared the estuary, he turned off the M4 and headed south. Time check, 09:26. 34 minutes to go. His fuel level was low. Fuck! There was no time to stop. He screamed past an Asda van and was rewarded with a deafening klaxon, and he saw in his side mirror a wanker sign from the driver. A sign overhead, Bristol International Airport, 10 miles. At his current speed, that would take between 7 and 8 minutes. He looked up. A helicopter had appeared in the sky. He knew its shape, an Augusta A109, the aircraft on constant standby at Hereford. Joe estimated that it was 2 miles ahead. Was it the regiment? Some other agency? Could he have been spotted? He pushed away the thought and sped on. Eva switched on her phone. She didn't really expect to get a signal, but she moved closer to the window, holding the handset up against the pane, hoping she might just pick up one in this remote place. Nothing. "Connor," she whispered, doing everything she could to keep her panic under control. "Connor, you have to listen to me." She gently shook his shoulder. He just stared into space. Then he blinked, but nothing more. "I have to leave you here, sweetheart. You'll be okay. Just wait for me to come back. I'll be quick, I promise." If he understood what she was telling him, he gave no sign of it. Eva rearranged the coat over him once more. She didn't know what else to do. She limped towards the door, gave a final look over her shoulder, then closed it behind her and struggled down the stairs and outside. It was cold. She should have put on the old woman's coat, but she didn't dare return for it. She stared at the screen of her phone. 9:10, 50 minutes to find a signal and somehow raise the alarm. She'd barely struggled 20 meters, past the boundary fence and onto the road, before the piercing agony of her wound made tears streak down her cheeks. She fixed her eyes on the phone, muttering prayers under her breath that the service bars would spring into view. She couldn't think about the pain. All she could think about was the little tray, packed with explosive, her mind full of images of metal trolleys being pushed down the aisles of airplanes in flight, and of hunks of metal plummeting from the sky. She limped and winced and occasionally groaned, but she kept on walking as fast as she could. 0430 hours EST. The departures lounge at Tampa International Airport was not busy. At this time of the morning, there were only two kinds of passengers: professionals, whose jobs dictated that they should book themselves onto the red-eyes in order to make their meetings in distant parts of the country, and those whose circumstances dictated that they take advantage of the cheaper fares of these early morning flights. For these passengers, there were only a handful of distractions. A single coffee shop was open, and it was here that some 40 bleary-eyed travellers had congregated, trying to perk themselves up with shots of espresso. Opposite, a clothes store selling gaudy swimming shorts and tropical shirts already had Katy Perry booming from its ceiling, despite the early hour. It was brightly lit and staffed by a young woman with 3 nose piercings, but was otherwise empty. The neighbouring drugstore was quieter, and only fractionally busier. A middle-aged businessman was buying toothpaste and roll-on deodorant. Behind him, a short, rather dumpy young woman with Middle Eastern looks carried a wire basket containing mouthwash, sanitary pads, and 2 bottles of shampoo. She paid for her items using cash, stowed them in her plain brown shoulder bag, then stepped out onto the concourse and looked up at the departures board. Her eyes scanned down the list of flights until she found hers. Flight number AA346. Destination: New York, JFK. Time: 0500. Gate: 24. Status: boarding in 25 minutes. There was a line of 10 plastic yellow chairs in the middle of the concourse, facing the coffee shop. She took a seat here and placed her shoulder bag next to her, waiting patiently for her flight to be called. Her eyes caught those of an older man sitting at the edge of the coffee shop seating area. He had a bottle of mineral water in front of him, but he wasn't drinking it. He broke their gaze as soon as it connected. 10 seconds later, a voice came over the tannoy. "This is an announcement for all passengers traveling to New York JFK on flight number AA346. The gate for this flight has changed owing to a technical difficulty. Please now proceed to Gate 3, where your flight will shortly be boarding. All passengers for flight AA346 to New York, please proceed now to Gate 3, where your flight will shortly be boarding." The woman looked up at the departure board. Sure enough, the gate number had changed. She glanced over at the man who had just dragged his gaze from her. He too was staring at the board. She stood up and slung her bag over her shoulder. The man picked up the briefcase at his feet and went to join the crowd of people that were starting to cross the concourse, following the signs for Gate 3. 0930 hours. Terminal 5 at Heathrow was a great deal busier than Tampa International. It was later here, and the passengers were swarming, scanning their passports at the self-service check-in desks, greeting and saying farewell to loved ones. The air rang with echoing announcements, security warnings and final calls. Passengers for flight BA729 for Dublin are requested to make their way to Gate 12, where boarding will shortly commence. The 186 people who, having heard the announcement, started to filter out of the shops and restaurants and seating areas in the direction of Gate 12 made no impression on the thousands of other passengers milling around waiting for their own flights. Why would they? They were not out of the ordinary, just normal men, women and children, preparing to take an uneventful flight, unaware anything might be wrong. 09:35 hours. Joe skirted south along the western edge of Bristol International Airport. Somehow, he needed to gain access to the airfield. He was off the main road now, speeding along a deserted lane. Every 100 metres or so, there was a little cluster of red brick houses, long since left empty because they were so close to the airport. Beyond the houses, he saw glimpses of overgrown gardens and tumble-down sheds. Then 50 metres of wasteland. And then the wire fence, easily 5 metres high and topped with razor wire, that marked the airport's boundary. Unscalable, but not impenetrable. Joe stopped by one of the empty houses. The front garden was a jungle, and the windows were boarded up. There was, however, a cracked tarmac driveway leading to the back of the house. He dismounted and let the bike fall. He was clearly alongside the runway now, because he could see and hear an EasyJet flight rising in a straight line into the air about 200 metres to his east. The roar of its engine thundered across the sky. 100 metres beyond it, he could see the Augusta circling. To have a chopper in the airspace around a commercial runway was unusual. That it appeared to have followed a route similar to his own was suspicious. They were looking for someone. He ran 5 metres along the cracked tarmac and into the back garden, crashing through metre-high grass and thistles to a dilapidated shed at the end. The door came off in his hands as he pulled. Inside it was filled with cobwebs and old paint pots. There was a mouldering deck chair and 3 dusty demijohns. Then Joe spotted a pair of rusty secateurs. He grabbed them and scaled the wooden fence at the end of the garden before sprinting across the wasteland between the house and the airfield's boundary. The EasyJet plane that he had seen taking off was a speck in the distance to the south. By the time, half a minute later, that Joe had reached the fence, a second aircraft, with a logo he didn't recognize, had taken its place. Not that he was paying much attention to it. The secateurs in his right hand were stiff and blunt, and it was with difficulty that he cut through the reinforced wire of the airfield's perimeter fence. He made 12 incisions before he created a hole large enough to stuff through the bag containing the sniper rifle, and then himself. The jagged wire cut through his clothes and into his arms. Time check, 09:39. The Augusta was still hovering 300 metres away on the far side of the airport. As far as he could see in front of him, there was an open expanse of airfield. If the guys in the Augusta had eyes out for him, there was nowhere he could hide from them. He had 2 or 3 minutes before they spotted him, if that. He had to focus on just one thing, a diversion, big enough to put the shits up every air traffic controller from Bristol to Bangalore. And he had less than 20 minutes to do it. 0440 hours EST. The waiting area for Gate 3 at Tampa International's Departures Lounge was filling up. 2 smiling air hostesses stood at the entrance, inserting the boarding cards of each of the passengers and checking that their features matched the image that appeared on the screen in front of them, before ushering them through with a cheery, "Good morning." The grunts they received in return were, in general, not friendly. The passengers for flight AA346 were tired from rising early and not pleased with the long walk to this gate in an isolated part of the airport. It didn't stop the 2 hostesses from sounding chirpy. When a plain-looking young man wearing a University of Miami sweatshirt and carrying a bright orange shoulder bag handed over his card, there was nothing to give the 2 young ladies any indication that he was not a student. But then an FBI air marshal, who was scanning the assembled passengers for suspicious-looking personnel, noticed the way he was avoiding eye contact with his 5 colleagues who'd already passed through. A bland voice from the tannoy. "This is the final call for flights AA346 to New York. Will any remaining passengers please proceed directly to Gate 3, where your aircraft is ready to board?" 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man with a grey beard and wearing an airport uniform approached the hostesses. "All passengers accounted for?" he asked them. They nodded, and when the man took hold of the microphone that they themselves would normally use to address the passengers, the 2 hostesses exchanged a glance. This was unusual, but they were practiced at looking unflustered, and their faces registered no surprise when he spoke. "Excuse me, folks, if I could have your attention. As you know, we've encountered a few technical difficulties with our gate system. We've arranged for some buses to take you directly from your gate to the aircraft. If I could ask all passengers sitting in rows A to G to make their way to the first bus, we'll have you all boarded and in the air in no time at all." He released the button on the microphone, then turned to the hostesses. "Emergency code Alpha 12, he breathed. "We'll take it from here." The 2 young women looked startled. One of them glanced over her shoulder. Standing in the stark white corridor 20 meters distant from the gate, she saw 2 broad-shouldered men. They were wearing holiday gear and carrying shoulder bags. But they didn't approach the gate. They didn't move at all. They stood there, human barriers, waiting for anyone who felt the sudden need to run from the gate. 0940 hours. Eva fell. She cried out as her phone dropped to the ground, and although she barely felt the strength to stand up, her hand shot out to check it wasn't damaged. The screen was still intact, but there was still no signal. Mustering all her energy, she got to her feet again. The bandage around her waist was soaked with blood. The wound was suppurating again. She put it from her mind. The road was heading uphill to a rise 30 meters away. Her teeth grinding, her jaw set, she limped on. 0945 hours. Joe ran north, keeping close to the perimeter fence. Airport security was always tight, but whether anyone had eyes on the right place at the right time was impossible to predict. Joe just had to keep to his plan, and that meant following the runway up towards the taxiing area, and from there in the direction of the terminal building. 100 meters passed. 200. The Augusta was still circling in the sky above the far side of the runway, about a half-click from his position. He counted 3 aircraft queuing for the runway and a 4th accelerating down it. He could see the terminal now, a quarter-click to the northeast. He stopped and crouched down low in a patch of long grass, before removing the telescopic sight from the bag and using it to scan the intervening ground. There were a number of vehicles, passenger buses, forklifts for the luggage, and small trucks that refueled the aircraft, their sides emblazoned with green BP logos. 3 of the fuel trucks were parked in a line 100 meters to the east, and adjacent to a steel hut. 2 men, dressed in blue overalls and with ID tags clipped to their chests, were standing and talking between the hut and the fuel vehicles. One of them had a cigarette behind his ear, unlit while he was in the vicinity of the aviation fuel. Panning south, he saw 2 airport security vans 300 meters away, on the other side of the airport. As he moved the sight upwards, he got a closer look at the Augusta. There were no distinguishing marks to indicate whom it contained. Joe stowed the sight away, making calculations that were second nature to him. How quickly could he get to the steel hut? And could he do it without being seen? 20 seconds max, he reckoned. As for remaining unseen, no chance. The 2 men by the fuel trucks were looking in his direction, and it wasn't like he had time to wait for them to wander off for a slash. Stealth wasn't an option. The only tools available to him were speed, and when he got there, brute force. He felt for the handgun he'd taken from the drug dealer what seemed like days ago, but was only the previous afternoon, then pushed himself to his feet and started to run. Joe ate up the first 50 meters in less than 10 seconds, and as he reached that halfway point, he thought he might be getting away with it. The two airport workers were just staring at him stupidly, their feet glued to the ground. But with 40 meters to go, the two men had turned and were going into the hut. They had definitely seen him. Joe forced himself to move even faster. After another 10 seconds, he burst through the door of the hut, weapon in hand. The place stank greasily of aviation fuel. One of the men had a telephone to his ear. The other was just standing in the middle of the hut, frozen with fear. "Get on the fucking floor," Joe roared, aiming his pistol first at one man, then the other. "On the fucking floor, now!" Both men dropped to the ground. There was no time to restrain them. Joe had to put them out of action, and fast. He turned the gun round to hold it by its barrel, then slammed the grip down on the back of each man's head, knocking them out cold. Joe straightened up. He could hear the tinny, urgent sound of a man's voice from the telephone handset. He ignored it as he slipped his bag from his shoulder and took out the components of the sniper rifle. He fitted these together, each section clunking solidly into its neighbour, until 15 seconds later, the weapon was ready to use. He pulled out the ammunition and loaded up, then looked once more around the hut. A steel cabinet standing against one wall, lockable but open, contained 6 keys hanging on hooks. Joe grabbed them all. The rest of the hut was a jumble of tools, jerry cans, greasy rags, everything needed to keep the fuel trucks on the road. Stashed in one corner were 5 handheld air traffic control beacons, each a couple of feet in length. Joe grabbed one, and beacon in one hand, sniper rifle in the other, ran back outside. He knew he had less than a minute. The alarm had been raised by a phone call, and although the Augusta was still circling, it would be heading in his direction any moment. Joe sprinted towards one of the fuel trucks. A dial on the back indicated that it was 3/4 full. He ran round to the cab, laid his rifle on the tarmac, and jumped up into the driver's seat, pulling the keys from his pocket one by one and trying them in the ignition. The engine started on his 5th attempt. Joe pressed his foot on the brake, then knocked the automatic gearbox into drive. The sound of sirens reached him. He blocked them from his mind as, foot still awkwardly pressed on the brake, he manoeuvred himself into a position, half in, half out of the cab, clutching the beacon and preparing to jam it against the accelerator. 100 meters away, a plane was turning onto the runway, and the Augusta was suddenly changing course, heading in his direction. He pressed the beacon against the accelerator and released the brake. The truck slid forward. With a sharp jab, he forced the opposite end of the beacon against the front of the driver's seat and let go. The truck continued to move. Joe jumped out. As he ran back to the sniper rifle, the air was filled with a riot of noise. The sirens were getting louder. The engines of the aircraft were rising in pitch as it prepared for takeoff. The rush of the Augusta's rotors was getting nearer. Joe flung himself on the ground, grabbed the rifle, and took up the firing position. The fuel truck was accelerating towards the plane that had stopped at the end of the runway in advance of takeoff. It was 20 meters away, then 30, heading at right angles towards the runway. Joe was right in the zone. There was no longer any panic or fear, just a ruthless, clear-headed determination. He had to turn this truck into a moving fireball. It was his only chance of seeding panic in the International Air Traffic Control Network, his only chance of keeping flights on the ground. He fired a single shot into the truck's massive fuel tank. He didn't expect an explosion at first, even with this HEI round. Aviation fuel was not as flammable as regular petrol, and even that was difficult to explode without a bit of help. Unless he got oxygen into the tank, the plan was fucked. The Augusta was directly over the moving truck. He heard a strident voice coming from a loudspeaker. "Stand away from your weapon! Stand away from your weapon. The truck had swerved. It was heading towards the aircraft standing at the end of the runway. Joe fired a second round. He saw it impacting, but there was no explosion. The Augusta was touching down, just 15 meters to his right. He had one more chance, one more shot. He fired. An immense explosion was followed by a massive fireball of orange flame and black smoke. The blast knocked the fuel truck onto its side and boomed out over all the other noises. The ground shook. The heat radiated towards Joe's face, a harsh burning that he felt singe his hair and skin. Immediately he rolled away from the rifle, flinging his hands up to his head. The noise all around was deafening, from the Augusta's rotors, the burning truck, the sirens on 2 airport security vehicles as they roared up and came to a halt just meters from where he was lying. In seconds he was surrounded. 5 flak-jacketed armed police with MP5s dug into their shoulders, the barrels pointing directly at Joe, each of them screaming instructions at him. Don't move! Keep your hands on your head! 2 more officers arrived. They rolled Joe onto his belly and jerked his hands behind his back. He felt cold metal against his wrists as they cuffed him. He started to shout, "Listen to me! You've got to listen to me! Ground all flights!" But the only response was rough hands, pulling him to his feet. "We know who you are. Get into the fucking chopper now. Listen to me! Listen!" But nobody listened. They just shoved him, stumbling, through the downdraft of the helicopter and into its body. The MP5 barrels didn't deviate. The shouting didn't stop. "There's going to be an attack! I know which planes! I know which fucking planes!" "Shut him up," roared a voice. Joe felt a boot in his stomach, knocked the wind from his lungs. He tried to shout again to tell them, but it was no good. Now he couldn't even speak. The chopper was already lifting off. He'd failed. It was 5 minutes to 10. Chapter 22. 04:55 hours EST. At Tampa International, there were no signs that any of the passengers for flight number AA346 knew there was anything wrong. They had filed from the gate and into the waiting buses without comment. If any of them thought it was unusual that the airport had laid on 3 buses and that each person had a seat, rather than being packed into one vehicle as was the norm, they didn't mention it. And since they were all looking out of the side windows at the lights twinkling in the early morning darkness, they did not notice that the buses moved nose to tail, just a couple of meters apart. The convoy trundled in a straight line north from the gate. Those passengers on the right-hand side of the buses saw, approximately 30 meters to their right, a vast aircraft hangar, 200 meters long, 90 wide, 15 high. Its steel doors were closed, and they remained so until, in perfect synchronization, all 3 buses turned 90 degrees clockwise. They accelerated. The hangar doors slid open. Inside each bus 2 men stood up. They all wore sports jackets, which they unzipped to reveal blue flak jackets with FBI emblazoned on the front. "Federal officers," they yelled. "Stay in your seats and put your hands on your heads. Stay in your seats and put your hands on your heads." Confusion. Anxious, alarmed faces. Sitting in the back row of the bus that had been at the head of the convoy, and which was now on the left as they sped 3 abreast towards the hangar, a woman who looked Middle Eastern slowly put her hands on her head. Her bag was nestled firmly on her lap. Her eyes flickered down towards it, and then in the direction of an FBI officer who had drawn a Glock 22 and was still yelling. They were inside the hangar within seconds, screeching to a halt, approximately 20 meters from the entrance. The hangar was very brightly lit, thanks to a series of floodlights along both of the longer sides, and there were a lot of people. A 16-man FBI SWAT team, each packing an M4 with racks, torches and laser markers, as well as Glock 22s identical to those carried by their colleagues in the buses, and loaded with hard-hitting, high-caliber .40 S&W rounds. There was a dog unit, 8 German shepherds, harnessed and waiting calmly despite the sudden activity. The SWAT team immediately formed a circle round the parked buses. In the second layer beyond them, 15 members of the Transportation Security Authority and 10 members of Immigration Customs Enforcement, all of them armed, though their weapons were not on show. Between the fronts of the buses and the back wall of the hangar was an X-ray machine, manned by another 4 members of the TSA. The doors of the buses hissed open. The on-board FBI sleepers started shouting at the passengers to file out. The passengers were throwing wild looks around, murmuring to their neighbours, but the FBI personnel did nothing to soothe their nerves. 2 members of the SWAT team boarded each bus, screaming ferociously, "Keep your hands on your head! Leave your hand luggage on the seats!" They passed through the buses, hauling passengers to their feet, many eyes widening as they saw the SWAT team's personal weapons. The travellers were herded towards the central doors, and as they filed out, stumbling into the hangar, they were met by the sight of more weapons, the sound of more barked instructions. The children, there were 5 in all, were crying. Some of the adults looked like they wanted to. The Middle Eastern woman was expressionless. She glanced over at the man whose eyes she'd met by the coffee shop. He had been on the second bus. And again he broke away from her gaze as they were rounded up with all the others and made to stand against the back wall with their hands still on their heads. The buses were empty now, apart from passengers' bags. 5 TSA personnel boarded each one to start examining the hand luggage, carefully carrying each piece towards the X-ray machine. Along the back wall, a rotund, flabby-jawed man lowered his hands with a disgruntled, "What the hell's going on, anyway?" 3 SWAT team members stepped towards him, screaming at him to return his hands to his head, while 3 red dots from their laser markers danced across his chest like fireflies. His ruddy skin turned pale. He raised his arms. And any murmuring from the other passengers instantly died away as the security personnel started passing their luggage through the X-ray machine. A trickle of sweat dripped down the side of Mason Delaney's face. He was sitting once more at the long, narrow table in the White House Situation Room. There were no photographers. The president was absent. There was just him, Scott Stroman, Herb Sagan, and 4 of Sagan's little people. General Sagan had 2 fingers to his ear and was listening to updates over a headset. "We have an all clear from Tampa," he said. "All passengers isolated. No incidents." A 30-second silence. Delaney wiped away the sweat with a silk handkerchief. "Boston, Orlando, Philly. All clear," Sagan stated. "Cincinnati?" Delaney breathed. The general held up one finger. "That's an all clear from Cincinnati," he stated, before removing the headset, leaning back in his chair and exhaling explosively. "Gentlemen," he announced, "that's a wrap." Unnoticed by anyone else in the room, Delaney and Stroman exchanged a look. It would have meant nothing to anybody else, but the 2 CIA men knew it was not a wrap at all. The morning's activity hadn't ended. It was only just beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard flight BA729 from London to Dublin. We'll be underway in a couple of minutes' time, just as soon as we get the nod from air traffic control. In the meantime, please make sure your luggage is safely stowed in the overhead lockers or beneath the seat in front of you. Our cabin crew will shortly be taking you through some of the safety features of this Boeing 737. Please do pay attention, as these may differ from other aircraft you've travelled on. Flight BA729 was full. but nobody seemed to be paying any attention to the captain's clipped tones. They were all too busy sending last-minute text messages or trying to stuff their coats into the overhead compartments as the heavily made-up hostesses filed up and down the aisle, checking seat belts and handing out colouring packs to the children on the flight. An air steward and the stewardess remained at the back in the service area, replenishing the drinks trolley that they would be pushing through the cabin just as soon as they were airborne. Then they would hand out the airline meals that had just been loaded onto the aircraft by a friendly young man with a wispy blonde beard that failed to hide the pockmarks on his face. The steward noticed that a Middle Eastern gentleman in an aisle seat in the back row looked unwell. Perspiration was dripping down his face, and he seemed to be muttering something to himself. The steward put a slightly overfamiliar hand on his shoulder and bent down to him. "Are you okay, sir?" The man didn't meet the steward's eyes. He just nodded silently. "Nervous flyer?" "I'm fine," said the man. He looked at his watch. 2 minutes to 10. He closed his eyes and continued his muttering. Eva's world was spinning. She didn't know what time it was, nor how long she'd been away from the house. All she knew was that the Range Rover was in reach, 10 metres away, still parked opposite the church. But she was in such agony that it could have been 10 miles. She stumbled into the car park and fell against the vehicle, gasping for breath and retching. It took a full 30 seconds for her shaking hands to align the key with the lock. Scrambling inside, she turned on her mobile phone and put it on the dashboard. No signal. She started the engine. As she turned the steering wheel, she cried out, and she was sobbing as she pulled out into the road and started to drive eastwards away from the coast. In her distress, she veered to left and right. She checked the phone again. Still no signal. She drove a mile, her speed increasing, 1.5 miles. A white Bedford van, the first vehicle she'd seen, sped past in the opposite direction, the aggressive sound of its horn fading into the distance behind her. Suddenly, she slammed her foot on the brake. A single bar had appeared on the phone screen. Eva grabbed the phone with one trembling hand and scrolled through her address book. Names appeared in front of her, and with fear surging through her gut, she realized that she'd been so focused on getting to an area where she could get a signal that she hadn't even thought about who she was going to call. 3 minutes to 10. Panicking, she scrolled through her contacts again. Jacobson. John. DCI, she read. The image flashed into her head of Jacobson staring at her as she slipped into the lift, having stolen the Barfield files back at the office. The last thing he'd be expecting was a call from her. Perhaps that was to her advantage. Perhaps he would take her seriously. She called him. After 4 rings, voicemail cut in, scratchy and crackly. The signal was terrible. "This is Jacobson. Leave a..." Eva hung up and called again. She could tell from the number of rings that Jacobson had manually declined the call. The 3rd time she tried, however, he answered it. "Who's calling?" he demanded. Eva's voice didn't sound like her. It's me," she rasped. "Eva!" "Hello? Can you hear me? Who's this?" "Eva Buckley!" she shouted as loud as she could. The line was still poor. "You have to listen to me. There's going to be a terrorist attack. 10 planes, 5 in the UK, 5 in the US. Explosives in the food trays. They'll be in the air any second now. You need to find Joe Mansfield. He has the flight numbers." Silence. Eva looked at the mobile screen. It was blank. No battery. "No!" she yelled. And in a fit of frustration, she hurled the phone against the windscreen. It clattered down into the footwell, but Eva didn't see it. She was looking at the clock. 10 precisely. She was too late. 0500 EST. The hangar at Tampa International was almost silent. The passengers were still held at gunpoint. 2 of them had been removed from the others. They were a short, dumpy Middle Eastern woman and a taller man, also of Arabic extraction. 2 members of the SWAT team had brought them over to the other side of the parked buses and forced them onto the ground with their hands on the backs of their heads. Their 2 items of hand luggage were next to each other on the trestle table, behind which a studious-looking young woman wearing a white coat and latex gloves was examining 4 identical bottles of shampoo. She picked one of them up, opened it rather nervously, and squirted a small puddle onto a Petri dish. It was green, thick, and viscous. A look of suspicion crossed the woman's face. She dabbed the substance with a strip of litmus paper, which she held up to the light. She sniffed the Petri dish, and then, working quickly, checked samples from the other 3 bottles. When she was done, she looked up at a waiting member of the TSA. "I'll need to do more tests," she said. "But—" She hesitated. "Binary explosives?" the TSA man asked. The young woman looked back at the Petri dishes. "No, I think it's—" "What?" "Just shampoo." Pressed to the floor of the Augusta, MP5s pointing at him, and the vibrations of the aircraft juddering through him, Joe couldn't tell in which direction they were travelling. A voice above him, one of the ARU, was barking into his headset. "Roger that. We have him apprehended. Heavily armed, sir. Firing on a moving fuel truck." "You have to listen to me," Joe roared again, and was rewarded with a boot in the ribs. He barely felt it. All his attention was on the voice. "I don't recommend uncuffing him, sir. The guy's a threat to the safety of the aircraft." And then, in shocked tones, as though someone had just torn a few strips off him, "Yes, sir." Joe was pulled to his knees, and he felt the cuffs being unlocked. A quick glance at the position of the sun told him they were heading north, but he had no more chance to get his bearings before one of the ARU thrust a headset at him. "Put it on, now." Joe did as he was told. "Who am I talking to?" he demanded. "This is GCHQ. Give me the flight numbers now." There was no time to think about this sudden change of heart, or even how they knew he had the intelligence. Joe just ripped the handwritten A4 sheet from his pocket and started screaming the flight numbers down the line. "Bravo Alpha 729er, Echo Zulu 386, Lima Tango 223. Flight BA 729 from Heathrow to Dublin was gaining speed down the runway. The cabin crew were strapped in, and all phones and electrical equipment had been switched off. The man in the back row continued to sweat and to mutter silently to himself as the G-force pressed him back into his seat. The aircraft shuddered, the engines screamed. Any second now they would be airborne. But then the sound of the engines changed. There was a murmuring in the cabin. The plane was slowing down. The man at the back had stopped muttering and was now looking sharply around. Just behind him, by the catering trolleys, the air steward who had checked he was okay was looking at one of his colleagues. This was clearly unexpected. The conversation in the cabin was louder now, but the engines were quieter. Above both noises came the distant sound of sirens growing nearer. The man in the back row looked left across his 2 neighbours and out of the window. He saw 2 police cars, an ambulance, and an unmarked white van screaming across the airfield. "Ladies and gentlemen," the captain's voice was not panicked, but he was clearly being very careful to sound calm. "There's nothing to worry about, just a minor technical issue." But the passengers weren't fooled. They too had seen the emergency vehicles. And as the aircraft ground to a complete halt, they saw the flak-jacketed armed police burst out of the unmarked white van. Someone screamed. At least half the passengers ripped off their seatbelts and got to their feet. The captain's voice came over the tannoy again. "Cabin crew, Engage the emergency chutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand clear of the aisle to allow—" Nobody was listening. Passengers were already rushing towards the emergency exits, even though they hadn't been opened yet. From the rear of the plane, 2 members of the cabin crew tried to push themselves down towards the center, passing the sweating Middle Eastern man and his 2 neighbors, who got to their feet and were trying to squeeze past him. The man angled his legs to the right, allowing them into the aisle to follow in the wake of the cabin crew. And only then, as the other passengers scrambled for the exits, and the blue neon of the emergency vehicles flashed in through the windows of the aircraft, did the man remove his mobile phone from his pocket. His hands were shaking, his brow a sea of sweat. He felt detached from the noise and hysteria of the rest of the cabin as the emergency chutes opened. He felt at peace. He looked over his right shoulder. From here he could see, in the cabin crew service area, the metal food trolley. It was no more than 3 meters away. He switched on the phone. It took 30 seconds to power up. Half the passengers had alighted now. The man could hear harsh voices shouting instructions somewhere outside, and although he couldn't make out what they were saying, he knew he didn't have much time. The cabin was almost empty now. The harsh voices grew more distinct. He could understand them. "Get away from the aircraft! Get away from the aircraft!" He activated Bluetooth. The phone started to search for nearby devices. He was muttering again. This time his words were not silent, but formed the dull drone of a whispered prayer. The harsh voices were closer. They were in the cabin, and were shouting not at the passengers, who had, he estimated, all disembarked, but at each other. "Rows A to F, clear. Rows M to S, clear." His prayer continued. Still seated, he couldn't see the newcomers, but he could sense one of them drawing closer. They would shoot him on sight, of course. Sweat trickled down the back of his neck as he stared at his phone. New device found. He sensed the approaching man stop. How far away was he? 5 meters? A little more? Device connected. Had the newcomer seen the man still sitting in his seat? Had he worked out something was wrong? He had only to press a button now, and his phone would detonate the Semtex stashed in the meals on the food trolley. Then the man heard the newcomer's voice. "Evacuate the aircraft! Evacuate! Now!" The time had come. He would take at least 1 person with him. He closed his eyes, raised his face to heaven, and pressed the button on his phone. Mason Delaney prided himself on his ability to read a man's face. But he didn't need much skill to realize that something was going wrong. One look at General Sagan's expression was enough for that. The man's leathery skin had turned several shades paler. His brow was furrowed. "What is it, Herb?" Delaney asked quietly, and then, "What is it?" "I'm getting word from Tampa," Sagan breathed. Delaney closed his eyes. "What?" "They've located the bottles." Delaney could feel his fat neck pressing against his tight collar. "And?" But Sagan was holding up one finger, listening intently to his headset. "Boston, Orlando, Cincinnati, Philly. Same goddamn story." Suddenly Delaney was on his feet, clutching the edge of the table. His mouth hardly moved as he spoke. "What story, Herb?" The general stared at him. "They've isolated all the passengers, they've located the bottles, and they've done preliminary tests on the contents." He blinked. "Shampoo," he said. "They all contain shampoo." Delaney felt as if the blood was draining from his veins. "What do you mean?" "What the hell do you think I mean, Mason? God damn it! I thought you said your information was—" But at that moment the door swung open. Scott Stroman appeared. He was out of breath and his eyes were slightly wild. He looked awkwardly over at Sagan, then at his boss. "Sir, we've just had word from the Federal Aviation Administration." "What? What?" "All U.S. and U.K. flights grounded, sir. There's been an explosion at Heathrow, but the British were pre-warned. He looked over at Sagan again before taking another deep breath. They were also pre-warned about 5 strikes on U.S. soil, sir. Delaney fell back into his seat. A chill wind was blowing through the room. They had the same information as us? But Stroman was shaking his head. We've been misled, sir. The explosives. Where? Delaney whispered. Semtex, sir. In the in-flight meals. Sagan was looking between them, his expression somewhere between confusion and suspicion. What the hell's going on, Mason? He demanded, a dangerous edge to his voice. But Delaney didn't answer. Not immediately. For a full 10 seconds he sat stunned. Then he stood up and walked over to Stroman. When he finally spoke, it was in a low hiss that only his white-faced assistant could hear. Find him, he said. Sir? Stroman asked. Find Ashkani now. Chapter 23. Mahmoud Ashkani was staring at the sky, awaiting the moment when flight BA 729 from London to Dublin entered his line of sight. His laptop was open on the car seat beside him, its sat phone connection to the internet established. He had chosen his viewing point with precision. At 10:13 hours, the British Airways flight would be in this airspace, and at that moment he would see it fall from the heavens. Only when he'd verified with his own eyes that the strike had been successful would he upload the footage to YouTube. No doubt it would be taken down within minutes, but that would be ample time for bin Laden's taunt to go viral across the world. 8 minutes past 10. He thought of Delaney, his handler. The man he'd been playing like a finely tuned instrument would know by now that something was wrong, and when the plane started dropping from American airspace as well as British, he would finally understand the extent of Ashkani's deception. He wished he could see Delaney's pasty face when he realized what he'd done. 11 minutes passed. He thought of Joe Mansfield. He thought of how desperate Delaney had been to eliminate him, and how much effort he, Ashkani, had put into the job. Mansfield could have ruined everything. 12 minutes passed. The sky overhead was clear. He took a pair of wire-rimmed spectacles from his jacket and put them on. 13 minutes passed. There was nothing in the sky except a flock of seagulls heading for the coast. Ashkani breathed deeply, trying to keep a lid on his sudden unease. Perhaps there had been a delay. 2 minutes went by. 3. The sky remained empty of aircraft. Ashkani glanced down at his laptop. It was all ready. He simply needed to press a button. But he could not do it. Not until he was sure. He opened a new Firefox window and, typing meticulously with his 2 forefingers, navigated to Heathrow's departure page. And as his eyes fell upon the list of flights, his slow, careful breathing suddenly became irregular. Each flight on the page was followed by a single word. Cancelled. Ashkani stared at the page and back at the sky. Then, in a sudden burst of anger, he ripped the phone from the laptop and hurled it to the floor by the empty seat. He stared at himself in the rear-view mirror for 30 seconds, his mind full of the explosions he could not see, trying to straighten his head and formulate a new strategy. He was exposed. His cover was blown. By now, Delaney would know that he had been double-crossing him, and Ashkani had nothing to show for it. But that didn't change what he had to do right now. Disappear. Quickly. Completely. But first, he had to cover his tracks. His mind wandered. He saw an isolated house and the dead body of an old woman at the bottom of the stairs. He saw a room filled with incriminating evidence. He started the engine, performed a 3-point turn, and began driving back the way he had come. Both Eva's body and mind were numb. She'd watched the clock tick relentlessly past 10. 10 past. 20 past. She couldn't move. She could barely think. Her gunshot wound was terrible, but the state of her head, filled with images of burning aircraft and screaming children, was worse. She had no other thoughts. Her body temperature dropped. Coloured blotches appeared in front of her eyes. She was vaguely aware of the clock. 10:28. Connor! The thought was like a shot of adrenaline. She'd forgotten him. Eva shook her head clear of the mist that was clouding her thoughts and winced as a burning sensation shot through her trunk. Her breath had caused condensation on the inside of the windscreen, and to lean forward and wipe it off with her sleeve was so painful that she gasped. And she gasped a second time when she saw a grey Peugeot speed by in the opposite direction. The car passed in a flash, but she'd had enough time to see the face of the man at the wheel, the hooked nose, the dark skin and hair, even the slight hunch in his shoulders. The same man she'd seen just days before in Barfield, and whose photograph had since stared out of computer screens and been burned into her brain. But he was dead. Joe had shot him. Hadn't he? Within seconds, Eva was swinging the Range Rover round, ignoring the stress the movement placed on her side. Ahead there was a bend to the right, and the Peugeot was out of view. She stamped on the accelerator, and the car screamed through the automatic gears as she gripped the steering wheel and peered through the windscreen, still half obscured by moisture. 3 minutes later she was speeding past the car park where they'd stopped the previous night, and surging over the brow of the hill. The sea appeared about 2 kilometres in the distance, and between the top of the hill and the coast, about 250 metres inland, was the solitary house. Eva didn't slow down. As the vehicle jolted over the hill, she felt another hot jab of pain in her side, but she also saw, maybe a mile along the road that snaked out ahead, the Peugeot. It had taken a left at a fork in the road. There was no doubt about it. It was heading for the house. Eva trod down hard, her face set in an expression of fierce concentration. A minute or two later, the house was just 30 metres ahead. She barely slowed down as she entered the driveway and came to a noisy, skidding halt a car's length from the front door. Silence. The Peugeot was parked 5 metres to her right, at an angle that suggested its driver had also come to an abrupt stop. Sweating now, Eva fumbled for the handgun Joe had left her with, quietly opened the door, and stepped outside. There was no sign of Ashkani. She found herself gripping the weapon hard, resting it on her left forearm, which was raised in front of her. She felt faint, and worried that she would pass out any moment. She couldn't prevent her footsteps crunching a little on the gravel as she covered the 3 metres to the door. It was ajar, just an inch, so she prodded it gently with her right foot, keeping her weapon raised. The entrance hall was murky and quiet. No sign of anyone. It looked just as it had when she left. She listened hard. No sound. And as she stepped inside, she quickly checked left and right that there was nobody waiting to jump her. Nothing. Lightly pushing the door shut behind her, she crept across the hallway to the bottom of the stairs. Her weapon was pointing upwards now. The door of the bedroom where she'd left Connor was wide open. Was that how she'd left it? She couldn't remember. The treads creaked as she ascended. Each pace sent a tremor through her. By the time she reached the top of the stairs, she was gulping for air. She paused, gritting her teeth. Then she inhaled deeply several times and lunged into the room. It was empty. "Oh, my God," she breathed. "Connor!" She limped across the room to the bed where he had been lying. The indentation of his little body was still there, and the coat that had covered him was lying over the open box in which she'd found the airline meal tray. But there was no sign of Connor. She turned. Otherwise, the room was just as she'd left it, full of boxes, the book still lying on the floor. She blinked. There was something on the table that hadn't been there before. She took a step towards it. Her eyes lingered on a plain, black laptop, and lying squared up on top of it, a small leather-bound book. On the cover it said, Holy Quran. A sound from the corner of the room sent a jolt through her veins. Instinctively she pointed her gun at the wardrobe. It was open just a fraction. Hadn't it been open wide when she left? She edged round the table, her weapon still primed, and treading lightly, covered the 3 meters between herself and the cupboard. Taking a deep, slow breath, she eased the wardrobe door open with the gun barrel. Pale, frightened eyes looked up at her. Connor was crouched in one corner, his knees pulled up to his chest. There was a mirror on the inside of the wardrobe door. Eva caught a glimpse of her face. It was corpse white. She tried to smile at the little boy, to pretend that she was not as scared as him. She held out her free hand and took one of his. It felt surprisingly warm. "Let's go, sweetheart," she breathed. "Don't be scared. Let's go." Connor climbed out of the wardrobe, his little hand clutching Eva's. The timber frame groaned, but then all was silent as he stood next to her and looked up for reassurance. Eva gave him another weak smile, then led him to the bedroom door. She stopped and listened. Silence. They couldn't walk down the stairs 2 abreast, because the stair lift took up too much space. Eva went first, walking down into the dim hallway, her right hand in front of her clutching the gun, her left hand behind, holding Connor's. The stairs creaked, but once they reached the bottom, everything was deathly quiet once again. Eva bent down so that her lips were inches from Connor's ear. "My car's out the front, sweetheart," she said. "It's the black one. As soon as we're outside, we'll run straight for it. Do you understand?" Connor was staring at the door. "Do you understand, Connor?" He nodded. Eva straightened up and they started to cross the hallway. A noise behind them. Eva spun round and peered through the gloom. Nothing. She could feel Connor squeezing her hand a little harder as they covered the remaining 3 or 4 meters to the door. "Ready?" she mouthed silently. Connor nodded. She opened the door and screamed. He was there, standing in the doorway, his shoulders bent, his head slightly bowed, strands of black hair straggling over his menacing eyes. Ashkani moved with sickening speed, grabbing her wrist and slamming it against the frame with such force that the gun flew from her grasp as she pushed Connor back towards the stairs. He let go of her wrist and quickly bent down to pick up the weapon. Eva seized her chance to run. Connor was already racing back up the stairs. Eva limped after him, arriving at the bottom step, just as Connor reached the top and disappeared into the bedroom again. She didn't have to look over her shoulder to see Ashkani coming after her. She could sense his approach, and expected any moment to either hear gunfire or feel the chill of a hand on her shoulder. Pounding up the stairs, she ignored the stabs of agony that streaked through her side and tried not to let the sound of his footsteps behind her freeze her muscles into inaction. At the top of the stairs, she glanced back. He was just 5 steps behind her, and he was smiling. Eva hurled herself into the bedroom and slammed the door shut. Her shaking fingers felt for the key in the lock. Just as she attempted to turn it, she saw the doorknob twist. She threw herself against the thick wooden door and wrenched the key to lock it. Connor was back on the bed, huddled up against the window. Eva limped to the nearest cardboard box and dragged it with difficulty against the door, not sure that it would make any difference. A sudden thump felt like it went right through her. The door rattled. She froze. Another thump. The door rattled again. And a third. As she ran to get another cardboard box, she flinched at the sound of a 4th strike against the door. She dragged the box up against the first, then stood back. The thumping had stopped. She felt a moment of relief that quickly morphed into more panic. She could hear footsteps descending the stairs. Staring at the door, ice in her veins, she tried to work out what exactly Ashkani was doing. He was prepared. A safe house wasn't safe unless when you left it, you could easily remove all traces of your existence. Having descended the stairs 2 steps at a time, he hurried through the kitchen at the rear of the house and out the back door. Mrs. Jones's garden, which faced the sea, was neglected. On occasion he tended it as part of his strategy to keep the foolish old woman compliant, but over the months that he had used this house as a base, he'd also been careful to take advantage of the prefab concrete garage at the side. How well he knew from Mrs. Jones that Herr Gethin had erected this ugly thing with his bare hands, and one look inside was enough to confirm that the old woman had barely ventured into it in the years since her husband's death. It was thick with dust and spiders' webs. Most of the floor space was taken up by an ancient green Morris Minor with flat tires, and along the far wall were 4 large red metal cans. He seized one and shook it. It gave off the thick, greasy stench of petrol. The cans were all full, and with some difficulty he carried 2 at once. He went back into the house with them, leaving one in the hallway, and taking the second through to the front room where Mrs. Jones's body lay mouldering. He undid the cap and sprinkled the petrol first over her body, then over the sofa and surrounding carpet, before heading to the tall windows and dousing the base of the curtains and the carpet beneath them. Back in the hallway he looked up. The door upstairs was still shut. Having seen the terror on that woman's face, he knew it would remain shut. Smiling to himself, he carried the second can halfway up the stairs, opened it, and allowed the petrol to gush over the threadbare carpet and trickle down into the hallway. Having brought in the 3rd and 4th cans, he placed them in the middle of the hallway, uncapped them both, and knocked them over in the direction of the stairs. Petrol coughed out, and the floor in the hallway became a puddle. Ashkani returned to the fuel-sodden front room, taking care not to tread in the soaked areas. Mrs. Jones's electric heater sat in the fireplace. He unplugged it and carried it back into the hallway. He looked up again. Still no sound from the bedroom. The woman and child clearly had no idea what was about to happen. By the front door there was an old yellowed double wall socket. Ashkani plugged in the electric heater and ensured that both bars were on. They soon turned orange. He stepped swiftly outside. It would not take more than 30 seconds, he figured, for the petrol fumes to ignite. Hurrying to the Peugeot, he climbed in and started the engine. Ashkani was 5 meters from the road when the explosion happened. It was loud and brutal enough to give the car a jolt as it moved away. He looked in the mirror just in time to see a flash of orange and black from the doorway he had purposefully left open to ensure a flow of oxygen. By the time he was 10 seconds away from the house, he could see smoke billowing from the windows. From the brow of the hill 2 kilometers away, he could still make out flickers of orange as flames licked up the building's exterior. And as the house disappeared from view, he found himself thinking deeply. So deeply that he failed to notice, high above him, a black Augusta flying in the opposite direction towards the coast. He was thinking not of the woman and child, who were even now suffocating and burning to death, nor even of how his plan had been frustrated, but of the lion, the director, the Sheikh al-Mujahid. He was thinking about a thin old man who had once been great, no doubt, but whose time was over, and whose head had been filled with incorrect intelligence, the better to confound the Americans. The Americans. He thought of Delaney, and wondered just what his people would be doing with bin Laden right now. "There!" Joe bellowed. "There!" "Roger that." The pilot's voice was unflappable, but the sight of smoke billowing from the isolated house was like a knife in Joe's guts. "Get down there!" The armed unit that apprehended him at Bristol Airport could not have looked less sure of themselves. 20 minutes ago, this man had been public enemy number 1. A communication from GCHQ and another from MI5, and their instructions had been turned on their head. Take him where he tells you. He'd roared a grid reference number at the pilot, who'd immediately diverted the Augusta and headed northwest. The chopper started to lose height, and now that they were no more than 20 meters above ground, the extent of the inferno became clearer. The house and gardens were covered in a shimmering heat haze and shrouded in black smoke. Joe scanned the surrounding area, desperately looking for the figures of a woman and a young boy, but he saw nothing. And the sight of the black Range Rover parked in front of the house was enough to make dread seep into his marrow. 30 meters east of the house, they touched down. The chopper had barely hit the grass before Joe jumped out and, hunched against the downdraft, raced towards it. The front of the house was engulfed in flames. The front door had fallen forward, and flames were licking around the frame. It looked like the entrance to hell. The crackling of the fire was deafening, and the heat was immense. By the time he was 10 meters away, he had to place one hand in front of his face to protect it. He could hear voices behind him. "Get back from the house! It's not safe!" But he ignored them and skirted round to the left side, looking up to find the window of the bedroom where he'd left Connor and Eva. It was open, but the interior was obscured by a film of smoke. The heat was not quite so intense here as it was at the front of the house. He managed to get within 5 meters of the wall, then screamed at the top of his voice, "The window! Get to the window!" He saw nothing but smoke wafting from the opening. "Connor! Eva! It's me!" Panic surged through him. He couldn't bear it. He couldn't bear to lose them. "The window!" he shouted. "Get to the—" He stopped. The outline of a child's face appeared in the smoke. "Connor, I'm here!" Joe roared. "Jump! I'll catch you! Don't be scared, champ. I'm here!" There was a devastating crash from somewhere inside the house. The sound impacted through Joe like a bullet. He looked over his shoulder. 3 members of the armed unit had joined him, but they were standing a good 10 meters further back. Joe looked up to the window again. "Connor!" he screamed. "Connor!" But the boy wasn't there. The face had disappeared. Smoke billowed into the bedroom through the gap between the door and its frame. It hurt Connor's eyes and made it difficult to breathe. The nice lady had moved the boxes away and stuffed clothes from the wardrobe along the bottom, where the gap was largest, but it was seeping through the material and filling the room. She was on her knees by the bed, bent double and coughing her guts out. Together they tried to fold the mattress in half and squeeze it through the window to give them something to jump onto, but she was in pain and it was too heavy for them. He had tried to get her to the window where she could breathe more easily, but she couldn't move, and he couldn't lift her. Connor coughed. It hurt, and it felt like he was choking and unable to breathe as his throat and mouth filled with warm phlegm. But he struggled into the centre of the room where the smoke was thickest, because the laptop was there, and the black book he had seen the man use. They were important. His dad would need them. After everything that had happened, he wanted his dad to be pleased with him. Carrying the 2 items, he clambered over the bed towards the window. He was still coughing and retching, but he could hardly hear the sound he was making, because the fire in the rest of the house was so fierce. Connor could hear his dad shouting. There was no way he could shout back. His throat and eyes were too full of smoke, so he didn't even try. He just balanced the contents of his arms on the window ledge, then pushed them over, as if he was posting a letter. "Connor! Jump!" Connor knew his dad would catch him if he did. But he didn't want to leave the nice lady here. He didn't know who she was, but she'd come back to help him, and he wanted to help her too. That is what his mum would have expected. And his dad. He retreated back into the room, feeling his way to the end of the bed and down onto the floor where she collapsed and was now choking. He pulled at her arm and tried to say, come on. But he just started coughing even more. Maybe if he pulled his t-shirt over his nose, he thought, that would help. As he did so, he gulped down a mouthful of air that was slightly less thick with smoke. The coughing eased for a moment. "Dad's here!" His mouth formed the words, but no sound came from his dry throat. "He says we should jump." The lady didn't move, not at first, but Connor continued to tug her arm, and after 10 seconds she rose from her crouching position. She turned and peered through the smoke at him. Her face was black, with wet streaks around her eyes, beneath her nose and around her mouth. "Dad's here." He tried to say it again. He was kneeling now. The lady's eyes lingered on his lips, and he thought that perhaps what he'd said had made her feel a bit better. That look didn't last long. The sudden creaking sound was louder even than the roar of the flames. Connor had seen a program on TV once, all about earthquakes and how they could make whole houses move and tumble into rubble. It was like that now. The floor suddenly seemed to slant. At the far end of the room, a gap appeared between the wall and the floor. Beyond it, he could see flames. The lady grabbed hold of him. Together they tried to push themselves to their feet, but there was another great creaking, cracking sound as the floor gave way. The two of them collapsed with it, holding each other tight as they fell into a cloud of smoke, dust, and flames. Joe's throat was raw from shouting. He'd heard the noise, and now he saw an ominous crack along the exterior wall, at the height of the first floor and extending along its entire width. It could only have been caused by a collapse of the ceiling joists. The laptop was on the ground in front of him, broken and smashed. Next to it, a leather-bound book, face down and open, its pages crumpled. Joe grabbed them and ran round to the front of the house, where he dropped them again. He could hear the scream of fire engines not far off, but he knew he couldn't wait for them, and he ignored the shouts from the ARU. He was 5 meters from the main door, and the heat was almost unbearable, but he didn't stop. With his head bowed and his right forearm covering his eyes, he strode forward, vaguely aware that someone had tried to pull him back. He shrugged them off without even looking back. Joe burst through the burning doorframe and into the oven of a house. He crouched low, almost crawling, because he knew that the floor of a burning building could be at least 100 degrees less hot than the ceiling, and the toxic CO2 levels much lower. The closer he kept to the floor, the longer he had. Even so, the heat was overpowering. It hurt just to breathe, like pumping fire into his nostrils, and it was all he could do to keep his eyes open. The staircase had completely collapsed, and there was a great hole in the ceiling that seemed to be dripping flames. The wall 2 meters to his left was a crumbled mound of smouldering rubble. He could see through it to what remained of the bedroom on the first floor, the burning wardrobe, boxes ablaze. But a section of the floor had collapsed into the room below, and it was here that he saw the sight that ripped his heart out. He could see a mattress 7 meters away to his left, upended against the exterior wall and burning. Smouldering cardboard boxes that had also fallen through the floor were bursting into flame. And he could see, through the poisonous smoke, a small boy lying on the ground. To Connor's right, through a screen of flames, a second figure was pushing itself up to its knees. Joe didn't have time to think, only to force himself further into the oven, through the smoke towards his son. He wanted to crawl more quickly, but the hot air pushed him back. His clothes, his hair, everything scalded, as though he too would ignite any moment. He shouted his boy's name, but the shout was only in his head, because his lips were clamped shut. It took 10 seconds to reach him, 10 seconds that felt like an hour. Connor's eyes were open, and he was coughing. He was alive. So Joe turned to Eva. They had not fallen in the same place. She was 5 meters away, but it might as well have been 5 miles. 2 burning rafters had fallen in front of her, and the wall of flame that burst from them had closed her into a corner. She was kneeling, and Joe could see her face through the flames and the heat haze. Half her hair had already been singed away, revealing her scalp. What remained had curled with the heat. The skin on her face and neck was blistering. She clearly wanted to break through the flames, but the heat was holding her back. Half of Joe wanted to run, not for himself, but to get Connor out of there. The other half told him he couldn't. Eva needed him. If he could just break through that barrier of flame, grab her and pull her back. He had to try. She would die if he didn't. Joe was steeling himself to burst through the wall of flame when he saw her lips move. No sound came from them, and he wouldn't have heard anything over the roar of the blaze even if it had. But he could understand the exaggerated form of her mouth, carefully shaping 2 single words, her lips continuing to blister gruesomely even as she did so. "Ashkani," she mouthed. "Alive." A great groan from the old house told him another section of ceiling was falling. Burning timber thundered down on Eva. Joe roared her name, but even as he did, he had to fall back to protect himself and Connor from the collapsing building. He caught a glimpse of a solid wooden joist cracking against Eva's head and her body bursting into flames as she dropped. He shouted again and tried to step forward, but it was useless. He knew he couldn't save her. He could only save his son. Joe was still shouting as he ran from the inferno, 10 meters, 15 meters, before falling to the ground, exhausted with Connor. He was aware of fire engines and neon, of men barking instructions and a bustle of activity, of Connor groaning weakly on the ground next to him. Ricky, Caitlin, and now Eva. Joe barely realized he was curled on the ground. He didn't notice 4 members of the ARU, their expressions full of shock at the insane howling of this grizzled, battered figure. They approached him with care, preparing to secure him if necessary. He didn't notice how Connor, alive against the odds, pushed himself feebly to his feet, unnoticed by the men going about their emergency work, staggered to where a damaged laptop and a leather-bound book were lying on the grass. He did not notice how the roof of the house suddenly caved in, thrusting smoke and rubble 10 meters up into the air and all around. The only fire he was aware of now was the fire in his soul, a furnace of hatred, fueled by images of the dead, and by 2 words, Ashkani, alive. Chapter 24. London, the following day, 1100 hours GMT. It was most unusual for Mason Delaney not to have slept on a transatlantic flight, but these were most unusual times. His bow tie was not tied with quite its regular precision, and a smear on his horn-rimmed glasses went unwiped. He sat in the rear seat of a black Daimler that swept away from Terminal 5. The windows were dark, and a glass screen separated the front of the vehicle from the back. Delaney's chauffeur glanced repeatedly in the rear-view mirror, but he was sufficiently discreet not to speak into the intercom. They had just slipped onto the A4 when Delaney's phone rang. He answered it immediately. "It's me, sir. Scott." Delaney didn't reply. His eyes did not light up as they normally did when he heard the voice of his young assistant. He looked out of his window. It was raining, as if there was no air outside, just pounding sheets of water. A black London cab was overtaking them. Beyond that, an enormous airport hotel slid past. "Something's come up, sir."
"It'll have to wait, Scott," Delaney said, his voice distracted. "I'm expected at Thames House in..."
"It's Ashkani, sir. We've heard from him." Silence. Delaney blinked.
"You're sure?"
"His encryption is good, sir. We've been broadcasting the access codes just in case. He's requesting a meeting. I can have him apprehended."
"What?"
Delaney hissed. "Sir?"
"You want him talking? You fuckwit?"
A pause. "No, sir," Stroman replied, chastened.
"Where is he?"
"West London, sir. Hounslow. He communicated a grid reference. I can send it through to your driver." But Delaney was only half listening.
"Send it through,"
he said. He was looking out of the window again. The rain was coming down even harder.
"The soldier," he said. "Mansfield. You know where he is?"
"Secure hospital, sir. Our guys are working on it." "Sir? Sir?" Delaney had moved the handset away from his ear. Stroman's voice sounded distant. He disconnected the line, stared into the middle distance for a moment, then knocked on the glass screen. "Mr. Delaney?" The driver's voice came over the intercom.
"We're rerouting."
"Just coming through now, sir." Delaney sat back in his leather seat and did what he could to clear his mind. Perhaps, he reflected, Ashkani did not realize Delaney was onto him. He pulled his attaché case onto his lap and slipped a gloved hand inside to pull out a small, snub-nosed handgun, which, with half an eye on the driver, he surreptitiously placed in his coat pocket. The rain did not let up for the whole journey. When the Daimler pulled over 45 minutes later, its windscreen wipers were barely up to the job. Delaney removed the handkerchief from his breast pocket and wiped his misted-up window. They had parked in a small road that ran alongside a children's playground. On the other side of the playground, he could just make out a bandstand, and beyond that, parkland that disappeared into the rainy haze. He squinted. The whole area was deserted, with the exception of the swings and the playground. Despite the rain, there was a boy on one of them, swinging back and forth, wrapped in a navy blue raincoat. Back and forth, back and forth. Where was Ashkani? Hiding until Delaney showed himself? "Umbrella, Mr. Delaney, sir?" Delaney nodded, unable to take his eyes off this child playing alone in the pouring rain. Moments later, his driver had opened the passenger door and was standing holding a large black umbrella. Delaney climbed out.
"Stay in the car,"
he instructed. The driver nodded and hurried back behind the wheel while Delaney crossed the 20 meters between the Daimler and the bandstand, one hand in his pocket clutching the gun. The lower halves of his trousers were sodden by the time he reached it, and he was already shivering with the cold. Water was leaking from the bandstand's neglected roof in several places. Delaney closed the umbrella and stood at one edge, away from the leaks, his eyes still fixed on the child in the rain. Back and forth it swung, back and forth. Where was Ashkani? Something made him turn. He looked back towards the Daimler and once more squinted through the rain. The front door was open. The driver was no longer behind the wheel. He was sprawled on the sidewalk, face down, motionless, the rain beating onto his back. Delaney found himself holding his breath. He turned back to the child. He looked one way, then the other. The chauffeur flashed in front of his eyes, then the child, then the chauffeur. Then the child turned to look at him, and he had appeared as if from nowhere, 10 meters away, perhaps from some ornamental shrubs between the Daimler and the bandstand. He was a giant of a man, with broad shoulders, a hooded top and a bowed head, charging forward. Even through the rain haze, Delaney could make out the mad fury in his eyes. Stumbling backwards in the face of that oncoming rage, it was everything Delaney could do to stop himself falling as he tried to pull the gun from his pocket. Too late. The sudden violence with which the man launched himself at Delaney shook him to his core. He felt like he'd been hit by an unstoppable force. It threw him back 3 meters to form a heap on the ground, where dirty rainwater sluiced over his glasses and down his front. Although blinded by the water, he had managed to keep hold of his umbrella, and he held this up now, point outwards, in a feeble attempt to defend himself, as he meanwhile tried again to remove his weapon. The umbrella, though, was swiftly ripped from his hands. Seconds later, he felt it brutally whack the right side of his face. His glasses clattered away from him, and he groped in the direction they'd fallen, pulling out his gun as he did so. But just then, he felt that being kicked away. It rattled across the decking as his attacker lifted him by the scruff of his neck and back to his feet, then pushed him hard against the back wall of the bandstand. A face dominated his vision, 5 inches away from Delaney's own. He recognized the features, and they were not Ashkani's. He had seen them barely 2 weeks ago, enlarged on a screen in the basement of CIA headquarters. What he didn't recognize was the mania in this man's expression. Delaney had never seen such hatred. "You?" he whispered. "Yeah," said Sergeant Joe Mansfield. "Me." "But you're supposed to be in a secure hospital." "I guess it wasn't that secure," Mansfield growled. "I have backup personnel," Delaney wheezed. "They'll be here any—" His feeble ploy degenerated into a howl of pain as Mansfield head-butted his nose. Delaney heard the bone crack and collapse half a second before he felt it. When Mansfield stood back again, he had Delaney's blood dripping down between his eyes, but that was nothing to the torrent that flowed from the CIA man's nostrils, over his bow tie, and down the front of his shirt. "What's your name?" "Stroman," Delaney lied. But then he shrieked again as Mansfield smashed his forehead once more against the already shattered nose, intensifying the pain. Out of the corner of his compromised vision, he was bizarrely aware of the kid still swinging in the playground. But before he knew it, he was squealing his own name. "Delaney! Mason Delaney! Please don't hit me again!" Another brutal shove, and Delaney was back on the floor, his fierce-eyed, menacing attacker looking over him. "Talk," Mansfield said. I don't know what you want me to—" The blow Mansfield gave Delaney's ribs cracked a few. The American wheezed and spluttered as the air, and not a little blood-flecked saliva, escaped his mouth. The monster was kneeling now. "Why," he hissed, "has your man been trying to kill me?" My man?" Suddenly Mansfield was holding something in front of Delaney's face, a smoke-damaged, leather-bound book, a Koran, Ashkani's Koran, his cipher. "You sent the message to meet here?" the CIA man croaked. How? My son. Delaney glanced myopically over his shoulder towards the swings, where he could still see a blurred movement. Your man used the codes in front of my son. Bad mistake. Mansfield had something else in his hands now. A gun. He pressed the barrel into the soft flesh of Delaney's cheek. They want me for 2 murders, Delaney. You really think a 3rd will make any difference?
The raid, Delaney squealed. Abbottabad, you saw...
What did I see? 2 body bags. You killed Bin Laden, and who else?
Killed Bin Laden? Delaney hissed. You've got it all wrong. Why would I want to kill him?
He coughed again, and more bloody spittle dribbled from the side of his mouth.
Why would I want a bullet in the brain of the person with more information on Al-Qaeda than anyone else?
The barrel of the gun dug deeper into his face. His eyes widened with the sudden fear that this lunatic was going to shoot him. Instead, he heard him talk under his breath, sounding as though something had just clicked. A decoy corpse, Mansfield breathed. A look-alike. Gun wounds already inflicted. The SEALs brought it in with them, took Bin Laden alive, and photographed the decoy.
Very smart, Delaney wheezed. Smarter than our president, at least.
You removed the corpse in one bag, and Bin Laden, still alive, in another. Delaney, despite everything, gave a sickly little laugh. How many people know? The American tried to answer, but succumbed to another fit of coughing. His attacker kneed him in his already broken ribs.
The SEALs, Delaney spat, and a handful of people close to me.
And Ashkani.
Of course Ashkani. It was Ashkani who told us where Bin Laden was in the first place.
A pause. The monster looked like he was absorbing this information. Where is he now?
I don't know.
His attacker didn't hesitate. In a single swift move, he grabbed the little finger of Delaney's right hand and yanked it back so that it cracked noisily. Delaney screamed again, and the noise echoed off the roof of the bandstand. You've got 9 fingers left before I start on the bigger bones, Mansfield said, once the shriek had withered to a whimper. Where's Ashkani?
I swear, I don't... You must see, I thought he was here.
Mansfield cracked back the ring finger as easily as flicking a light switch. Delaney was sobbing now, trying desperately to talk, but struggling to get the words out through the pain.
I swear I don't know. I would tell you. He's been playing me all this time.
Mansfield had narrowed his eyes. What do you mean?
I thought he was my man. I thought he was arranging things for me.
What things? Delaney closed his eyes again. The planes, Mansfield breathed. He was doing that for you? The American slowly shook his head. What the hell? Why do you want to blow up British planes? Delaney coughed again and struggled to get his breath.
Ashkani tipped me off, he continued, even more weakly than before. He told me Al-Qaeda were planning a strike, 5 planes in the UK, 5 in the US. Bin Laden's swan song. The UK planes were Ashkani's personal responsibility. He said he didn't know which US flights were to be targeted. Only Bin Laden had that information.
The words faded away on his lips. The world seemed to spin, and it was hard for him to keep his thoughts in line. After a few seconds, though, he felt Mansfield clutching a 3rd finger, and he managed to spit out some more words in a choked, throttled voice.
I told him to go through with the UK attacks, and we would get the remaining intelligence from Bin Laden.
Why? Why?
To keep you on side, of course. The British. To keep you in the Middle East. to make you put pressure on our administration to do the same. Americans don't have the stomach for any more body bags, but the little people," he coughed again, "the little people don't understand how many more body bags there'll be if we don't have a presence there." He started to spit pathetically. The blood that was still oozing from his nose had flooded over his fat upper lip and into his mouth, sticky and metallic. "You said Ashkani was playing you," said Mansfield. Delaney managed a weak nod, another almost laugh. I should have guessed. A feeble old man sitting in a compound in Pakistan. Ashkani had it all set up. Make us raid the wrong aircraft, and when we were looking the other way..." Everything was spinning again. He stopped talking. Mansfield had withdrawn the gun and was getting to his feet. Delaney looked up, glad that this animal, who seemed to revel in the infliction of pain, was moving away from him. He was still holding his gun, but now Delaney saw he had something else in his other hand, a digital voice recorder. There was a faint click as he switched it off. "The CIA will claim responsibility for the death of my partner," Mansfield said. "You'll inform the British authorities that the raghead I did in Barfield attacked me on your orders. Fail to do that, or if anything happens to me or my son, this tape will be on every fucking website in the world." "Along with the sound of you coercing me," Delaney noted. "You think people will give a shit about that?" Delaney didn't. He summoned every ounce of energy he could and pushed himself up into a sitting position. Mansfield was staring at him with utter contempt, but he could deal with that. Insane though he obviously was, the son of a bitch clearly didn't intend to kill him. It was still raining hard. The kid was still swinging. "That boy," Delaney spat. "What is he? Simple?" He touched his good hand to his broken, swollen nose and winced before examining the blood on his fingertips. He peered around for his glasses and thought he could see them at the edge of the bandstand. He started towards them, but immediately found his way blocked by a pair of large, booted feet. He looked up to see Mansfield staring at him with more loathing than he'd ever seen. The laugh that had been threatening to erupt through the pain broke out. "Your kid, is he retarded?" It felt good to insult his tormentor. And as he did so, a thought struck him. Mansfield couldn't kill him. He needed Delaney alive, his get-out-of-jail card. The thought made him laugh even more. Somehow it even took the edge off the pain in his hand, face and ribs. Carefully nursing his broken fingers, he stood up. "You're just one of the little people, Mansfield," he spat. "You don't see the bigger picture." Delaney knew in an instant that he'd gone too far. Within seconds, Mansfield had thrown him off the bandstand. He landed with a brutal thump on the tarmac surrounding it, the rain hammering down on him. In a moment of panic, he looked around, hoping to see someone, anyone, who might be able to help. But there was nobody. Just an unconscious driver and a small boy still swinging in the rain. And Sergeant Joe Mansfield. His face was contorted. His right arm, clutching the handgun, was outstretched. He was striding off the bandstand towards Delaney. He was standing above him. "You need me," Delaney hissed. "You'll never see the light of fucking day without me." Mansfield didn't even flinch. "You won't do it," the CIA man whispered. "Not in front of your boy. How much more fucked up do you want him to be?" No movement. "I can help you find Ashkani." Was there a sudden spark of interest in his eyes? "Think of my resources. I can track him down in hours. I'll tell you where he is." Delaney was nodding enthusiastically. But why hadn't Mansfield lowered his gun? They stood there in the rain. From the playground, Delaney could hear the regular squeaking of the swing. "You need me," he whispered again.
But I'm just one of the little people, Mansfield said. And he fired. The driver stirred. The back of his head throbbed. He was wet through. He pushed himself groggily to his feet, trying to work out what he was doing here, a crumpled heap in the teeming rain. He saw the bandstand and the playground. The strange child was no longer swinging. Mr. Delaney was no longer taking shelter. He walked nervously in the direction of the bandstand, clutching the welt on the back of his head. Once he reached it, he stopped in the centre of the decking and spun round. He stopped. A figure was lying on the ground 3 meters away, perfectly still. His hand fell, and he walked on. He stopped a meter from the body, and now his hand was over his mouth. Mr. Delaney was identifiable only by his bow tie. His face was a mess, with 5 very distinct bullet wounds. He was clearly freshly dead, because blood was still oozing from the flesh, and the rain was washing it away to reveal the full devastation of the impact. The shattered bone, the brain matter clearly visible through the damaged forehead. The driver staggered backwards, and as he looked up he thought he saw something. 2 figures, perhaps 50 meters away, disappearing into the rain haze. A grey man, one arm around the shoulders of the boy from the swing. A moment later, they were gone. The driver didn't dare chase them. He ran back to his car, grabbed his phone with trembling hands, and called for help. Chapter 25. An old, thin man shivered in the dark. He was naked, and had been for days. He did not know for sure where he was, but he assumed it must be America. Nowhere else could he be treated to such satanic torture. He was underground. He knew that because, having arrived in this place by helicopter, he had been forced down a flight of stairs and had not ascended since. There were 2 rooms down here, the cell in which he now sat, with its ice-cold concrete walls, and the overpowering stench of rancid, mouldering human waste from where he'd been forced to defecate and urinate in one corner, and the other room, which he had learned truly to fear, and where they had taken him when he first arrived. It looked rather like a hospital room. There was a bed in the centre with a rack of machines beside it to monitor vital signs. Steel cabinets along the walls contained an enormous variety of chemicals to be injected, and implements with which to inflict pain in precise, measured quantities. They had stripped him naked the moment he arrived and strapped him to that bed. Then they had shaved him. Not just his head and beard, but also his pubic hair, the hair around his anus, the hair on his chest, his arms, his legs. He was bald and humiliated by the time they threw him in the cell. Now the hair had started to grow back, sharp and stubbly. If they needed a patch of truly bald skin for one of their tortures, it was their habit to rip the stubble away using a wax patch, the sort of thing Western whores used upon their intimate areas. And the tortures. Such tortures! He had thought he would think of Allah and withstand them, and at first he had. He had always known there was a possibility of such a fate awaiting him, and he was prepared for it, or so he believed. But these Americans had a gift for cruelty he could never have imagined. Now his body had been cut and punctured in 100 places. They had injected him with compounds that set his veins on fire, and others that turned them to ice. They had driven needles into the roof of his mouth and through the centre of his joints, and cracked his bones with clinical precision. They had used electricity. They had beaten and crushed his genitals. They had kept him awake with loud music. They had locked him in his cell for 20 hours between tortures, and then only for 20 minutes, so he never knew when it was going to come. They had shown him pictures, mutilated corpses, Western pornography, blasphemous images of the Prophet. They had starved him, then laughingly offered him only pork to eat. They had offered him cool water when he was thirsty, only to snatch it away when it was near his lips. They had thrown him into that unclean corner of the cell, where he was forced to relieve himself, so that for days now his skin had been covered in stinking dried excrement, and his captors were forced to approach him, wearing latex gloves and surgical masks. But worse than all this, they had kept him alive. Daily antibiotic injections, a saline drip that hydrated him but did not relieve his constant thirst. The same doctor was always on hand, there to ensure that he always remained the right side of consciousness, the right side of the death he would have welcomed. To start with, they did not even ask him any questions. He understood why. They wanted to break him first. When eventually they did, 2 days in, perhaps, maybe 3, they seemed only to focus on questions to which they knew the answer. If he responded correctly, he was given a sip of water. If incorrectly, a swift, brutal punishment. He became grateful for the former and fearful of the latter. They tried to confuse him with their questioning, pretending he had given answers he had not given. They had burst into his cell when he was on the verge of sleep, screaming questions at him, demanding answers. They had injected him with substances that made him drowsy and confused, eager to be compliant, reluctant to fight. It was during one of these periods that a new face had appeared. The well-fed, fattened face of a man in horn-rimmed glasses and wearing a neat little bow tie. He had stood over the bed, looking down with interest as the room swam, but he'd not appeared again. He had been wrong to think he could withstand it. They had broken him completely. He had told them everything. He had given them names, described places. He could not think how they knew about the plane attacks, but he told him about those, too. His final act ruined. Anything to stop the torment. Anything for the death these Americans were denying him. Their final act of revenge for the glorious 11th. The door to his cell opened. A figure stood in the doorway, silhouetted by the light behind him. The sound of the door opening always made him jump. He jumped now, then trembled even more violently as the figure stood there in silence. What fresh hell did they have for him now? They had bled him dry. He had no more to give them. The figure spoke. "Time for your burial at sea, you piece of shit," he said. Burial at sea? His English was not good, but even when he'd worked out what the silhouette had said, he didn't understand it. Burial at sea? But then his eyes widened. There was movement in the doorway. A flash of red caught his eye, and he saw it was coming from something the silhouette was holding. He looked down at his naked, bony chest. A tiny red dot of light flickered over his heart. He could not smile, but that didn't mean he wasn't glad. The 3 bullets, fired in quick, ruthless succession, did not kill him instantly. There was a brief moment as he fell to his side and blood spewed from his ulcerated mouth, for him to rejoice. He was to be welcomed into paradise. His struggle was complete. Joe had crossed 4 borders in 72 hours. A cross-channel ferry train to Marseille, and from there to Alicante. Another boat to Iran, Algeria. Only when he was in Africa, where technology was less advanced, and a few banknotes could buy him his way out of any difficulty, did he feel in any way confident showing his passport at an airport. Even so, boarding a flight to Asmara International Airport in Eritrea had been tense. Not as tense, though, as landing. If their presence had been logged, they could expect a welcoming party the moment they touched down. Joe knew this, which was why, as they flew over the parched continent, he'd said everything to Connor that he wanted to say. That he was proud of him. That he was sorry. That from this moment on there wouldn't be a single day that he wasn't there for him. He hadn't told him all there was to tell. That could wait until he was old enough and well enough to understand. In any case, all that was over. At least it would be soon. Connor hadn't responded. Not in words. He hadn't spoken since the fire. He had stared out of the aircraft window as totally silent as he'd been since the fire. But Joe knew, by the squeeze of his son's hand, that he understood. That it was okay between them. Or as okay as it could ever be without Caitlin. Connor was clutching his hand again now, nervously, as they queued in the bleak, sweaty terminal, the only white faces here, both of them bruised and scarred. The instant he walked into the building, Joe had checked for security cameras. There were none that he could see, but he kept his head bowed anyway, and pulled his son's baseball cap a little further over his eyes. They walked towards the immigration queue, ignoring the armed guards. The queue was short, but slow. A single booth, with a dark-eyed official scrutinizing every passport thoroughly. There were only 10 passengers ahead of them, but it was still 15 minutes before he and Connor approached the booth. He handed their passports over silently, squeezing Connor's hand a little harder as he did so. The immigration official started on the boy's passport, examining every page, looking back and forth from the document to its owner. Joe looked straight ahead, past the 2 guards standing 5 meters beyond him, AK-47s strapped to their bodies, towards the shop 15 meters beyond them, advertising duty-free goods and gift articles. The official spoke. "Mr. Connor?" he asked, in a dead, unenthusiastic voice. He looked at Connor, one eyebrow raised. Connor looked back. "He won't answer you," Joe said quietly. The man looked unimpressed. He placed Connor's passport on the counter in front of him, before turning his attention to Joe's. Opening it, he immediately found the 500 NAFCA notes Joe had slipped inside. He removed them without shame, placed them in a breast pocket of his uniform, and continued examining the passport, as if nothing had happened. After 30 seconds, he spoke again, his voice slow and ponderous. "Are you coming to Eritrea on business?" he asked. "Or pleasure?" Joe looked at him, but it was not the official's face that he saw. He saw Caitlin, her eyes pleading in the moments before she died. He saw Eva, and the knife twisted further. Poor Eva, who'd risked everything for him and expected so little in return. He saw her sitting by him at the bandstand, lying motionless on the beach, staring through the fire, half her hair burned away seconds before the flames had consumed her. And he saw the face of a man of Middle Eastern extraction, with a hook nose, stooped shoulders, and black hair streaked with grey, responsible for the death of these 2 innocent women. The women that, each in a different way, Joe loved. In Joe's imagination, the Middle Eastern man was struck dumb with terror as he, Joe, held a .38 snub nose to his forehead, the weapon that would kill him just as soon as Joe had tracked him down. Joe blinked. The customs official was waiting for a reply. "A bit of both," he said. That was Osama by Chris Ryan, read by Michael Roberts.
Thank you for listening to this unabridged Oak Hill audiobook. If you'd like to listen to further titles, please contact your local library.